There we are. I was like, where did thing go for tab capture? I'm like looking around trying to find where it went and it just vanished. Okay, hop on YouTube Studio really quick. Let's get that pulled up so we can actually see chat and everything. Another hot mic, Dom Izzo. That's showing up all over my stuff ever since I covered that on the video I did for the new 6A teams. That was part of Moorhead's thing because I guess that guy does a lot of coverage up there. Yep, there we are live. I want YouTube Studio here so I can see chat on this side. You Streamlabs over here. Nice. Content. Yes, this is indeed content. Look at that. Into the live control room we go, and now I can actually hop into the chat. Solid. Now we just copy that link, get it on the Instagram account, and we all good to go. Nice. I can probably close the Instagram account. I don't think I'll need that. Well, we'll give it a shout out later, so I'll pull it up just for the sake of pulling it up. Maybe Caleb from Minnesota High School Football Network will drop his video covering all the 7-on-7 stuff he did on Thursday. It was an absolutely wild 7-on-7. Who was it that he went? It was out at Minnetonka. And I'm trying to think of all the teams that were there, but I know that there was Minnetonka, Maple Grove, and Edina. So huge competition out there. That's awesome. I think Maple Grove won the whole thing. Minnetonka did really solid. They've got who's Minnetonka's new quarterback? Caden Gutzmer, I think is his name. New guy, so we'll see how he does with Francois moved to running back. That Minnetonka offense might be pretty potent next year. Oof, duh. See how it goes. There it is, Roseville, Woodbury. Into the story it goes. Add sticker for link. Paste. Live now. Don't sleep on Roseville. Fully prepared that this may be a lesser viewed stream just because, one, these two games are low scoring. So the two we're covering are the first two of last season. If you look right here, it was a 13-10 loss at Woodbury and then a 9-6 loss at Eastview. I don't know how two Maroon teams end up having a 9-6 game. If I watch it and there's actually 5 field goals in that game, I will be shocked. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Maroon team kick a field goal. Yeah, crazy if that ends up happening. I guess we will see, though. Oh, and you know what? Someone had messaged me this. I want to get this out of the way really fast. Someone told me that Roseville actually changed offensive coordinators after these first 2 games of the season. And you can kind of see that when you're looking at the scores here. They only scored 10 and 6. They only scored 16 points in the first 2 weeks of the season last year, and it's not like they were playing all that quality of opponents. I mean, you're playing Eastview, a fellow Maroon team, and then Woodbury, arguably one of the most underperforming teams in 6A last season outside of the Maroon division. And QRF isn't that far off. Buffalo had a higher QRF than Woodbury. Okay, Hopkins has a higher QRF than Woodbury. White Bear Lake, which is funny because Woodbury actually beat White Bear Lake in the regular season, and that's why the Bears fell down to a 6 seed and Woodbury got the 5, which I guess ended up not working out for the Royals because they ended up having to go right back to Eden Prairie because they ended up as a 5 seed. They were at, and speaking of that, I'll get to that when I talk more about Woodbury. They had a brutal non-district schedule this past cycle because they play the Metro East, they got a Maroon game against Roseville, and then their last 2 games of the season were Prairie Lake and Eden Prairie. Like, I don't know what the Royals did to deserve such a physical matchup, I guess, but yikes. And then obviously Roseville fell to Anoka in the first round of the playoffs, which, I mean, makes sense. Maroon team, you're locked into the lowest possible seeds. They were locked into a 7th seed, had to go to a 2 seed. That happened to be the Anoka Tornadoes. And funny enough, the year before that, they were the 8th seed, and they had to go to the 1st seeded Lakeville South Cougars. Funny, obviously, I was at that game, and yeah, we got things done, to say the least. Oh, you know what? It just showed 25-26. Does it have the updated schedules on here? No, not yet. Section... I wonder if this is it. Because, yeah, they're in Section 4. They're in the Metro Maroon. I wonder if that's accurate for all teams now. I don't know. Who's, Buffalo would have switched. Because they're not in 6A anymore. Okay, it hasn't updated, because it says they're still 6A and they're in the Metro Maroon. What, like, Prairie Lake's another one here. Yeah, it says they're still in Section 6 in the Metro West. They should be Section 3 and now the Metro South. So this has not been updated. I know that MN Football Hub has been updating their information, though. If you go to... let's just go to standings. And then through all the districts, we'll just go down to the Metro, because obviously we're talking about 6A football. No, this is... I swear this was updated. You know what? Maybe if you go to the standings, it doesn't... Oh, duh. It's set to 2024. Well, there's a test. Test? Is test the new... 1, 2, 3, 4... Yes, test is the new one. So you can go to test or 2025. It looks like they were experimenting, and they... Oh, yeah, because see, there's Moorhead. It's kind of funny that... Is this their prediction for how teams are going to finish? Because if you look, the North here is in alphabetical order. The South is in alphabetical order. But the West, Maple Grove is at the top. Then STMA. Moorhead's at the bottom. EP, Edina, Minnetonka, and Wayzata, the teams remaining in the Metro West, are in the correct alphabetical order. But Moorhead should be up here. STMA should be down here. Maple Grove should be there. And if this is the order that someone there thinks these teams are going to finish in, I'm not sure that STMA is going to be in second place in the Metro West ahead of EP, Edina, Minnetonka, Wayzata, and Moorhead. I don't know. Knights are going to have a very difficult schedule this coming season, to put it lightly. So yeah, it looks like they are starting to update things, but let's get back to Roseville. So we're going to look at Roseville today, and we're going to look at Woodbury, their opponent. Woodbury also struggled a lot last season. Metro East team, and I think Caleb was telling me about this. We did record part 2 of our, like, predicting every 6A team's 2025 season in 3 words or less. And he noticed a trend that Woodbury has kind of been on a downhill slide these last few years. Like, if you look at this, 2020, or let's go back to 2021. So 9-2 in 2021, made it all the way to the state, lost to Maple Grove in 2021, who made it to the state title game that year, lost only by 6 points to Lakeville South. Season after that, 7-3, so not quite as good. And then, I mean, you bump into a rugged Eden Prairie team in the second round. Yeah, that's tough. Then we go down to 2023. Okay, 5-5. We're sliding a little bit. Smashed Roseville. Close game with Stillwater. I mean, they're still... And then beat Eastridge as solid. And obviously take care of business with White Lake. Close loss to Moundsview. And Prairie Lake and EP is to be expected. But, I mean, solid. I think they were a 2 seed. You beat Buffalo. And then close game with Rosemount, who's always a physical team. Tough matchup. But then 2024, and you see they really took a nosedive. And then, yeah, had to go... I mean, this is also just kind of bad luck. When was the last time Eden Prairie was a 4 seed in the state tournament? And that's just because the Metro West is that loaded. Who was the one? It was Minnetonka at the 1, Shako at the 2, and then Edina at the 3. A 6-2 Edina Hornets team was a 3 seed. Oh, it's almost like the SEC, old SEC West out there before everyone just merged together into the new Super SEC. We're going to look at those 2 teams today, as well as... Go back to the Roseville link. The good old Eastview Lightning. Yeah, Eastview. So this is a wild stat Caleb told me. I don't think Eastview has had a winning season since 2015, maybe? Well, no, no, it was not 2015. They're 0-9. 3-6. 2-7. Okay, 6-5. They had a winning record in 2018. So I take that back. They did have a winning record. 2019, and then they've just kind of been, ooh, yeah. They things have not been looking good since then. 2022, that was rough, and then obviously I think they were 4-4 in 2023. So they played a full-on Maroon schedule, and yeah, you're gonna lose at second-seeded Minnetonka in the first round of the playoffs. That's just kind of a given. But Eastview is definitely a team that's been struggling as of late. Funny enough, Eastview is in the same school district. They're in District 196, which also has Rosemount, Egan, and Apple Valley in it, funny enough. You know what? We're going to pull up Google Maps really fast. We'll do Google Earth. Because there really is not that much distance. Alright, whatever. Just give me a new project, sure. No, we don't want Africa. Let's go to Minnesota here. If we go down to Apple Valley, Minnesota, set me to north, down here, it's actually, that's Burnsville. Here we go, Apple Valley. This is Apple Valley High School right here, right? They got the nice new practice field. Literally 2 or 3, what is this? How many blocks away? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 blocks away is Eastview High School. They're literally that close to each other. Crazy. And it is a bummer that Apple Valley didn't end up, we'll say, in 6A this past season, because I think they easily could have had a new rivalry with Eastview. I mean, the schools are this close to each other. You have kids from the same neighborhood. They probably play all throughout youth football. And then they just never see each other again once they get to high school. Because obviously Apple Valley 5A, they have to play... Who do they play? They play like St. Thomas Academy up here. So there's STA. Two Rivers up there. And then way out here, Hastings. Dude, Hastings has a sick football field. There it is. It's like right in the middle of downtown. They've got like, they have a new scoreboard that's got like a boat on it. This is still grass. They've updated it, but they got like stone going all around it. It's such a cool venue for football. And it's right, well, it's close to the Mississippi River over here. But yeah, very, very sweet stadium they got down there. Oh, so let's get into the actual games now. Had a little bit of a team preview. And I know this might not be like the most entertaining games of all time, but, you know, I wanted to make sure that I gave coverage to every 6A team. The only teams left besides these three were, one actually, it was Farmington. And I mean, I was debating if I was going to cover Farmington or not because I've got like beef with Farmington or anything, but because they're completely overhauling their offense. I think I did like a quick coverage of them. I forget which live stream it was on, but after one of the live streams, I watched a bunch of Osseo's gun single wing film, and that is the offense that Farmington's going to be running next season. Maybe I'll cover that when I cover that game next week, them playing Moundsview. We'll see. Might as well, because they used to be a pistol spread offense, and sort of worked out for them. Have Rogers or Moorhead uploaded any film yet? Oh, of course not. Andover still has that game versus St. Thomas Academy. That's a fun one. If any coaches are in the huddle pool and want to watch an interesting game, especially if you have to play Andover, highly recommend that one. Otherwise, you got to rely on YouTube footage. There's Roseville. Let's see. It would have been their first 2 games of the season. Roseville at Woodbury, Roseville at Eastview. Not too bad. Only 127, only 115 clips. That beats the 166 clips that we had last. Was it 166 or 162? It was just over 160, and that was what game was that? That was Champlin Park at Coon Rapids from 2023. That one was nutty. Let's go ahead and add both these games, though. We'll take a look at the Roseville film. Or do I want to look at the other teams' versions? Let's check the other teams really fast. Where is Eastview? There you are. Shakopee. Well, I guess they just really liked their playoff game versus Shakopee. They uploaded it 4 separate times. I guess we uploaded one of the 4. Oh, that's right. Because when... Oh. Game. Dude. Is this like... Game... But which game, Eastview? Eastview versus something. That's Minnetonka versus, yeah, so that's the playoff game last season. So that must be their first game of the season versus Rosemount, but there's no way. Because 91 clips? That seems extremely low. Even if it is Rosemount, they were doing flexbone stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is the Rosemount game that only has 91 clips. Interesting things must have been happening week 1 at Eastview High School. So we're definitely not taking the Eastview footage. What about Woodbury? How's their game stuff looking? EP, Prairie Lake. We have to go all the way back to Roseville. 120. I think Roseville is also 127, right? Yeah, okay. So we're just going to look at both the Roseville clips then. Drop it into other items. Miscellaneous. And I'm not going to share it with anyone as usual because the whole team will get a notification saying, hey, everyone, Coach Lance just shared this weird film that you're never going to see. Pay no attention to that. Items. They'll be looking at it like, what's a Roseville, huh? Alright, let's go see if I added the 2 correct games. It should be under here. No, we don't need to watch any more Shakopee. Their items. Alright, we got both the games. So we're going to do Eastview. I cannot talk. We're doing Roseville versus Woodbury. And since I did just pull both these games out of the pool, as you can see down here, nothing is labeled. If you look in the top corner up here, nothing is labeled up there either. Can I not annotate? There we go. On the top up here, nothing is labeled, so I have no idea what any of the plays will be. I mean, honestly, these might be the 2 teams I am the least familiar with in all of 6A. Probably Woodbury, I'd say, is the least familiar with in general. I know they're 11 personnel and a spread offense, but as far as what they run, I don't really know. And I think they're a 3-4 defense. They want to say they used to be a 4-3. I don't know. Lakeville South has, like, very rarely played, not just Woodbury, like any of the teams out of the Metro East. We've played Woodbury twice in our school's history. Both times have been in the playoffs, and the most recent matchup in the playoffs was 2018. So it's definitely been a hot minute. Roseville we saw in 2023, but I don't know if they even run any of the stuff that they ran back then. We'll see. You never know with Maroon teams. Some teams really like to change things up on offense. So Roseville is in the white jerseys with black helmets. They'll be kicking off. Woodbury, you see the nice Royal Lion logo. You know, I've always wondered about that. If you're so Woodbury and Hopkins are both the Royals. Their mascot is a lion. But Woodbury's is just the lion. Hopkins at least has the crown with the H on it, so it's a royal lion. Woodbury's just the lion with the name Royals. They're both blue and white. And now we got Rogers, who is blue and black, also the royal, but their royal looks more like a cougar. I don't know. We need more mascots in 6A football. We can't have 3 different royals. Let's see what happens in this game. Like I said, there's only 127 clips. Was this the 127 one? Yeah, that's weird that the non-Maroon game is longer than the Maroon on Maroon game. Let's see, a 6x4 kickoff from the hash. Ooh, not the deepest kick. I'm surprised they didn't, if you're kicking off from the hash, that it just kicked it straight to the middle. Normally you want to try and get it between the hash and the sideline to limit how much of the field you have to work with. Interesting that Woodbury's still forming the wedge. I think you can still do that in Minnesota high school. Obviously, in higher levels like the NFL, it's banned. Oh, that's a nice hit by number 57 right here. Look, he comes in screaming like a rocket, just knocks the kid out of the way, then goes to track the ball carrier. That's actually a really solid wrap-up. Look at the edge here. I'm actually kind of impressed with Roseville's kickoff coverage here. Oh, but Woodbury does the one thing that I never like. If a team is kicking off from a hash and they don't have guys on an entire third of the field, and you see going down the whole way, there's nobody on this third of the field, get them to suck up, and then boom, out there. Because now you're in a foot race with these two trying to take an angle to come get you. And one of them's the kicker. He doesn't want to hit you in the first place. But this is actually really smart. because they're spread out. They're all caving in, and then they got the kicker as a deep safety, and then another guy back here to kind of flow. So I gotta give some credit. It looks like Roseville has actually practiced special teams. That's way better than a lot of the other teams we've seen in 6A. I can't think of any that specifically have put that much work into their special teams. All right, I'm already surprised. Woodbury's in the blue here. They're on offense, and they're coming out in 21-eye twins. I was not expecting that. I thought they were a spread offense, and here they are in an I formation. Like, huh? What are they, Stillwater? Are they Lakeville North? Is this Maple Grove? In the first play, it looks like they run duo out of this, which essentially is just an inside zone. But then why is he left unblocked? Did somebody pull? Wait. They pulled the left tackle? Why would they pull the left tackle? Okay. So this is only the first play, and I have a lot to talk about. So, one, I'm surprised Woodbury's in 21 personnel with an I formation, because normally they're in like 11 personnel, and they'll be in a spread formation, like slot trips open with the H here, 2 receivers, and then X backside, or X and H on the same side, and then Y and Z receivers are out here. So it's weird enough that they're playing an I formation. It's even stranger when you consider their opponent. So if you look over here, Roseville is a base 4-4 defense, which you have 4 down linemen, 4 linebackers, and then only 3 DBs. So when you get a 4-4 package, obviously it's a bigger defense, right? You have more men in the box and fewer DBs. So the weakness is the pass coverage for that. There's just fewer pass covering athletes because it's 4-4. So it's confusing that Woodbury would try and run an I formation into that, which plays into Roseville's hand, instead of their usual spread stuff, which would actually put the 4-4 defense in a mismatch. You might not be able to run into it very effectively, but your quick pass game is going to be absolutely off the charts. Because, I mean, think about it. Every single time you play, they can't stack a safety down. They only have one free single high free safety. So you're always going to have an outside linebacker mismatched on a slot receiver, like we do here. See? And the safety's not cheated over that way. Maybe just a pinch. But you've got 2-on-2 essentially in some kind of zone coverage. I'm assuming normally when you see a 4-4 defense, you're going to get cover 1 or cover 3. Either it's going to be cover 1 and you got man and man, but you can tell right here it's zone because there's nobody out there and he's not on the tight end. He's looking in, he's there. It's pretty obvious it's a cover 3, so I expect 1, 2, 3. He takes the flat, hook to curl, and then hook over here. Yeah, and then obviously 4 D lineman rush. There you go. One play, and we already see what the teams are doing. Going back to this play, though, with Woodbury, why are they pulling the left tackle? That's something that Prairie Lake likes to do when they run their line play. They pull a tackle inside. Because honestly, it looks like power. I'm just trying to figure out why they want to pull the tackle instead of... Because here's what's weird. If you look at both guards in the center, the backside guard takes the nose guard. The center, the place side guard, and the place side tackle all triple team one defender on a run play. I don't know about that, Woodbury. That seems a bit excessive. And then the fullback gets a kick out block. So, I mean, that's classic power right there. He could be working. He's working both like a full man. What you'd like to see, work this shoulder and work to turn him out like that. Because if you try and just take him head on, one, that's a defensive lineman. He's bigger than you. It's going to be tough to turn him. Take half of him, turn half of him. You'll wash him out of the play. You don't have to put in as much effort, less wear and tear on your body, and it takes him out of the play. As a smaller guy against a bigger body. That leaves your bigger body players to be able to get down to the next level and hit smaller guys. Which you can see the tackle does, but I mean, he should when there's triple team. And this is part with the double team. If the tackle if they were planning on kicking the defensive end out, with the fullback, then the tackle should take that backer, and the guard and center should be doubling here up to the other inside backer. It almost looks like Woodbury wasn't expecting, because see, the other line, well, I guess the pulling tackle's coming through to take. Yeah, that was really strange. And then this poor guard on the backside, he's stuck against the nose guard and the defensive end, who actually do a really good job here. Look at the nose guard's technique. His arms are extended. I don't like that he's fighting the man head up. Actually, it looks like he's got this hand inside. He might have this one outside. It looks like he's actually working half a man. He's not too high. Over here, the 3 technique is way too high, but the nose guard's doing a solid job. He sheds the block here, and he gets arms around. He makes the tackle. That's great D-line play from Roseville. Even the defensive end, he gets a little bit far upfield, but he's able to get off, and they both go over and help with the tackle. That's not too shabby, Roseville. All right. Now we're back with Woodbury, and we're still in an I formation. Interesting choice, Woodbury. Left tackle is pretty far back as well. Are they unbalanced? Wait, they ran counter tray out of this? Okay, there's so much weird about them running counter tray. Normally when you run a counter tray like this, like Moundsview or former Farmington used to, the center has to come down and hit him. I see the fullbacks taking him. But look at what the center does. He goes over here, which is weird because you're already pulling 2 guys around that way. All of these guys should be blocking down here. They pull around there, and quarterback is free to bootleg. I like the call of a bootleg against a 4-4 defense because, as you see, there's nobody out there. It puts that outside backer in a bind because, look, now you've got 3 guys here matched up on only 2 defenders. Free safety needs to be reading that it's a bootleg this way and get his butt over there. This corner needs to come over here because you can see they're playing their base cover 3. He's cheating down with the drag. And there's nobody in that zone over there. Who's supposed to be in the zone over there? Outside backer. He has the flat. He attacks, and he realizes, oh, crap, I'm not in my zone. And then now, again, it puts him in conflict, because what does he do? There's nothing there. Also, look at the inside linebacker here. He sees the guard and tackle pull, and he scrapes all the way across and completely bites. He should be the one, if you're in a 4-4, coming up and hitting the quarterback. You have the flat, you have the deep third, you have deep there, and then you can pursue hook to curl. That'd be ideally how they would cover it. Yeah, he definitely fell for the play action. I mean, it's a good read. You see guard pulling. That's also good play calling on Woodbury's part. You call the run play first where you pull, and you can tell Roseville's been coached to key on the pull, so now you know what their linebackers are reading, and then you call play action right off of that. I'm actually a little bit impressed. I'm not impressed that the quarterback decided to take off running, though. He clearly has a wide open option here. I guess outside backer's a little bit in the running lane. Yeah, I definitely would have recommended. I mean, you still got the first down, but I definitely would have taken that pass there. We're in twins again. This time instead of I, we're in a pro formation. The H-back is fullback, whatever they call it, is now offset. Dude, what? This is like a Madden 2005 playbook right here. No joke. That's the last time that I saw a formation like this. What in the world? Hit him with another play action. I thought Woodbury was a spread team. What is all this I formation and play action stuff? That like I do not know what to say about this. Oh, we're taking a shot deep. And it was well covered. All right. Why do I not like this? On the very first play, we said that, and we knew Roseville's in a cover 3. So normally what you would want to do if you call verts into this, kind of like what we saw with Prairie Lake versus Forest Lake, because Forest Lake kept stacking a safety down into the box, and Prairie Lake's like, all right, you're going to give us cover 3, we're going to call verticals. You get a fade on the outside, one in the slot, one going between the deep safety in the corner, and then one on the far side. That way you see you're throwing into these gaps in between the cover 3. And then with Prairie Lake, they were just kind of reading that deep safety. If deep safety goes to this zone, then you throw to this one. If deep safety decides to come down with that receiver, then you throw to that seam. Pretty simple. But for Woodbury to just throw up one fade, and what's the route underneath? Is it an out? I don't understand the concept. I mean, think about, so they essentially have a fade, a hook over the middle, and then it's either the tight end or the fullback comes across in the drag. And think about what I drew up with Roseville's coverage. They're cover 3, so he's deep, he's taking that zone, and he's in the flat. You're sending the pass concept is going right into Roseville's base coverage. So they don't have to put in, well, essentially any work to try and stop it. It was the tight end, yeah. I don't like that 14's getting deep. He's got to stay in his flat, that outside backer, but he can be there for that. The safety, and even the inside backer dropped here to take that hook. They blitz. Well, he blitzed because he saw the fullback coming, then he drops back afterwards. Corner's in his deep zone. He realizes when they're looking out that way, he scrapes over. I got to be honest, Roseville's defense is not looking too shabby. But I also am not a fan of Woodbury's play calling. If this was more of a post, which it kind of looks like he breaks right here, but he's slightly doing it. I could understand, like, if the whole point was to get the safety to bite down and then he's coming deep, then you can easily beat that corner if you throw it over here, because this one's not dropping deep. He doesn't see anyone coming deep. He should be in that zone to go cover it, but yeah, they might trick him. The main thing is you're tricking the safety to come down, and they expect the corner to try and go with the tight end coming across. Again, it doesn't work because execution. So now I'm liking the play call a little bit better because you're essentially putting this corner in a bind. The problem is the receiver ran like that instead of a post. So he never gets separation from the corner. Because you see the safety bite down right here. If he would have run more of a post and got over there. No, because the other corner's running that way as well. I don't know about that one, Woodbury. Not a fan of that pass concept based on what Roseville's giving you. Wait a minute. What? A wing T? Who do you think you are, Prairie? I mean, this is Prairie Lake and Eden Prairie. Oh, no. Do we have a situation like what Prairie Lake and Rosemount do, where when they lose to something, they mimic it? I mean, this is straight up like ditto out of Pokemon. We lost to EP in Prairie Lake week 7 and 8 last season, so we're going to take some of their plays. Oh my God. They ran trap. They literally ran Eden Prairie's trap. Dude, this is nutty. What? So you've done I formation. If they do spread stuff on top of this, I'm going to be very sad because that tells me they're just like a Rosemount or Prairie Lake or an STMA where they're just slapping plays and formations together like it's college football 26. And, we just take good plays and we slap them all together and Frankenstein our playbook, as opposed to here's a system, here's the techniques associated with the system, coach the techniques in indie time, apply them to your inside run and your skelly, and then build off of that in your team time when you're able to make your reads and everything. And it all flows seamlessly in practice. But with this, how do you practice that? If you have that many different plays that you're running, you don't have enough indie time to learn all the skills, so consequently, the plays won't be as good as like a system type deal. And how do you even have indie time? If you have that many plays to practice, are you getting good reps at all of them? How many reps? It just poses all kinds of questions, and I'm not sure why, any team kind of takes that approach, let alone Woodbury. Now the pieces are starting to add up a little bit. Also, it's weird because if you look, it looks like they're playing an underfront. You have a 3 technique here and a 1 technique on the strong side. They should be running trap down this way. Because you don't really... He's going to be taken out by a fake. He can be your trap man. If you'd have gotten a double team down this way, you go get the first man inside, you seal off the D end, you pull and trap him. Actually, let me read you some of that. You get a double team here. You go to opposite backer. Tackle can go to this backer. And then you have to cut him off. You can go get a safety. You're going to fake. You block there. These 3 are not involved in this at all. They're going to have no say. Our main concern is the defensive end here. Guard comes and he kicks out the 3 technique right there. And there's your running lane. That's where it should go. The main thing is that defensive end. He's got to be faked out either by this motion or this guy can come out and block him out here. And that didn't happen. Also, they ran trap the wrong way. So once again, I'm going to put this on the center. If we look at them running trap, who's supposed to be trapped? Him, but who was left unblocked? Well, there were two guys. And look, see, this is why it's so weird. It's so difficult for this tackle to get down here. And why is this, if the center knows that the play is going to this A gap, why is he blocking into that gap? He should be going down there. So, like, say you're running trap this way. It's strange to do it there. You're going to have to still leave him unblocked, which I think is the right call. But then tackle's going to have to go here. You're going to have to get a double team here now and work up to that backer. He's still going to be in a tough position trying to seal him off. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You can't really get a double team. It's first man inside. So you would go there. You have to block him. You have to take him. You block him. I just don't like the direction they're calling this to. You could sort of... He's going in motion. You can go there. You can go out and get him. And then you come around and trap him. See, now the problem is... You got this guy here. And there's no one to account for him. What, are you going to have him come through? Are you hoping the motion fools him into going this way? And then trap comes back this way? It looks like they have not run it. And also, you're calling it into a 4-4 defense. Like, they're all beefed up. Why would you not give them your spread offense? Maybe they just didn't have the wide receivers or the quarterback to throw last season. But yeah, I was not expecting Woodbury to be running an Eden Prairie play within the first 5 plays of the game. That's absolutely wild. And it shows that there's like, well, EP runs it, we're going to run it too. Because if you look at the execution, once again, I think this is a defensive tackle for Roseville. He's working half a man. He fights off the block. He gets held a little bit right here. But he still gets around. That's more of an arm tackle. I'd like to see him get a little bit lower. The end over here is a solid job. And they make the tackle. I got to say, Roseville's got some pretty solid D-line play. I think Coach Stephenson was a defensive lineman. Ooh, not a fan of the defensive end getting trapped. He comes off low. He closes the gap. Once he sees the puller coming, though, what does he do? He stops moving his feet. You can see right here, feet stop, and he gets pushed back. Don't stop the feet. When you see puller coming, get up there, wrong arm him, work right here, because you know they want to run in there. Also, what is the linebacker doing just running into a bunch of bodies? Ooh, nice fit. Ooh, that was almost like Centennial-esque. They have him. Not a fan of planting your feet and trying to go back. And the linebacker, number 20 here, he sort of stops and helps push. Yeah, that was really bizarre. All right, now we're in 12 personnel with pro slot. X, H... Y, Z, R. Like, oh, Woodbury. What is the offensive identity? You've got like more of a spread formation. You did an I formation earlier, and you did a wing T formation. Oh, yep. I think we know where this is going. This is definitely offensive identity crisis. Are we gonna have a? I mean, it's 3rd and 7. They have to go with a pass play here. Play action doesn't make any sense because why would Roseville be fooled into a run, or you're just gonna run stretch like STMA does and not reach block? Oh Lord. Well, they got me. I'm like, you have to pass here, right? Woodbury's like, nah, dude, we got this. How's the? We actually have a solid double team right here at the point of attack. That's not too shabby. How's the reach block on the edge? Yeah, that's part of the problem. And who comes in and fills here? That's a really nice scrape by the inside backer, number 20 over here. He sees all the reach blocking. 57 could do better. He's taking weird angles, but 20 is doing a pretty solid job scraping. If 57 fills a little bit more like this and then up after the scrape there, it's usually the way you want to see your inside linebackers playing. 20 does a nice job finding the hole. And he hits. You just got to keep his legs moving here. It's a solid hit. He wraps up low, but if you look, it's sort of more of an arm tackle. Would like to see the shoulder in there. And then fly to the ball, Roseville. Get involved. Keep pushing. It's a nice little scrum right there. Woodbury. What in... Dude, this isn't a gun single wing. What is this? Oh, I'm convinced. I saw this in, like... This is the Madden, like, 22 pistol heavy. They're literally running a Madden playbook. I will cry right now. Like, what? You have 2 fullbacks, an H-back, you're double tight, and then you're like Wildcat? again, we are 7 plays in, and we've seen Woodbury essentially run, 5 different offenses at this point? Spread. Wing T. Wing T. I. Well, I guess pro. I. So, I. And we'll keep pro counted as I. Wing T. Spread. And now, this. So in 6 offensive plays, you run 4 different offenses that don't complement each other. Oh, yeah. That is definitely not a recipe for success, but I digress. What do we got? They actually snapped it. And he runs outside. Ooh. What in the world kind of block was this? It looks like it's just a stretch to the outside. Supposed to be like a sweep type play. Yeah. That's a lineman in the backfield. 53. Yeah. Interesting block right there. Let's see if that one comes back. Yep, there we go. I really like the inside linebacker for Roseville, though, number 20. If you look at the way he scrapes across, he gets low. Ooh, number 9. I know you're a DB, but when you see that coming like this, you got to come up. Your wrong arm. Right there. See how he plants the feet? Big no-no. You got to know the situation. First down's right there. It's 4th down. You get off the field, your offense has less than 50 yards to go to score. So don't stop your feet. Get up there and take half the man. Tack the legs if you need to. Safety, get up there and fill to help. Rest of you, scrape over and start getting them. Well, now they have to punt, right? Yeah, okay. So noted, Roseville DBs, when it comes to filling and tackling, not as big. Just got to be aware of the sticks there. Woodbury, very strange play call. All right, typical punt formation. Nothing original there. And now, I mean, that was essentially, it wasn't a 3 and out because they got the first down in the quarterback scramble, but that's a great first stop for Roseville. And surprised he didn't fair catch this. And he makes a man miss. Woodbury comes in like a screaming missile, but what does he do? He's aiming up at the chest. He's not aiming at the hips. So he comes in too high, tries to arm tackle, and that never gets it done. You got to be tracking the hips, not the chest. The chest can be shifty and move around. The hips don't lie, man. Where the hips go, the body goes. That's just the reality of how humans are built. Oh, and he finds a seam. That's still pretty solid. Now Woodbury gets... Was that number 20 doing the return? That's their inside linebacker, is also the return man? No, it couldn't be. Did he fumble? Oh, he did fumble. That's what happened. Ball pops out right here. Yeah, see, there's the football. Football did pop out, and 20 just happened to fall on it. Right place, right. Not a fan that he fell on its chest first. That could get you hurt. You got to fall on the side, fetal position, and then pull the ball into yourself. No. Okay, so Roseville is also in 12 personnel. They're in tray open here. Interesting, though, you have tight end and X on the same side, so it's unbalanced. In order for the tight end to be eligible, he has to shift to the other side. Man, what in the Prairie Lake and Moorhead are we doing here? 7 yards back. And they're running stretch. And, oh, Lord. All right. Teams, if we don't work on reach blocking, we can't run stretch. So, this is mainly on the left tackle here. If we're reach blocking, you're supposed to reach there. You would have to reach to the next man over who's up there. What he doesn't do is reach. He actually blocks down, and you can see he gets in the way of the guard. The guard's actually blocking his own teammate's back right here, because his teammate got the wrong person. And it looks like the tight end and the H-back are expecting the tackle to pick up that backer. Also, Woodbury's in the 3-4. I forgot to mention that. We do have 3 down linemen, 4 linebackers, and 4 DBs. Interesting that the safety's rolling over. They not know where to play? Come over here. Oh, never mind. They switched. Move back over there. You got to be on him. They playing cover 0? I guess we'll see later. The bottom line, teams, if we do not practice reach blocking, you cannot run stretch. Left tackle, you got to reach block. If you don't reach someone, then it's not stretch. You can't run that play. I can't really fault the... I mean, it's a decent play call. Look at how tight Woodbury is to the formation. Getting outside of that makes total sense. The only problem is you don't reach out there, and the tight end and H-back duck back inside. Well, tight end especially ducks back inside. Get your butt... I mean, yes, you're picking up that linebacker that's scraping over, but theoretically, someone else should be picking him up. He gets hung up. Looks like they're almost playing... Is he in a 4 technique? It looks more so like he's in a 3. And he's in a 3 too. They're playing like a pinch front or a bear front? That's odd. Okay, and we had a Roseville miscue, obviously, so I don't know that I like either of that. The defense left me with some question marks, and the offense did. Now Woodbury's in a 4-3. You're in a 3-4 here. Number 8's an outside back, or number 8's still an outside back, or who's up here? Is this 33? 53? 53. No, it might be 83. I can't see. I think that says 83 right there. Is 83 the one that's down at the top? No, that's a 90. 93. Is this the same kid? Is that a 93 and I'm just stupid? So they have a kid that plays outside backer and D-line? I think that is a 9. I see. It's so, like, I'm trying to tell because if it's not the same kid between these two plays, that means they're running both a 3-4 and a 4-3 defense. Why would you need to run both? That's again, bit of a question mark. Completely different defensive schemes, and the techniques do not carry over. Believe me, just ask Lakeville South or STMA from this last season. When you switch from one to the other, after you've used the other for so long, you can't just carry over the same techniques. You actually have to learn what works with that new defense. Otherwise, you get the results that both of our teams did. At least on the defensive side of the ball. What's the play after this? That's 93 at the bottom here. That is. Okay. So they just put the outside linebacker as a down lineman. And it looks like he's in a 5 technique because you have a nose guard here, you have a 3 here. So I guess that must just be a play call. If they call like an over type thing, outside backer knows to come down. But then who's taking the flat out here with the H-back if he releases? And it's zone coverage. You see how far they're playing off. We going to get cover 3 here? And he comes down in the flat? Yes, he does. Look at that. What run play do we have? We're going right back to stretch. What was the reach blocking this time? Did we have reach blocking? Center, yes. Oh, guard. Did we reach block? No. That's a pretty solid job by the tackle getting 93. What did the H-back do? Oh my god, the H-back did nothing on this play. Let's go back and watch. Yeah, it looks... Is he trying to block him? It looked like he was releasing into the flat on like a speed out. Maybe he missed the play call, didn't realize it was a run play? That's bizarre. Like, huh? Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. That's really strange. I mean, if he blocks the safety here, you see everyone else is accounted for. You go there, you get him. I mean, that could be a touchdown Roseville. And then receiver, go get the other safety. There's no reason to mess with this corner. Oh, it just comes down to a little bit of execution. And then you can't give up. Like 68 here, he gets up to backer, and that's awesome. He's working the wrong half the man, though. If you're trying to reach and run out that way, you got to work on this half the man and turn him this way. If you watch this other lineman, he's doing a better job of it. He gets pushed off. He's not engaging with his hands at all. He's just trying to shoulder it, but he at least gets on this side. But remember, the defender is not just going to let you do that. You got to keep fighting for it. This receiver kind of played pity-patty, but he does get some solid blocking there. Did the safety end up making the tackle, or he flew by him? Flew by him. Yeah, it's the linebackers that came off the blocks. Ugh, if we just clean up the technique here, that'd be pretty solid. Interesting they called the same stretch play twice. At least they're sticking with 12 personnel. It looks like Roseville has a system thus far. Woodbury is about to blitz a corner? No, it's 3rd and 7. They're going to send 6. Cover 3. He steps down. Yep. It is too easy, bro. Too easy. That was a really nice read by the safety. So safety comes down in the flat. You release someone into the flat. But then, remember, when the safety vacates, what does that leave open? If he comes down to the flat, this is like a bootleg or a flood concept. Also, I get that you're running play action after your run plays, and this is a bootleg off of stretch. What's the problem with that, though? You have to establish stretch as a viable threat first, which has not happened. You're in 3rd and 7. Second of all, it's 3rd and long. The team is expecting a pass. They're sending a blitz onto your weak side. We can see that right here. And they're playing 3 deep to protect the sticks. So it's a bit of a tough one. You know what's funny? Ironically, if they ran toss out here and got outside of those guys, reach there. I mean, if you want to try and reach, you can. And then it's just up to him to try and get over there and make the play, the other deep safety. Because see how hard they bite inside? If you tossed outside of that, they'd be running up here. You'd already be here. And now they're trying to chase behind. That's a good read by Woodbury's safety. He comes up, takes the flat. And just like that. Okay, now I think I'm starting to see why this game was so low scoring. Oh, boy. At least Roseville's play calling, like the order has made sense. With Woodbury. And Woodbury's first 2 plays did. I'm like, okay, you ran a power where you pulled a tackle instead of a guard, and then you ran a bootleg off of that, which, you know, was counter Trey, but it had the same effect, and it worked against Roseville's defense. All right, now Woodbury's back in 12 personnel. Dude, how many different formations do we need in the first, 7 plays of offense? All right, we're getting a pass play. We already know what coverage is. I think we talked about this. You're going to get a cover 3. Flat, middle, hook. I don't like that the second inside backer is going so wide. You got to remember, you're on the hash, right? There's not a lot of field over here to work with. Your outside backer that's taking the flat pretty much can control that area. You got a lot more ground on this side to work with. This inside backer should be taking a wider angle for coverage, and you more of a hook to seam. Instead, he drops back there, essentially into the flat, and now you got 2 backers in the same zone. And so let's see. Now that we know that coverage, what is Woodbury running into it? Kind of a little, not quite a switch. It's like an in with a speed out. So it's a crossing pattern, which is a strange thing to run against the cover 3. Because if you think about it, when they switch, he's going to be in the flat and running with the speed out the whole time. And when he comes over the middle, if the inside backer goes to his correct spot, which he should be, he is tracking the eyes, he'd be there, and then the corner's there. Is there anyone going deep over here to fool the corner? No. Oh, inside backer did not do his job. He vacated. Also, number 50. I don't know if this was a called stunt, but he decides to go inside. Biggest mistake a defensive end can do. If you are playing a 4-man defensive front and the D end has outside contain, not the backer dropping into coverage, you cannot duck inside, right? Because he's dropping all the way into coverage. You got to maintain the edge. And then we hit a spin move. I mean, by that point, it's too late. Look at how far you got inside. The quarterback realizes, oh, there's nobody out here. I can spread out here. I mean, and it's funny because the nose guard gets a solid push here. He gets to quarterback depth. If 50 would have just stayed out here, quarterback's got to go this way. The other defensive end's pursuing. The pocket would have collapsed around him. There's just no reason for this defensive end to come inside. Also, Nose guard. I was giving you props. Your stance is pretty solid. He's got a little more balance. This one's probably a little bit better. He's got a little more weight on the feet than the hand. This one's a little bit too hand heavy. They're all in 4-point stances. You're in a 3-point stance. That's a pretty solid stance up there. So old school D-line technique used to have a lot more weight on your hands because that's what, that's just the way D-line always was. If you look up now, a lot more teams are switching to more of a 50-50 stance with equal weight on your feet and hands, because if all the weight's on your hands, you have to take time to transfer the weight to your feet as you come out of your stance. And that's just wasted time to get to the quarterback, especially at the high school level. So now and then obviously when you transfer all that, you still have to lift your hands off the ground. That just takes even more time because all your weight's on them. So you got to transfer all the weight off them, lift them up, and give them a pop. It's just a whole lot of motion in a very little amount of time. So if you can cut down on the amount of time it takes just by changing your stance, why would you not do that? Oh, and then one of my least favorite things, what does the nose guard do? He jumps. You never jump. What does a quarterback do when a D lineman jumps? He steps away from you. He's on the ground. He can move. When you jump, you can't move. You ain't like Yoda where you about to float to the side or something, like you got telekinesis. That's not about to happen. Bro ain't teleporting over here. Never jump. If you were a pass rusher, the worst thing you can do is jump at a quarterback, because then he just does stuff like that. And I already talked about how I wanted inside backer to stay in his zone if he actually stayed there. It looks like he's conflicted. He's like, well, do I go up and get the quarterback? Do I come over here? And again, it comes back to team football. He's worried the quarterback's going to escape and scramble because his defensive lineman lost outside contain. And now he's like, well, do I have to go outside contain or can I stay in my zone? He picks to come outside contain. Quarterback throws to the guy that's in the zone he should be covering, because this outside backer is supposed to be there in the flat. He has a deep third. I guess the corner could come up. That's a solid completion. Woodbury for a first down. We're back to the wing tee. Roseville could have defended that. That's why it's so important for everyone on the football field to do that job. By one defensive end hooking inside for no reason, it completely messed up how your linebackers are covering the play and allowed Woodbury to get an easy first down. What is a Prior Lake lead, but to the weak side? You ran right into an unblocked defender. What is this play? And again, we have another triple team on the nose guard. The center, the guard, and the tackle all block one defender. Is this like some kind of all-state defensive lineman that I don't know about? Why else would you triple team one defensive lineman in the run game? And again, they're still giving you a 4-4 defense. Why are you trying to run out of a wing tee into a 4-4 defense? And it's not like this should have caught Woodbury off guard. Like going back to my Anoka versus Blaine's live stream, I talked about how it looked like Blaine got caught off guard because Anoka's base defense is a 3-4, but Anoka came out playing a 2-4 nickel package that whole game on defense. And Blaine was caught off guard. Their fault for never adjusting to it. But my point is, you gotta know what the defense is running. You know Roseville's a base 4-4 defense. It's not like they pulled an Anoka and are like, we're actually running a different defense against you this week. No, this is what Roseville runs. This is a little bit confusing that this is the approach Woodbury took. And I'm really questioning the blocking schemes. A triple team on the nose guard. And if you're going to get up to... Did they just think we didn't need to block the outside backer? Were you expecting him to get a kick-out block? That's really strange. And I do need to give Roseville's defensive end some credit this time. See how he closes his gap down? He's really playing and containing the edge. When he closes down right here, that leaves no availability for the fullback to get a kick-out block. I guess that'd be a tailback. If you want to go by old wing T standards, that's actually the fullback, and this is the tailback. It's just so bizarre, because now you have, and you can see, the fullback is bigger than the tailback. So now you've got your smaller kid trying to block a defensive lineman. D lineman plays great. There's no room for him to kick him out. So now he's trying to block him in, but we have an unblocked outside linebacker because it's a 4-4 defense. Not a fan of the outside linebacker. stopping his feet right here. See? Feet stop, plant. At the very least, he's containing his gap, and he's forcing him to come back inside. There's our buddy number 20 making another great read. He sees a hole open up. He's like, hey, I have an angle. Comes and gets it. Number 5 helps. I don't understand the offense, Woodbury. And again, what play does this set up in your offense? How does this look like anything they ran here? It doesn't. It's oh my, it is Madden playbook, bro. Oh no. Oh yeesh. Okay. Yeah. I think we already know a way we can improve Woodbury's offense. Pick ace. And it's weird because I could have sworn in 2023 they stuck with their 11 personnel spread stuff. Because on YouTube, I think I showed a while ago on one of my live streams, there was a Buffalo parent that was like recording entire games in the 2023 season. Posted the entire Buffalo Woodbury playoff game on YouTube, and I watched the whole thing. And Woodbury's just torching Buffalo with their 11 personnel spread offense. Obviously, you're playing a Maroon team, you should. But they're playing a Maroon team here, and they're not. This is just really strange from Woodbury. And then what do they run? Now they're back to their I formation. So look at this. On this drive alone, we have 12 personnel spread, 22 personnel wing T, and now 21 personnel I formation. It's like watching Rosemount, but at least Rosemount would stay in that same formation for like 2 to 3 plays. This is literally every single play. They're changing their offense. Oh my god, this might be the worst case I've seen of plays over system. Woodbury, what are we doing? Counter tray. But this time they actually run the counter tray. But again, it doesn't work because look, what's the center doing? He doesn't block down. If you're pulling both, and I get the fullback is covering here because it's a counter tray, but if your center's not going to block down, you get a double team there, and you're going out, you can get there and you can get there, which it looks like they're supposed to, but the play side, yeah, the center's the one that messes up here, and then the tackle doesn't do anything. He eventually gets to a linebacker. Linebacker 20 makes a... He was a little bit more hesitant this time because remember, he got fooled by the bootleg. So at least counter tray and that counter tray bootleg set each other up. I will give Woodbury that. Those two plays work together. But this... What is this? Like, it... How can we react this way? Again, why is the center not down blocking on the back side? That D lineman was left unblocked, and he goes and he makes the tackle. Like, what did you expect to happen? He's the closest person to the football, and he's left unblocked. Like I said earlier, center down block, double team here, up to him. Tight end can take him. First man, kick out. Other man comes around, takes inside backer, and there you go. And you can work your way to the safety. He's outside. You don't need to worry about him. And there's your run lane. It's so weird because you can see what Woodbury's trying to do, and it's like, okay, it could work if they knew what the blocking scheme was. And going back to what I just said like a few minutes ago, you know Roseville's a base 4-4 defense. It's them and Eastview. They're the two teams in 6A that are a base 4-4 defense. So all week in practice, you should be, when you do inside run or team time with your offense, you're going against a 4-4 defense. But it looks like they prepared for a 3-4 because the center is not down blocking against the counter motion. It's really weird. He and the guard are double teaming. You don't need to do that. Let these two double team down because you're not blocking this guy anyway. Double teamed a weak side backer. You block him out, and the hope is that the quarter or the fullback picks him off. And there you go. Now the D-line's accounted for. And like we said, if the tight end, if we want him to... Wait. Why is Roseville... Both their outside backers are on one side? Huh? Maybe it's not a 4-4 defense. It's actually a 4-3. And they just stack a safety down? Who stacked over? Is that 29? No, it's 14. Is 14 actually a safety? Where's 14 on this play? He's still on the left. Okay, no, he's an outside backer. They just put them both on the same side with the tight end. Interesting. Do you want to run out there where there's no outside backer containing the edge? Dude, I have no idea what's happening here. This is such a strange game. Great play by the nose guard, though. Offense chose to leave him unblocked because I guess Woodbury didn't practice against a 4-3 defense or a 4-4 defense. Maybe it's, I don't want to say arrogance, but maybe it's like, oh, we're playing a Maroon team week 1. We don't necessarily need to prepare for them. But it's like, why would you have that mentality? Like, you prepare for every opponent. When we played Roseville in 2023, like, sure, we're a 1 seed, they're an 8-seeded Maroon team. You still prepare for them the same way you prepare for any team. We also played Eastview in the last cycle, week 7. It doesn't matter if you're playing Rosemount, Lakeville North, or Eastview. You prepare for them the same way. Like, I drew up as many scout plays for Eastview, and we practiced them as we did any other team. Like, I don't know why you would just have the mentality, oh, it's a Maroon team, we don't need to worry. Because then you get caught in games like this where you only beat a Maroon team 13-10. Yeesh. Yeah, so once again, center did not get his block. I formation on 3rd and 7. Are we going back to, let me guess, it's going to be fake counter tray out that way, bootleg out this way. Toss. Are both. See, now it doesn't make sense to run it because outside backers are on this different sides now. It made sense earlier when they were both over here. Maybe the Woodbury coach figured they would give them the same look again, but that was out of I Pro. Now you're in I Twins, and he's back over here to take the flat. So, yeah, if you put the Z back over here, then maybe he goes over there. Excuse me, but as is, yeah, whoever's watching Roseville's defense up in the box for Woodbury to see how they react to the different formations might need to work on communicating to the OC, like, hey, this is how they're aligning to us. Like, obviously they saw something on the last play with Roseville not defending the flat or having the 2 outside backers on the same side. But you think that they're not going to adjust that within one play? I mean, some teams don't adjust. You got me there. But you might as well go back to the same formation. Why mix up the formation to take advantage of that? Like, I get if you want the extra blocker, but don't you think the defense has rules to adjust to said extra blocker? Which it looks like they did. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. It's toss. We actually get a solid reach block from the left tackle on the defensive end. Linebackers should be scraping across. Oh, 29. So why am I not happy with number 29? His job is containing the edge. What does he do? He shoots way wide outside and takes himself out of the play. You don't need to do that. Stand your ground. Take him on. Because if you take him on, he goes outside of you. Well, what happens if he goes outside of you? He runs into the corner. Speaking of which, corner, it's tossed. The mesh has already happened. What are you doing? Get up there. If you take the flat, you have the edge, you fill underneath. Now, if he doesn't run into one of you, he runs out of bounds. Like, that's how you defend toss. And then you're coming from behind, and you two are coming from behind. Like, you should be easily able to defend this, but no, the outside backer decides, you know what, I'm going to do the safety's job instead. And that'd be fine if the safety knew to come up and fill here. And he eventually does, but by that point, too late. Or is it? Did they stop him? No, I think they just barely, yeah, he just barely got it. Oh, Roseville could have gotten a stop here. You could have had Woodbury 3 and out, but you decided to play pity-patty out there instead of sticking with your assignment. You need to fill faster in corner. If you've read run play, stop dropping back deep. This receiver is not running a route. Once you see, like, he eventually realizes, oh, crap, but yeah, we gotta, and especially if it's cover 3, look where his eyes are. Your eyes are in the backfield. You see the ball's being pitched. And then you're like, oh, I keep going backwards. Oh, no, ball was pitched. Run play. Got to make that read faster. Oh, bummer. That could have been. Is this the next first? Yeah, this is the next play. All right, sticking with the I formation. We have a little bit of consistency here with Woodbury now. They're giving us the I. Counter tray again. And the center's doing the same thing. They won't block the nose guard. This time, I'm going to say... Well, they're playing an underfront this time, because now you've got the one on this side. You have a 3 technique over here. 3 technique. If you read pull, you got to get your butt in there and follow the pull. See how he just stops here and hovers? That's not good technique. You got to be attacking. Oh, what happened to the number 14 here? He sees the fullback coming across, and you see, I will give Woodbury credit. These two plays do play off of each other. The rest of the stuff they're doing is pulled out of Madden, but these two plays, the counter tray and the play action off of it, set it up. You got like a levels or a flood concept here. He's releasing, he goes deep, and then the tight end's coming across the second level. You have level 1, level 2, level 3. That is nice. The only problem is our buddy number 14 doesn't do his job. If you think about it, they should have this covered. He goes deep, he takes the flat. The hole should be the tight end at the second level, but our buddy the linebacker should be going with him, and then defensive end should have outside contain. That should shut down the flood. Problem is, what does the linebacker or the defensive end do? Dives inside. What does the outside backer do? Dives inside. Number 20 sort of fills up his end of the bargain. He's getting out there. And where's the... Is that the free safety? Free safety makes a solid read and gets out there. Oh, yep. It's just you got to do your own job, man. Number 14 decides to dive inside. And if... Like, I know the Patriots did this a lot against the Rams when they would do 12 personnel or 11 and they'd do stretch, and the H-back would do, like, they would do, not stretch, they'd do split zone. So you've got inside zone coming down this way, and then H-back slashes across. So we saw Edina do that a little bit. Stillwater does some split zone. And then it sets up play action, because when you expect the H-back to come across, all right, I'm going to take on the block and then keep attacking the running back, well, then he releases into the flat. What the Patriots did in the 2018 Super Bowl is when the H-back slashed across, they just absolutely leveled him. That way, if it's a run play, now we can go attack the running back. If it's a pass play, well, there's no H-back to check down to, so you're taking away one of the levels. That means he either has to throw to the tight end at the second level or go deep. And I'm assuming this is a backside post back here, is it? Yeah, How predictable, Woodbury. How predictable. Everyone runs essentially the same plays, man. I don't know if they call it level. I guarantee Woodbury probably calls it levels or flood. They have to. I need water. Oh, Woodbury. Oh, boy. I mean, it's another first down, but again, that's more so because Roseville got out of position. It's just, oh, poor number 14. If you absolutely just level the fullback, I could see it, but you hit him with your helmet too. Also, if you're about to lower the boom, you can't stop your feet, brother. This is like the biggest issue. You stop your feet, you plant, and you're just gonna go, eh. You gotta drive through him if you're gonna whack him. Like, oh, that was not very good. Good catch and run for Woodbury. And now we're back in the Eden Prairie wing tee. Interesting to note, I think they've been in just regular wing. So let me pull up the test practice script really fast. Go down here, test. Let me see if I got 22 wing slot preloaded. So 22. Actually, it should just be 22 wing tee. 22 wing. That's a little bit different. So when you have regular wing like this, and this is what Eden Prairie calls it, they use numbers instead of letters like this. Letters like this are more of what Prairie Lake does with Y, tight end, H, R, and Z, and then X is your receiver. So this is regular wing. Wing left, and if you want to flip it, wing right. So wing strong is when Z comes over here. Now, Z and H are on the same side. This is wing strong. And then for EP, say they move H over here, they just call this would be slot strong, and this would be just slot. So, yeah, fun fact. Now you get to learn a few of Eden Prairie's formations. But they do mess with that a little bit just to get guys into position where they want to and mismatch against the defense. Whereas Woodbury is exclusively staying in just the base wing T 22 personnel look right here. Not wing strong or anything, just wing. And that's what we see here. There's your Y, here's your H, R, Z is over here, and there's your X. Boom. And then obviously quarterback's under center. Motions across. Okay, this looks like Prairie Lake, man. They're running power. Prairie Lake doesn't run power as much. They prefer to run line where they pull a tackle, but this is more of a guard pull. If he blocks out and he comes around in, That's power. Except nobody blocked the defensive end. Who's supposed to get him? Was the kick out supposed? If the kick out's supposed to get him, why would he not go upfield? And if it's power, if you're running a wide power, shouldn't you be blocking down and he gets full back? I'm sorry. All right. I'm so like discombobulated from the nonsensical that's going on here. You get a double team there. He comes around and gets the next man inside, which would be here. You get the kick out block there. I'm sorry, not fullback. Yeah, fullback would get the kick out block, and then you come underneath, and there's your run lane. And you're not accounting for the corner. But it is, again, it's like Woodbury was expecting a 3-4 defense, which I've never seen Roseville run. Why would they? I get that the rest of them, like every team in the Metro East runs a 3-4 defense. White Bear, Forest Lake, unless they're playing Egan, Stillwater, Moundsview, East Ridge, and obviously Woodbury. Although I guess Woodbury apparently can put their outside backer down as a defensive lineman, so they kind of bounce between the two. But that's what you're used to seeing. And then Eden Prairie and Prairie Lake were also 3-4 defenses. So the only 4-4 defense you're seeing is Roseville, the first game of the season. You think Woodbury would have practiced that, but it seems like they just didn't bother. Because again, you get weird stuff where it just looks like that extra defensive lineman was not accounted for at all. Just, very strange. I mean, you do get a solid double team at the point of attack here from the tackle and guard. I'm just so confused as to who was supposed to block the defensive end. Like, the kick out makes no sense. If you look at the guard, he's coming inside. He's supposed to take the first man inside. 50 plays it a little wide, but ultimately he makes the tackle. It just looks like Woodbury has no clue how to account for the extra linemen. It's so strange. Oh my goodness. What are we in now? We're in 12 pro slot. This time we're gun instead of under center. We could actually have a jet sweep here because see how All right, I will give Woodbury some credit here. Credit and I'll throw shade at the same time. We'll throw shade first. This does not look like anything else in your playbook. It does not support your I formation stuff. It does not support your wing T stuff. You need to pick a system. You got to pick one and commit to it. You can't do all this goofy combinations and stuff. You're not Eden Prairie. You're not Stillwater. You're Woodbury. Just be Woodbury. So this is kind of like going all the way back to the Hopkins live stream I did when the running back was on this side and they would do a fake jet sweep. You knew that there was no threat of a jet sweep because the running back's not in position to lead block out there if he's on the wrong side. This time, I love the setup because you can have a jet sweep with these two leading out here, or you can do a fake jet sweep and then you can have GH counter coming back this way. Let me get him going more up. There you go. And you can't tell which one it could be pre-snap. So it is a very nice idea to disguise it like that. And ultimately, it's jet sweep. Why do we pull a backside guard on a jet sweep? So, once again, there's a defensive lineman left unblocked. I don't like that it's the edge defender. Like, he's never going to get there. What is the point of pulling this guard? This is like when STMA pulled the backside guard on their toss. When they would toss it to the running back who's already sidecard out here. And this backside guard is like, well, I can't get over there. Why would you pull the backside guard in a jet sweep? Have him block down. You can block down to the end, then pull this guard around. Kind of like doing a blast or a belly. Like Lakeville North or Centennial does. And you know what's funny? Oh my goodness. That unblocked defensive end actually is able to chase him down. That's nice. And he fumbles the ball. And Roseville gets it. Again, it looks like Woodbury just was not expecting a four-man front. Why aren't they blocking the fourth lineman? Did they only practice against 3-4 defenses? Did they not know Roseville's a 4-4? That's Roseville's defense is a 4-4. I know that, and I barely know, the few things I know about Roseville. I know that they have a 4-4 defense, and their coach is Andy Stephenson. That's like the things that I know about Roseville. Apparently, that's more than Woodbury knows about Roseville, because they did not know they were a 4-4 defense, based on what we are seeing on this film. Why are we pulling a backside guard on jet sweep? He's never going to get there. He doesn't get there. In fact, he ends up blocking his own... Is that the center of the play side guard? It's a play side guard. He ends up blocking his own man. And he's like, okay, now I can actually go up to somebody else. But by that point, your running back's already tackled in the backfield by the guy that walked right past you just a few seconds ago. Oh, that's a real nice job. See how he's able to get a hand on the ball up here? Gets around the elbow. That's really nice. Roseville's got a solid D-line from what I've seen. Some of the technique could be better. Like here, it's a bit of a false step. See how he has to go back? This is what I was talking about earlier when I said you're a little bit slower out of your stance when you're not necessarily in a 4-point, but you're stretched out like that. Because look, you can see all the weight is on their hands. So what happens at the snap of the ball? Especially watch the nose guard right here. See how he shifts back a little bit first? That's what I was talking about when I said you have to shift the weight back to your feet. Because you don't walk with your hands. The weight's got to be on your feet when you launch out of your stance. So he shifts all of his weight right back there. He has to go backwards and then go forward, as opposed to just being in a better stance and just going forward. Then defensive tackle stays decently low. D-end on the top side is a little bit high. D-end down here is pretty solid. He closes down his gap. He reads the mesh. He attacks. And he's actually able to chase down a wide receiver in motion. I don't know why the wide receiver cut in. I guess that's number 14. I will give the outside backer credit. Number 14 gets out there, contains, and forces it back inside. Number 20 fills. I don't like how number 20 gets bodied right here. That's not very good. Does he stop his feet? Yeah, he kind of does right here. See how he plants and then kind of comes up and is like, yeah, maybe. Ooh, boom. Yeah, that's not going to do it, my guy. You got to keep running at him. Don't be afraid of the contact. You're a big kid. Get up there. Half the man, wrong arm him. Maybe they don't know how to wrong arm at Roseville. Let's work on that in individual time for our inside linebackers. Let's work on some wrong arming technique before the season starts. That's a great job by Roseville's D-line, though. And they fly to the football. Woodbury has no clue what's going on. And now Roseville gets the ball deep in Woodbury territory. I don't think we've gotten past like this 40-yard line, have we? 12 personnel. I mean, Roseville's sticking with the system. Woodbury is pinched. Why are they pinched in so tight in a 3-4 defense? Are they pinching these guys in because they figure the safeties can cover out wide? I can sort of see it with the boundary safety here because he doesn't have a lot of room to work with. But if you look, this other safety is stacked like over the guard and center. How is he going to get all the way out there? That's an and the ball's on this hash. You're going to tell me he has an entire thirds of the field to work with? Oh, we're running stretch again. Is that Javon Minor, number 7? I think it is, at running back. How's the stretch blocking this time? Okay, so they line up. I don't understand the difference of putting the outside backer either in a 3-point. Oh, my goodness. Look at the 3-point stance. You cannot play D-line like this. This is awful. All right, let's just look at all the little details. Stance is way too long. There's way too much weight on your front foot. When you have to take your first step to step with your back foot, you have so much ground to cover. It takes way too long to get that step in. And it's going to be harder to take a second step because of it before you make contact. Your second hand is resting on your leg. It's not hanging down, ready to attack. You have way too much weight on your front hand, and you're bordering on being offside. So now watch how long it takes that back leg here. See how long of a step that is? And he doesn't gain ground with it. Watch, his leg goes where his other leg is, and that's where it plants. He doesn't gain ground at all. He starts at the 47-yard line. After one step, he's still at the 47-yard line. Sure, his arms are extended, but he doesn't gain ground. That's really bad. Also, false step by this D lineman. He steps back for some reason and tries to push off his back foot. You push off the front foot. That foot needs to go forward. Playing way too high, playing way too high. At least 93 staying low. This defensive end doesn't get blocked, which makes sense. It's stretch out that way. You're not blocking guys in the wash. Oh, yes, tackle improved. Remember earlier the tackle just like blocked down instead of getting this defender? Now he's actually reach blocking this defender. It makes it a little easier because the defender gets into a really bad defensive lineman stance right before the snap, and he's like, oh, there's a guy here, I can block him. Maybe you could argue there was some funny business going on there, but gets the edge. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Can we maintain? Mr. Miner did a good job finding the hole and hitting it. That's honestly a solid play, Roseville. As for Woodbury, what are we doing? Why are we pinched in so far? Thinking like from a perspective of what your opponent has run thus far, we had 3 stretches and 1 play action off of stretch. Why are we pinching our front 7 and our safeties in so tight if our opponent is only running stretch? Even the corner out on this side is playing inside of the receiver. Huh? You gotta understand what your opponent's running, man. It's as if Woodbury had no clue they were playing Roseville until the last second. And this is the second game, or the second year of this cycle. So, like, obviously they played Roseville week 1, 2023, the year before this game. So you know what they're gonna do, and you're prepared for it. You have the game film of the In fact, I have the game film of the game from the previous season. If I just go into the 6A pool here, boom. We go back down to Roseville. Also, no one else in 6A is watching film right now. Just Coach Lance. Staying on that grind. Blah, 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 blah. So this is Woodbury from 2024. If I keep going back, Burnsville, Eastview, and there you go. Even I can go watch that game. I guess Woodbury must have forgotten that game exists. But, yeah. Interesting. I don't know. Great run play, Roseville. Now we have an I formation. So we've had 12 personnel with a bit of the wing stuff. Number 34 is the H-back, or 36. Is 36 the fullback here? Yes. And it's more of a pro look, so it's similar enough to the 12 personnel look where, you know, he could step up here and as an H-back or just be back there as a fullback. So it's not too different. It's not like Woodbury where it's like, hey, we're going to do an I, a pro, and then a wing T, and then a 12 look as well, where none of them look anything alike. This is just a straight-up lead. They do a nice job opening the hole between the nose guard and the defensive end. Guard does a great job kicking out. I really like the center. Center could have a little bit better technique. He just hits the nose guard straight on, and if you look at his helmet's on the wrong side. If you know that you're running like a 21 lead or 31 lead here, you should be getting your head on this side and turning him out that way. Then you can double team up there. Fullback leads get inside backer, which he does. I mean, it's not too shabby of a run. If the center just and yeah, this is a decent job by Woodbury's nose guard to get off the block. If the center would have just worked the correct half of the man, step left, work that shoulder, turn him in, that would have been great because then fullback leads there, and now you're off to the races. Now it's just your running back, Mr. Moody there. One-on-one, or not Moody, Miner. That's it, Javon Miner. Now he's one-on-one against a single high safety. Speaking of which, single high safety. I wonder if our buddy 93 is blitzing again because there's a safety stack behind him. Are they going to blitz both these guys? Woodbury might be one of the most predictable defenses I've seen thus far, which is ironic because they're doing all this pre-snap movement. But kind of like with Lakeville North's Prowl defense, just got to look for one little key that gives it away. Because, you know, coaches are smart. They realize when we're sending the blitz, there's got to be someone there that can cover it. Unless you're Forest Lake, then you just stack a safety and a linebacker in the same spot. That is the only negative thing I can say about Forest Lake. They do a lot of things right over there. When they stack the safety and the outside linebacker together and they stay in the same zone, the one thing Forest Lake does that's a bit of a head scratcher to me. Other than that, Rangers are pretty solid. Yeah, if you just get on the other side of... I mean, look, where does the safety end up going? He does end up in the hole, but he's scared. Look, he stops his feet, and he's leading with his head. He's like the hunchback, and look at the arched back. It's like straight up Quasimodo. I guess we have to work on tackling with Woodbury DBs as well. Oh, boy. That's definitely not how you tackle. That's going to get yourself hurt. Now we're back in 12 personnel. Roseville has a system at this point. I'm loosely impressed. It's just like minor technique things that Roseville could clean up, and they'd have some solid big plays here. Oh, there's our buddy 93 getting down in a stance. I don't know if either of the inside guys are blitzing. You know he's going to come off the edge because... Where's our safety? You see how weird it is that those two are stacked together? Like, you know where the blitz is coming from. Like, duh. Woodbury. They have no wood and they have no berries. But they do have predictable defenses. Ooh, we got an insert technique tag going on here where the tackle kicks out the D end, H-back loops inside. It's a pretty solid tag. Oh, look. Nice double team from the center and the guard. Oh, there's a hole there. Just get out there. Oh, something funny went on. I don't know where the funny business was. Might have been, probably right there. You know what? So this is what's weird about this. Tackle's technique, he's hitting him head on. If the tackle would have just attacked this shoulder and driven him out, it would have been there. Also, if this is supposed to be an insert, like into this gap out here, I don't like the quarterback opening this way and going wide. What I would have liked to see is do it more of like a midline style where you open opposite and come this way. So you spin around over right shoulder, handball off on this side. Now he's got a more vertical angle to work with instead of having to go out so wide. Now he's not getting into the lane here where he invites our buddy to the party. And that ultimately leads to the holding call. Oh, again, like I do like the tag and the play call from Roseville. I just think it's the technique that wasn't quite there. And then now we have the holding call. It's, ooh. Okay, now we're starting to get questionable because we went from our 12 personnel. Now we're in 11 personnel. We're in more of a spread look. At least your 12 personnel and this pro look are similar enough because your H-back is just moving around a little bit. But this, come on, get off of there. This is totally different. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Roseville. Now you're in shotgun as well. This is a little bit cause for concern. Are we going to get a tunnel or a bubble or a running back screen here? That's the obvious thing to get extra yards. I like how both Woodbury's backers back off. He's not in his stance. He backs off. He's trying to confuse them. You know he's not coming because where's his buddy, the safety? Safety can't fill in the flat if he's all the way back there, so you know that he's not blitzing. Safety stacks behind the blitzer. I mean, that can work, even if it is predictable. Minnetonka and Maple Grove both do that, where they stack a safety behind whichever linebacker's blitzing. We saw that when I reviewed the game between the two of them. But I think there's a difference in the quality of athlete of a Minnetonka and a Maple Grove versus a Woodbury. I could be wrong, but you know the records and the film kind of speaks for itself on that. So what pass concept do we have from the Raiders? Oh, we have a pick play. It was a screen. Did I not call that? Running back screen. It makes sense. Get the ball to Mr. Minor out there. Turn him loose. Oh, blocking wasn't quite there, though. It looks like it just took a little bit too long to develop. You might be able to argue ineligible men downfield. Yeah, we were a little bit late on getting the ball to him. Right there, you got to get the ball out. We wait an extra second, and that allows the whole defense time to react. Also, I don't know about 3rd and a mile. Like, it was too obvious to me that there was going to be a screen. And apparently it was too obvious to Woodbury, too, because they didn't call a blitz. They dropped everybody back. And you should have known that because your buddy, the safety, is not stacked down. Yeah, they're playing a cover 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The base quarters defense right there. Oh, yeah. Was there a flag thrown there? Maybe. Nope, they didn't. They're like, it's already a big loss. We don't need to. Sticking with 11 personnel. Screen did not work. Keep in mind, where's our safety? Safety's back here. So if there is somebody blitzing, it'll be our buddy that messes with us on the top side. Otherwise, shouldn't be blitzing anywhere here. And look at that. Think about the situation. They're expecting you to have to pass, so they're just not sending pressure. They're like, all right, pass it on us, Roseville. Go for it. Oh, nice scramble. That's actually pretty solid against when you're dropping back 8 in a zone coverage like that. Wait a minute. Who's coming onto the field? What's going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're missing a wide receiver. Did the quarterback not realize he only had 10 men in the huddle? If he snaps this ball, this is about to be a penalty. Yes, so because there's only 6 men on the line of scrimmage, tight end is up here. That means he's Z. He's the X. He has to be up on the line of scrimmage up here for this to be a legal formation. Yeah, all right. They did throw the flag there. That's just... And see, this is what I was talking about earlier, the dangers of running different kinds of offense. We saw this with Rosemount, where they took penalties last season because they had way too many offensive packages. And when you do that, you don't get as many reps on any given package. You can't teach all the techniques in Indy associated with each individual package, so they're not going to be as high quality. And then you have stupid errors like this, trying to change between packages mid-game. You can't do that with high school kids. I get you always are like, hey, we got to stay engaged. You got to stay in the game. Kids are going to get distracted. They're kids. That's just the reality of it. So, yeah, I don't know about that, Roseville. You can't just be like, well, we got to go into our spread offense all of a sudden. And maybe not. It's like Prior Lake-esque, where Prior Lake's like, oh, it's a passing situation. Get the wing T out of here. Bring out 10 or 11 personnel. Throw verts. Never mind. Check down to the swing pass. Oh, we gained 1 yard on 3rd and 11. Yay. Oh, boy. Bummer. Penalty declined, obviously. Woodbury gets the stop. 4th down. Oh, dude. That's a bummer. Roseville's like shooting themselves in the foot as opposed to letting Woodbury make plays. Especially after the big turnover they got. Fair catch. Ooh. I don't know about that. You might have... That's a tough call. First of all, great job by Roseville. I'm not excited that this gunner dipped inside, but it is on the boundary side, so there's not a whole lot of room for him to work with. So I'm not as picky on that. And then once he dips inside, he stays in a straight line, so he doesn't go too far in. I don't like that he's looking for the ball either. Go look at the returner. That's who's going to get the ball. You want to be on him. And see, if the returner had wanted to, you're aiming outside shoulder instead of attacking the hips, and you were busy looking for the ball. Track the man. Yeah. At least we got there. Woodbury back at it with the I formation. I feel like every time before Woodbury comes out on offense, I should just stop and think about, I wonder what offense they're going to go with. Being this far backed up, I would have thought, they got to be a run-heavy package because they're backed up in their own red zone. But, nope, they came out in the I instead. We're going to get counter tray to the bottom of the screen. Let's see. Give me counter tray. No. What? It's a midline. No, it's an inside veer. It's inside veer. You're running a triple option play. This is the same game, right? I didn't just click onto something else. This is Roseville Woodbury. This is the same game. This is play 27. This is the same game. Why are we running a triple option play? Are you a triple option offense? It's literally the same problem that I had with Rosemount, STMA, and, well, not as much STMA. STMA did stuff that didn't make sense. They had way too many plays. But they at least stuck to plays we don't practice reach blocking, but we're going to run stretch 100 times. And they at least commit to that. Or we need to gain yards. 10 personnel or 11 personnel and take the comeback into the boundary. At least they're consistent with their weirdness. And sort of with Prior Lake. Prior Lake's plays don't set each other up, but at least they're okay, buck sweep, toss, buck sweep, lead, verts, buck sweep, rail route out of the backfield. They have a system. Rosemount was the worst because they're yeah, we just run everything, bro. This is college football 26. I can call any play and my players just do it. Not how high school football works. And apparently Woodbury has that same problem because this is a triple option play. The blocking, the technique is totally different. So let's draw this up. Back to the practice script. Do I have an I formation? I do. In fact, this is a midline, so it's a little bit different. This is the C-gap defender. This is who they'd be reading. But it's weird because you normally only call that if you have an underfront. Are they getting an underfront here? No, this is a 3 technique. So you're doubling down the 3 technique. You can go out there. He's the first level defender. Who's going to scoop up to the backer then? You should scoop here. You need to scoop across to backer. You can scoop up to backer. You block there, and then the safety is your pitch. So here's your read key, and here's your pitch key. All right, that's a R, not a P. I I mean, it does work, but the problem is, what does this look like in your playbook? What is this set up? Are you a triple option team? Are you power running like counter Trey and power? Are you a spread offense like with your 12 personnel stuff? What are you? Like, Woodbury out here with offense dysmorphia. That's what I'm going to coin that. Rosemount used to. They're not anymore. They've cured their offensive dysmorphia by going to Harding University and adopting the flexbone. Woodbury might have the worst case of offensive dysmorphia that we've seen on the channel. Oh my goodness. I guess save the worst for last. Why would you have so many different offensive schemes? And it's a terrible read by the quarterback, because what does the first level C-gap defender do? He moves forward. The dive gets the ball 100% of the time. Like, have you watched any Egan film? Centennial? Shakopee? Even Forest Lake does midline, and they run inside veer. They run inside veer out of I formation. We saw them do it against Prairie Lake. And again, you can tell it looks like Woodbury hasn't gotten a lot of reps at it because they don't know how to make the read. The quarterback makes the wrong reads. So now the read key becomes the pitch key, and now your pitch key is unblocked and free to come make a tackle. And he does. Like, sure, you get yards out of it, but oh. Also, outside backers going way too wide again. You got to set the edge, man. Stop getting so wide. Number 20's got to be able to read. It looks like Roseville just got caught off guard. They're like, wait, what kind of offense is this? Yeah, I was not expecting it either, but oh my goodness. So let's think about if they ran this properly. If you give the dive here, sure, safety might make the tackle, but it's a hard-hitting play. He's got to take an angle to get over here against your bigger fullback. Also, how is it, if this is an inside veer, you should have a double team at the point of attack. You don't. Both your guard and your tackle miss. Was this supposed to be a midline? I take it back. This was supposed to be a midline because you have a B-gap defender here. But normally you only run midline when you have a B and then a D-gap defender's out here because you see what happens. There's not enough space between the two. And also, if you look at his eyes, he's reading the C-gap defender. He's not looking over here at the B-gap defender. Is it midline or is it inside veer? If it's inside veer, you need a double team at the point of attack right there. But you leave him unblocked, which makes me think it's midline. But then if it's midline, what are you doing reading the C-gap defender? If it's midline, quarterback should be looking over here. Woodbury, did we call inside veer or midline? I need to know. And apparently the offense needs to know as well. Oh my goodness. Offensive dysmorphia. That is the new term I am coining. Biggest defender in 6A, Woodbury. Unless, because obviously I know Farmington and I know Eastview. Those are the only other teams that I haven't covered at this point. This is the first time we're covering Roseville and Woodbury. I've literally gone over film of every other team in 6A on this channel. And we have not seen a case of offensive dysmorphia this bad. Like I was talking earlier, I've ranted about Rosemount, and I've given crap to Prairie Lake and STMA for doing the same thing. But it's never been to like this extremity, where it's offensive systems, formations, just all this stuff that does not go together. And Rosemount was that bad, but they've at least corrected it. If Woodbury is doing the same thing on offense this summer, like right now, they need to work on it. Also, why are we calling a backside hitch? You have a defender in the flat. It's a 4-4 defense. You know those two stay in the flat, and they rarely blitz them. And he stays in the flat, and he takes that. What? Again, it's like they forgot that Roseville runs a 4-4 defense. This is the single most confusing game I might have seen. Like, Coon Rapids and Champlain Park last week was just like a total disaster, but it was just like sloppy play. Some of the stuff and play calling still made sense. But this is just, no wonder this game was only 13-10. Roseville's offense, I think, is better at this point. Woodbury's has better athletes. It's just like minor technique things that Roseville needs to clean up in indie or team time. Like, the center needs to know which side of the nose guard to block. But with Woodbury, it looks like they weren't expecting a 4-4. The kids don't know how to block against the 4-4 scheme. The coach doesn't understand where the gaps are in the 4-4 cover 3. And then like we said, Woodbury has offensive dysmorphia, so they're running multiple different offenses for no reason. Oh, yeesh. Oh my goodness, they went back to a midline again. See? First level B gap defender's left unblocked, but he's not looking at him. He's looking at the C gap defender. And at least the outside backer for Woodbury did a much better job holding down the flat this time. So how do you attack this? If this really is a triple option play, you need to get up there and attack. As soon as you see a tight end coming to block you, get up there and attack. Safety, you come up, you take the pitch. You attack here, contain the edge. Scrape the dive, attack right away. See how they're just stopping and hesitating? Don't think about the quarterback. You two attack the dive. You charge in fast and go hit the quarterback. You take pitch, you take pitch. If you do that, Woodbury's not getting any yards. And again, is it a midline or is it an inside veer? Because he's reading the C gap defender, but they're not blocking the B gap defender. I really want to know what Woodbury calls this play. If they call it midline or inside veer, because it looks like a combination of both. And they're relying on the pitch. It's a better job from outside backer, but it looks like Roseville does not practice block shedding at all. I'm getting like my tongue twisted because I'm just so shocked by this. How can it be this strange? Now we're in a regular T formation. Instead, now you've got Z split out here. H went from here over to the backfield. It's like, dude, pick an offensive dysmorphia. That is what this is. Woodbury has the worst case of offensive dysmorphia in 6A football. Are they just going to do that goofy dive back here that they did earlier? No. That's the end of the first quarter? You scored 0 points on Roseville in the first quarter. Now we're in the heavy pistol Wildcats set. Number one's not the quarterback, is he? I have to go back and look. No, he's not. So this is a Wildcat offense. The running back's number one. Why? And then he just runs to the edge, but they have no blocking on the edge. What's the play? It looks like they're supposed to block down here, and then these two come around. But he ducks inside for no reason instead of coming out here to block, and you should be coming out there. And this is actually pretty solid by a Roseville corner. He launches inside. Number 20 does a good job scraping over. 27 controls the edge. That's great defense, Roseville. They knew how to defend it. Woodbury had no idea how to run that offense. Woodbury, what are we doing? T. I formation, inside veer midline. Goofy pass play, just taking and it's not even a backside hitch. It's a wide field hitch. When you know there's a defender in the flat, another inside veer. They did spread stuff earlier. They've done wing T stuff. They've done Wildcat pistol stuff. I guess this isn't really pistol. This would be more gun Wildcat. Oh, and again, it looks like they just have never practiced that. Credit to Roseville. They've had a solid defense. Now Woodbury has to punt again. But what? Why? I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I'm just like so rattled by how awful this is. Block down, around. I talked about that. You can tell they have way too many offensive plays because your kids are making weird decisions like diving inside for no reason. They're doing that because you've tried to practice way too many plays on offense, so they have not gotten quality reps on any individual play. And because of that, your offense suffers. Like, you just can't take that approach. Like, look at Rosemount. Rosemount had a great defense last season, but their defense gave up more points than statistically they should have because their offense put them in bad position because the offense could not score because the offense had no identity. They had offensive dysmorphia. And I'm seeing that same thing with Woodbury. We might need to get like an offensive exorcism out in Woodbury. We got to get like the ghost of Mike Leach out there. Ooh, okay. Solid punt return. We get the catch. Where did Woodbury's gunner go? That was on the top. Did he release? He runs up the middle of the field. Why did he do that? I just gave Roseville 3 yards. Why? I mean, who's the person that released right away? It's the long snapper, which makes sense because you can't hit him. But that's easy for the punt returner. Okay, you're just coming right down the middle. I make a move right or left. And he can go either way. There's nobody there to cover the edges. How did Roseville lose this game? Like, I'm actually shocked Roseville has lost. Woodbury, and they're starting on Woodbury's side of the field again. Oh, boy. We're back in 12 personnel, so Roseville has their system. They just got to work on the execution, and it could be there. Stretch? Please don't do stretch again. Do not do stretch. Oh, what is... No. They pulled the tackle? They pulled the tackle. This is really bizarre. And the guard tries... No, the center cut blocks? Yeah, I don't know about that play design there, Roseville. You're getting a bear front. You've got 0-3-0. Both outside backers are creeped up. Our buddy the safety is creeping up. So what does that tell you he's doing? Huh, I wonder. Yeah, when you're getting a bear front like that and they're pinching inside, you go outside. So if not stretch, how about get a toss out here? Especially because the corner's playing head up. If you reach there, now you're forcing him to take an angle. Or get the H-back up there to go block. Or even pull the play side guard around out there. Because if it's a toss, then you don't have to worry about stuff like this. But when you run stretch from under center, or if you don't toss, he's taking a shallow angle here instead of coming out there on a toss, then you just get blown up like this. Yeah, so again, you got to take what the defense gives you, Roseville. If Woodbury's pinching in tight, you do not run inside, you go outside. Maybe they got to do what Wyzetta does. They come up to the line, they do like a fake hut, and then look over to the sideline, and coach gives them an audible. It's like, all right, hey, they're pinched in tight. Check toss left, or some kind of code word, obviously. And then they do it, and then they score on Woodbury. 4 down lineman. Let's see if he backs off. He's not going to back off. Why? There's our buddy the safety. He's stacked down. He will not be blitzing. This outside backer's blitzing. Lined up as a D lineman. His stance isn't as bad this time. I guess he did plug. But yeah, you knew this one was coming. Did they send everybody? These two didn't... No, those two really didn't blitz. Okay, what play are we running here? What did the right guard do? Or is that the center? That's the right guard. He put his head down and stuck an arm around... Was he not... Who's supposed to block the 3 technique? I will give Woodbury credit. They do that. Maybe this is just common in the Metro East because both Moundsview and Stillwater do little shifts like that with the defensive front. Moundsview does it the best. Stillwater sort of does it, but not. They don't execute it as well. And you can see it's a little sloppy from Woodbury. It's just these two. Oh, there's another bad D-line. So look at how far back that leg is. Oh, you can't be doing that. That leg's got to be up here like this, not like that. Same thing. We need to work on Woodbury D-line stances. They come off. Yeah, this one comes off high, doesn't shoot his hand. At least the nose guard gets his hands up right away, but then he stands up. Because again, look, he's got to shift all the weight onto his feet, false step. Then he steps forward, and he's getting double teamed. Does he split the double team? No, he's got to take some notes from Osseo. He's playing way too tall. He's trying to fight both men. He's not fighting half a man. Osseo's D-line did a great job against STMA fighting double teams. Woodbury, not so much. But I don't know why they left somebody unblocked. And again, why are we running inside if Woodbury is stacking guys inside and pinching? Motion him across, toss, and there you go. I mean, look at who has outside contained? The outside backers. Look at how tight they're playing. Get the ball out there. Get the ball out there. Take what the defense gives you. Woodbury wants to pinch? Cool. Pinch inside. We're going outside of you, and you're never going to catch us. Oh. Yeah, this is ugly offense. Oh, no. No. Now we're starting to get a little bit too cutesy here, Roseville. You're in a pistol eye. You're not Mounds View. You're not STMA. There's no reason to do this. At least you do under center eye stuff, so maybe it's not too different. And like your pro stuff, it's a little bit debatable. I will give Woodbury credit. But again, both the safeties are back deep. It's 3rd and a mile. You know these two are not coming. What does Woodbury do? They might blitz him inside. Otherwise, I'm expecting we're going to get cover 4, and it should be flat, and they have their hooks. Okay, they did blitz 1 inside backer. Got it. So if they're blitzing an outside backer, safety has to go down to cover the flat. If it's 1 inside backer, the other backer just kind of fills in his space. There you go. Now you know Woodbury's defense. Beautiful. Out route. Yeah, I don't know that I like that concept. You have a wide out doing an out route. I mean, you are getting out into open space because he has a deep quarter and he's trying to take the flat, so you're getting outside of the flat. Ooh, not as much a fan of the throwing motion here. Winding way too far back instead of keeping it tight. And what's the concept here? If you're getting cover 4, how do you split the cover 4? What are you running to take advantage of the cover 4? Apparently nothing. Oh, the other flat was open. The fullback was out here and ain't no, but well, no, I take that back. 93 was there ready to take him. Yeah, it's just a tough go. And if it's 3rd and a mile, and you have, at least they're sticking to the offense they run. But this was more so a problem because Roseville didn't take what the defense gave them on 1st and 2nd down. So clearly you're not a team built to pick up yardage fast, so you're going to struggle with 3rd and a mile. Unlike St. Anoka or Rochester Mayo. Nice. Stand on. We're getting toasty. I am. Oh, top fan. Congratulations on becoming a top fan. I just saw that. Oh, Woodbury, what are we doing? Roseville, what are we doing? Now it's 4th down, so what offense do we go to? We're back in our 12 personnel, but this time we're in shotgun instead of under. Obvious pass play. Did Woodbury blitz? I didn't even look. Is the safety stacked? No. So they blitz an inside backer. So you've got 4 at the deep level. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 at the next level. And that's your pass coverage. So think about it. You're on this hash. You have one guy in the flat out here. He's got to be in the hook in the middle. This is where you have a lot of space to work with. Let's mess with that corner over there. Just pre-snap. That's what I'm thinking. We got a game plan for the hash. We're on the hash. Let's do something to take advantage of the wide side. I'm also surprised they didn't like motion him across the H-back here to get a 3x1 look, like a tray open with Y, H, and then Z on the same side. See how Woodbury's safeties react. Because then if he comes down in the flat, then you know you're right away you're getting a cover 3 if he checks down in the flat. Hit him with a little vertical action, and there you go. Then you could probably get the Y coming across the backside, and then just have him do a little hitch. That way, he drops there, he takes him, H-back comes across, he goes to the H-back, and I just read that deep safety. Is deep safety going to take the H coming out there, or is he going to take the Y going out that way? Beautiful. Manipulating Woodbury. I mean, that's sort of what they did. Yeah, funny enough, because there was hitch, and these two are just running free up the seam, but they end up in the same zone. And once again, look at how tight Woodbury's playing. I mean, at this point, just roll out. You see that the entire defensive end lost contain because they all dive inside. Both defensive ends dove inside. We have a spin move up here. We hate to see that. Oh, can't be doing that. If you're going to blindside like that, you have to lead with your hands. As soon as right here, 59 dips, and what does he lead with? Leads with his shoulder first. That is an easy 15-yard penalty. Oh, they actually caught that. Was that just a deep drag? That is. He got into space. And this is more so on Woodbury's pressure. You can't ask your secondary to cover for like 6, 7, or 8 seconds. That's just not going to happen. So why would you But then again, if you don't want them to cover for that long, why are you giving a bear front to Roseville in a 4th and 8? You're giving up outside contain for no reason, especially if you know you're going to be... It's a pass play. You're going to be dropping your outside backers. That means your DNs have to play contain if your outside backers are dropping back. So why are they shooting inside? I mean, your one D end here almost ends up in the A gap. The other one's diving into the B gap until he hits a stupid spin move, which you all know how I feel about spin moves in the pass rush. It's just nonsensical. Unless you get to quarterback depth. But where does he do the spin move at? Right here. The quarterback is 7 yards behind you when you did your spin move. F. I mean, it's a good little razzle-dazzle play. Is Roseville going to score first? Do a shift, toss right. They're giving you a bear front. He's stacked down. He's in tight. You can easily do toss here. Don't do stretch. Do toss. Pitch the ball. Do it, Wood. No. No. Oh, it's there. It's there. Toss is so there. And, like, you can see Roseville is sort of figuring it out. Because they're like, okay, they're giving us the edge. Call a play that goes to the edge. But if you can't block the edge, don't call stretch. Call toss. You don't have to worry about these interior guys getting there if you call toss. Because instead of coming here, you're tossing out there. And look at that. Look how much room. Look how much room. How can you not run out there when there's so much room? Oh, no. Also, that's a swim move. Roseville offensive lineman. If a D lineman ever swim moves you, see how he exposes his armpit like that? You take your hand, you just punch it right there, and he goes, and then he's coughing up blood. Like, yeah, you never do a swim move. If you do a knife hand move, you can't come all the way up like this. As soon as shoulder dips, your hand, instead of up here, is going to be right here coming down his butt. Then you stay low, your armpit stays covered, so he can't attack your rib cage if he tries to get a piece of you, if he's a good O lineman. And then you still get the same effect. And you play lower so that you don't have crap like this happen, where you stand straight up, and then the running back makes a move and runs right by you. Also, that's not the same running back, is it? That's number 13. Where'd 7 go? It's sort of there for Woodbury. They understand, okay, I'm sorry, it's sort of there for Roseville. They understand Woodbury's pinching, we need to attack the edge. They just need to stop calling stretch. And it's like STMA all over again. If you can't consistently practice reach blocking, don't run stretch. And why is he taking it so far inside? Get your butt out there. I guess he can't. Who's supposed to reach block him? The guard? Why does the guard dip back inside? I mean, he starts off pretty solid here. But again, where's his hand? His hand's outside. Your left hand should be inside in the tit cuff. Right hand should be outside, working this half of him, not touching that half, and turning him out this way. If you turn him just that way a little bit, you wall him off, the ball's going that way. How is he going to walk through you? Man ain't no ghost. He's not walking through you. And again, look, the block is right there. There's that. Oh, that one block could have got Roseville a touchdown. It's just like going back to the Egan-Edina game. I felt like every other play, I was like, oh, that could have been touchdown Egan if they did this. That could have been touchdown Egan if they did this. This could have been touchdown Roseville if they did this. Oh, they're so close, man. I might be buying Raiders stock a little bit here. They just cleaned some of that stuff up. They got plays. Oh, I don't understand that. Woodbury doesn't realize, oh, they can attack our edge, but thankfully they're not taking advantage of it. So I guess they don't need to adjust. Is this 3rd down? That was 4th. This is 1st, so this is 2nd down. Now we're in our pro formation. Also, it's interesting that they haven't pulled yet. I don't think this is a duo concept. There's another swim move. Oh, this is a nice little lead duo. It's that same thing they ran earlier. This time the guard's double teaming the 1 technique. Tackle does a decent job kicking out there on the 5 technique. Fullback goes through and hits the linebacker. Yes. Okay, I think Woodbury is doing an over thing. They brought outside backer up on the line. They shifted everybody over. And how do you know he's blitzing? Where did our buddy the safety go? Oh, well, there's a safety stacked on this side, actually. Interesting. They dropped into cover 3 with 3 at the second level for a 5-man pressure. Huh. We're starting to figure out more about Woodbury's defense. It's kind of creative, but they're giving up toss every play. Because again, look what the edge defender does. He shoots inside right away. You toss it out there, he's not getting there to make the play because he's cutting inside. You toss, now he's like, oh, I got to circle back around. And if that's Javon Minor, he can easily run around it. Solid double team. Oh, and they even get up to backer. I mean, this is better than a Blaine or Stillwater double team right there. And then who has to make the tackle? The corner? Yeah. Receiver goes and gets the safety. That almost was a touchdown block. If we get a little bit more of a piece of that inside backer, if the guard can get up to the inside backer, fullback does a good job leading, then he can actually run this way and you work inside of the safety. But because we don't get that inside backer right here, he gets off and he forces Mr. Minor to cut outside into the corner where the wide receiver's leading him to. So, the design is there. And once again, a little minor detail. If Roseville's left guard keeps working the double team, trades it off to the center, and the left guard actually can get up to backer right here, if he's blocking the backer right here, that could have been touchdown Roseville, because then the receiver would have blocked that safety, and he would have taken a line right there to get in the end zone. He wouldn't have got there in time. And then the Raiders are putting up 6. Ooh, back in 12 personnel under center. So at least Roseville has a system. They don't have offensive dysmorphia like Woodbury does. Please do toss. Do toss. Jet sweep. Not what I would have gone to, because look who easily comes right in when you run jet sweep. And see, why was I saying you need to go to toss? Jet sweep's at this depth. Toss is at this depth. It's a lot harder when he's pinching in for him to be able to come back out there than it is for him to just be like, oh, the ball's right here where I'm already going. And the ball's right there where he's already going. Also, receiver blocking makes big plays, number 2. Why did we stop? My dude, the end zone is right here. You can't just stop dead in your tracks if you know it's a jet sweep. If you get up there and block, once again, this could have been touchdown Roseville. Maybe it is. Oh, they gave it to him. Roseville is beating Woodbury. Roseville is beating Woodbury. I guess that's what happens when you have offensive dysmorphia. Credit to the Raiders. They could have cleaned some stuff up technique-wise, but the play calling for the most part is there. I would have liked to seen toss a little bit more than stretch, especially if you see that an opponent's giving you a bear front and they're really pinching hard inside. Just do a quick pitch and get outside of that pinch or bear front. And it forces Woodbury. He went down. Oh, now the Woodbury's pinned back deep. You cannot fall. So people might be wondering, like, why is he down? I don't know if this is in the rules for other states as well. Obviously, it's not in college or the NFL, but in Minnesota high school football, regardless of whether you were touched or not, if you go down, you are down, which is why it's called down right away. So now Woodbury gets the ball at their own 3-yard line. Oh, are we going to get inside veer to the right again, to this bottom side of the screen? We're going to let him through and let him through. No, we're running power or trap. Is this? No, it's counter tray. All right, because they're pulling around. He blocks there. He's supposed to come around inside. Did the center actually block down? He was supposed to this time. He did. The center learned. He didn't come this way. He finally blocked the way he was supposed to. It only took until 43 plays into the game, but we have made progress. Woodbury's figuring it out. Good job. You did not get there in time. Why did tackle not get there? Also, great job by 20 reading the hole, getting there. He doesn't do a wrong arm technique, and he's arm tackling. I'm not a fan of that. 14 does a good job containing the edge. He comes up and he wraps up. And then Roseville's flying to the ball. I mean, it's not too shabby. We just got to work on some of the technique, especially this guy right here. If you're unblocked and he blocks down, get your butt right up there, because if you get your butt up there, you hit the pulling guard. 20 now has a clean look to come and attack and make the play. because then the tackle gets stuck on the butt of that guard. You can't run upfield like this. If you're left unblocked, if you see the guy in front of you down block, you're right on his butt attacking, whether you're an outside linebacker, a defensive end. That's just what you do, right? Yeah, when you see that, you got to be right there. Instead, he's thinking, I got to wait for the football, stay in my gap, wait football. Can't play like that. You got to compress your gap. Offense likes to move gaps around. Make that tough for them. Maintain gap control. Hold your ground in your actual gap as opposed to just standing in a space. Maintain control of your gap. Because what happens is, as soon as he comes there, he blocks down. The offense just opened up a new gap, and there's nobody in it. Linebacker eventually gets there, but they're supposed to account for it. They're trying to open the gap right there where no one's going to be in. You got to condense that so they can't open the door. Get on the butt, keep the door closed. And then 20, don't arm tackle. You're going to tear a pectoral doing that. 27 does a nice job staying out on the edge. The safety comes in a little bit too tight. I don't like that he's coming in tight. Got to be out a little bit more, especially because you're in a 4-4 defense. You are the lone free safety back there. Got to take more of an angle. That's still a decent down. 2nd and, 9? 2nd and 8, Woodbury? Ooh. Yep, there. Now we're running the inside veer / midline. Is he reading the right man? No, look at his eye. He's still reading the C-gap defender. So both of them ran upfield. If this is a midline, which it looks like, it doesn't even look like a true midline. Because if it is, then this backside guard should be scooping over here. You scoop and double team to that backer. Actually, no, you don't even double team. You turn and block down hard. You scoop him. You go to backer. You go to backer. And there's your read key. There's your pitch key. Easy. And then you can go out and you block him. You block there. There's your support. There's so many easy ways to do this. And Woodbury sort of does it. The guard and tackler getting up to backer, but does he make the right read? The 3 technique runs upfield. He attacks the dive. So he makes the wrong read again. Why is he reading the C-gap defender? He sees the C-gap defender run upfield and he's like, oh, I must give the dive. That's not your read key. That's your pitch key. Your read key is attacking the dive. So you should keep the ball, run at the pitch key, and then pitch. Again, it looks like Woodbury just has not practiced midline at all. So if you haven't practiced midline, why are you running midline? And the offensive line sort of knows what they're doing. It's not the best executions. I don't think they've practiced it all that much, but the quarterback's just completely reading the wrong defender. He's reading C-gap as if it's an inside veer. If it's inside veer, your double team at the point of attack is right here, not back here. If you're attacking back here, that's a midline. And you see, they leave the first level B-gap defender unblocked. Here's your A-gap right there. This is B. There's C. They left B unblocked. Therefore, it's a midline. And he's just reading the wrong guy. Like we already said before, this is your read key. He's attacking the dive, quarterback keeps. Oh, Lord. Now we're in... I like that their coach is looking over here. They call a timeout. And he's like, what are we doing? Like, what is our offense? What are we doing, boys? I'd ask the same thing. Why are we in some strange pistol eye? Now we're in split backs. Yet another, I mean, it sort of is like your eye formation, I guess, but, oh, the offensive dysmorphia continues for the Woodbury Royals. And they just run a levels concept? Is that all they're doing? It's a sort of a whip route, but it's like a really deep whip route because he runs a slant. Oh, what is the footwork on this? He rounds it. Huh? If it's a slant, his inside foot's forward. It's 1, 2, 3. This foot plants, and then your next step is, it depends on how shallow of a slant you want to run. If you want a shallower slant, 60-degree step, otherwise 45-degree step. Depends on where the safety is. Safety's at 10, so a 60-degree step is probably a little bit smarter here, so you don't have more of a post. You actually have a true slant, and you get it in that space in between the two second and third level. But his first First of all, there's a false step because you see see how the front foot steps first? That's bad wide receiver technique. Does the other one do it? Does the slot do it? Slot lifts his toes up, so it's not the worst, but I mean, like, that's playing wide receiver 101 is your footwork. You're stepping with the wrong foot. You can't be doing that. That's just little details. And then the footwork after that. False step, curve step. His second foot comes in like this. Like, the reason receivers are great route runners is because you make hard cut steps. Maybe Woodbury doesn't put any body armor on their ankles or knees, and they're worried that if they do any cut steps, they're just going to have a kid tear his ACL because they don't build. Maybe Woodbury doesn't have a strength program. I have no idea. I'm just making that assumption based on the fact that there's no cut steps. And look at this. How many steps does it take him to stop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It took 5 steps to change directions. If you're running a whip route, like we said, 1, 2, 3 off the slant with the outside foot, 45-degree step, 1, 2. That's 5 steps. Then once your outside foot, so that would be his right foot plants here. Left foot steps, I'm sorry, that'd be left foot planting there. Right foot plants back this way and turns around, and there you go. In just 6 steps, 7 steps, you have a beautiful whip route, and that creates separation. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it took 11 steps when it should have only taken 6. Not to mention the false step at the beginning. And again, Roseville's playing into this. You've got... I'm surprised they didn't do a crossing pattern. If you know you have a cover 3, do something to get these two mixed up. So if he stays in the flat, one of them will come open, but you're not doing any kind of cross or switch. Because he sticks in the flat with that route. The corner stays deep with the deep route. Oh, what does DN do? DN stay outside, don't cut inside, he cut inside. Number 50. If the tackle reaches you like this, see how he steps out and reaches? Get your butt outside shoulder. And we're fighting a whole man. See how the hand is outside, outside, outside. That's bad D-line technique. I like what the nose guard's doing here. Nose guard's working half a man. He's got a long arm technique. That's actually pretty solid from the nose guard. But defensive end, you can't wrap him up and hug him like this. As soon as he steps outside of you, you got to know. Left hand in the tit, right hand in the cuff. I'm sorry, left hand in the cuff. Left hand right there in the shoulder cuff. Right hand, side of the tit. Work half that man, contain the outer edge here, and then you can just turn his shoulder, and then boom, you're at the quarterback. And if the quarterback cuts back inside, your buddy number 20 is pursuing, your nose guard's right there, the other backer's scraping across. Who cares if he cuts back inside? Your buddies are there. Whereas if you duck inside, he's in pass coverage. Now there's nobody left out there. You got to just stick to your assignment, D-end. And see, as soon as he cut inside, he ran into the same gap as his other defender. And now you got 2 guys in the same gap. They run into each other. Dude, Roseville's like slightly frustrating because they could be so good. It's just like minor mental mistakes like that. At least they're easily correctable. Like with Woodbury, the offensive dysmorphia is so bad that I don't know how you correct that other than just completely overhauling the offensive playbook and just saying, no, we need a system and we stick to the system. Oof, duh. And it's well covered by Woodbury. I'm sorry, it's well covered by Roseville. That could have been a pick. Roseville is honestly, like, borderline dominating this game. There's definitely some stuff the Raiders need to clean up. But right now, they're out-coaching Woodbury by a mile. There's still minor techniques. But, oh... And when I say out-coaching Woodbury by a mile, keep in mind that is relative. We're not looking at like Egan levels or Edina of taking what your opponent gives you, or even Wyzetta. We're talking about a Maroon team and a not so good Metro East team, so it's all relative. But either way, that's another 3 and out. You're punting from your own end zone. You're giving him a short field. Roseville, you got to score, man. You only have 21 yards to go, or 26, 27 yards to go to score against Woodbury. We got to make this happen. We're in shotgun again. I don't like that. H-back needs to back up a little bit. This borders on him being ineligible. You got to be more of an H instead of up on the line. And Woodbury jumped off sides. They looked like they were about to run a speed option right there. Also, why are we in pistol instead of shotgun? It was a speed option because they left him unblocked. I don't know about that one, Roseville. Let's reel it in a little bit. Make sure we stick with our base offensive system. Don't start getting a little too cutesy. Oh, please be toss right. Don't stretch. They ran belly or blast. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Where's the double team at the point of attack? There isn't one. If you're doing a belly concept, you two should be blocking down. If tackle's coming down this way, because he's a wide 5. Normally when you get a belly like that, you double team, and if you got 3x1, then these two should double team. You can go to backer. They double team there. He gets him. Now you have a kick out man right there. So guard can pull around. Let me get rid of one of those lines. You have a double team there, block him down. He gets washed that way. Guard can pull around, take him. Center just reaches that side. Tackle can go straight to inside backer. You block there. Now that and the guard does a kick out block. That leaves running back one-on-one with the safety going out that way. And the safety's got to now chase him to the corner. I see where Roseville's trying to do things. It's just the technique's not quite there. Because what doesn't happen? There's no double team at the point of attack. Classic. Instead, we're double teaming back to where the nose guard is when he's completely out of the play. Maybe they figured he needed help because the center has to... I guess because the nose guard moved over to a 1 technique because Woodbury likes to do their over stuff. And again, if they're giving you all this goofy stuff that's messing with your blocking rules, just reach... Excuse me, just do reach blocking and do toss to the outside. They're giving you toss again. Suppose they pulled guard way outside and even just reach block. Like, it's there. Or pull the tackle. Do like what Prairie Lake does on wham toss. Block, block. He pulls around. Block. And then now you've got big boy on little DB. Then you're out there. Because these guys like shooting inside anyway. Kind of like Stillwater's outside backers do. It'd be there. That's a pretty solid contain by Woodbury's outside backer. He gets a little far upfield, but he does a good job containing the edge. He works back inside. He doesn't do anything to really block shed. There's no like rip move or hand fighting. It's still a decent stop. All right, now is it third? No, it's second. So they got a few yards on that, but I don't know. I'm surprised they have blast and / belly in their playbook. Depends on what they call it. Lakeville North calls that blast. I think Centennial and Shakopee call it belly. When I was at Jefferson, we called that belly. Speed option. There's the speed option. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. So why am I not a fan of this one? You leave him unblocked. Who gets up to the backer? Nobody gets up to the backer. Why not? You need to get straight up to the backer. Someone needs to get up to the backer. Why are we not getting up to the second level? And look at all these defenders that can come take the pitch, man. Yeah, Roseville, highly... And you know what's funny? I was going to say, go watch Forest Lake film. They played Forest Lake the week or the season prior to this. I think it was their Week 8 matchup, Roseville and Forest Lake. So, and you also have played Moundsview. Like, you've played 2 teams. Actually, I don't think they played Moundsview, did they? I think Moundsview might have played Park Cottage Grove. I take that back. But, I mean, there's teams in the Metro East that run speed option. There's 2 of them right there. So it's not like you don't have film to watch. Strange. And there's going to be a lot more now that we have Rogers and Andover up in 6A. Those 2 love their speed option. Who's the other one? Did Blaine run any speed option? I don't really think they did. They ran more quarterback lead. Same thing with Champlain Park. They're more quarterback lead. They don't really do speed option. Farmington used to a little bit, but this is more like a counter tray option type deal. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Roseville. We didn't have the blocking scheme dialed in. And I didn't check. Was the safety stacked down that play? No. Moorhead Spuds football added to their story. Interesting. Fake jet sweep. Yes. Oh, it's sort of there. We got yards off of it. That's pretty solid. Dude, the running back runs hard. I will give him that. So fake jet sweep. They pull the center? It's like a trap. Why are we pulling the center on a trap? Why aren't we pulling the guard? Okay. I'm going to give Roseville some trap advice here. Because who ended their season? Who was the last team they played before they played Woodbury? You got to go back the year before. It was the first round of the playoffs. They lost to Lakeville South. I wonder what one of Lakeville South's favorite plays are. So if he's there and you're going to run trap to the left, he steps down to the butt of the center. The center doesn't pull. The center and guard have a double team. And if the center steps, because he's working that half, guard goes up to the next man inside. Tackle takes the other inside backer. You've got a man on the edge here. He should be fooled by the jet sweep, so that's accounted for. Your tight end. Is there a tight end here? Yeah, because that's what the tackle does. Tight end / H-back can go and block a safety. You can go block a safety. Then our buddy the guard kicks out the defensive end right here. You do all that, and there's your touchdown on trap, Roseville. But instead, they pull the center inexplicably. I can't figure that out. And because they pull the center, look at the gap it leaves for the nose guard. And then because of that, the play side guard never gets up to the other inside linebacker. Thankfully, he washes himself because they don't scrape over. The tackle does get up to backer. Yeah, Roseville, I have no idea why you pulled the center. If you just ran trap normally, inside, block him down, and then the guard's the one that pulls. Maybe it's because the guard's a smaller kid, and they're like, our center's bigger, we got to pull the bigger kid. I'm not sure. All he has to do if he's trap blocking, he runs upfield, is just take half of him right there. Or even like if he's just standing still like this, just push him a little bit. Trap's a fast-hitting play. It'll go right by him. You don't need to waste a big kid on a trap. Let your big center take care of the nose guard. Let your little guard do a little chip like that, and now you have a small offensive player able to take out a bigger defender, and then boom, there you go. Like we used to have Ryder Patterson. He's not even a lineman. He was we used him at running back. He only weighed like $185, maybe $175, and he was able to take on guys like Greg Johnson, who D1 kid, lineman at the U, very mean streak, very physical. You can take on kids bigger than you if you have good technique. I have no idea what this play was. The film starts right here, so it's already a mosh. Some kind of handoff? Was it a wildcat? Because our buddy Mr. Miner has the ball all the way back here. I have no idea. It's some kind of weird scrum. I don't think that even Woodbury knows what play they're running. What do we got this time? Are they doing that dive again? Sort of. Oh, nice adjust. Oh, no. We pulled a Prairie Lake and dove outside, or bounced outside for no reason. If these all block down, I got to give the fullback / H-back credit here. He does a great job reading. It's kind of like a Dyna on their GH counter or power. Mostly GH counter. Block down. He knows, okay, then I have to go inside. We trade, and he gets a block right here. What's the problem? The running back doesn't have vision. He's hitting it way too fast because all he's thinking is, I got to run fast. I got to run fast. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Got to go fast. No. Slow it down. Let your blocks develop. There's the lane. Take it. Oh, that could have been nice play. Oh, the marching band's starting to come down. We're getting close to halftime. Oh, Lord. Stretch. Oh, they really love going back to stretch. Okay, funny enough, this is the one time he should have gone out of bounds. He didn't because he sees the linebacker filling. Who's supposed to reach him? Tackle. Well, oh, my goodness. Look at the left tackle here. Was there supposed to be a pull? The left tackle literally does nothing. What was supposed to happen here? Was this supposed to be belly where the guard pulled around and he blocks down? Because that didn't happen. The guard pulls into him. It looks like the guard is just straight up trying to reach block there. So why'd the tackle block down? Tackle, if your guard's going to do a good job reach blocking him, you get your butt out there and go with the backer. You reach there. You get there. Now it's just one-on-one with this safety. I'm probably going to take Mr. Miner over that safety any day. Oh, come on. See, it's just like minor details like that, Roseville. You got to know the plays, man. This could have been touchdown Roseville. You could have been up 14-0 against Woodbury. But because we didn't do our job, poor running back. Oh, it's a different kid now. Now is that number 20 or 20-something? 21, I think. Now he has to bounce back inside because someone else didn't do their job, and we have to settle for a field goal. Oh, there was some kind of penalty. They took it from the 8-yard line. And now they're taking it again from the 8-yard line. Oh, did Woodbury ice them? Yeah, they did. So I can only tell that because I'm watching. This must be Coach Hill over here, his shadow. If you watch the hands right here before they snap the ball, watch. See right there. Hands come up, both hands, and he calls a timeout right there. You see it. And then the official signals, yep, timeout. They're icing the kicker. That's wild. The fact that you have to ice Roseville in 2024, and they got it. That's crazy. Dude, nice job, Roseville. Okay, so Roseville's up 10-0 at Woodbury. Woodbury, defense, question mark. Offense. And see, this is like kind of what I was talking about with Roseville. I'm sorry, with Rosemount. Wrong Rose. Their defensive stats looked worse than they actually were because look at Woodbury's offense. Special teams mistakes, you get pinned back deep, your offense goes 3 and out. And now your defense can only defend 22 yards. Obviously, your opponent's going to score when they're that deep. Like, that's just the reality of it. And that goes down as a negative stat for your defense. When in reality, when you go back and watch the film, a little bit more to it. Your offense has offensive dysmorphia, and it's carrying over into the rest of the team. It's like a cancer. It's spreading. Spreading the disease. Great Anthrax album. Kicking it to the hash. I'm liking. Oh, and out of the end zone. So now Woodbury's got to go 80 yards to score, and we're back in the wing tee. Dude, I completely forgot. I need to take a guess before Woodbury goes on offense. What offensive scheme are they coming out of? What is their dysmorphia telling them to do on this next drive? It looks like he's about to motion, though. Is he motioning H? Yep. It's going to be a run back to the left. It's a trap. It's trap. It's actually not too shabby of a trap that time, but okay, Roseville. You got to know the situation. I get that it's right before halftime. That's 22 personnel. You're not getting verts out of a 22 wing formation. You're just not. At the very least, if they are stealing from Prairie Lake, you motion there. You got to watch for R diving and then Z here doing his rail out of the backfield. That's what Prairie Lake likes to. That's what you got to watch for. Or if they do the jet motion across, lead back that way. It's the post here, and then it's H that actually does the wheel coming back here, and that's what they like to hit. You can actually see that on, I think it's the first or second drive of Prairie Lake when they played Forest Lake this past season, week 1. But instead they run trap. You can get up to the next level. I'm not liking that. Who's my tight end up here? Why are you blocking a linebacker? Get up there and hit his safety. And then he does nothing. He just stands there and watches. Yeah. Woodbury, if we're going to run trap, we need to go over our blocking rules. That is not who he should be blocking on a trap. Dude. Okay. It's halftime at Woodbury. And Roseville is up 10-0. That's crazy to me. And like, I saw some, there was some Roseville, or not Roseville, there's some Woodbury kids commenting on the Minnesota High School Football Network on Caleb's Instagram account saying like, oh, Woodbury, or maybe it was on Skull Hole. Skull Hole said like, oh, Woodbury's not going to do good this year. And Woodbury kids were like, oh, well, our team was young last year. We'll be better this year. I mean, if they have the same offensive dysmorphia this coming season in 2025 as they did last year, nothing is going to improve. I mean, look at all the teams that had offensive dysmorphia to any extent last season. Prairie Lake, STMA, Rosemount, like none of them were successful at all. STMA at least, like they still had a losing record, but they at least won a playoff game. But you know what's funny? That was also against a Stillwater team that had offensive dysmorphia. Because it's like, well, are we an I formation? Are we a pistol spread? What are we? Well, we don't really know. You can't do that. Oh. Wild. So now we're coming out of... And Roseville gets the ball back coming out of halftime. The best thing to do is just pin it back deep. Give your defense a long field to defend at this point. And that's what they do. Give them a touchback. I think that's the best thing. The wind must be blowing strong this way because all the kicks going that way are sailing out the back of the end zone. Everything going this way is like falling short. But over here, we got long bombs. So if you know that, then when you go this way, kick low. Because if ball gets up high, wind takes it, and it stops. Then you have no sauce, no zest. Back in 12 personnel. Roseville has an offensive system. We like it. They're a 12 personnel team. They like stretch. Toss, please. He's all the way up here. We need to toss to the right. We need to toss right. The safety's stacked up here. He's inside. We need to toss right. Make him come up and take an angle and chase you. He's not going to be able to get here. Oh, especially after you... No, you don't want to do it after you motion over because our buddy the corner, even though he's inside, he can easily come out there and make the tackle. Was that the same play? Yeah. Oh, up makes it go back to the top. I did not know that. And it's the same... They pulled the center again? They did. They're running belly with the center. This time it makes more sense because the center is the one that's uncovered. Let the guard down block. Where's the play going to, though? Where's the hole developing? Is there supposed to be a kick-out block? It looks like the hole's supposed to go right here. And then who came off unscathed? Where's 93? He's up here. We just forget to block? No. This has to be a linebacker that comes up and fill. Okay, yeah, it's the backside inside linebacker. Who's supposed to get up to next level? Oh, I see what's going on here. He took the wrong linebacker. He's supposed to take backside linebacker. The guy pulling around is supposed to take playside linebacker. Then he takes the edge if you're running power. And that's why this broke down. He took the wrong linebacker. There's nobody to take. The other inside linebacker, he does a good job scraping. See how he does shuffle, shuffle, and he scrapes? He fills, he takes the block. Now he has a lane to fill, and he scrapes across. That's pretty solid inside linebacker play right there from Woodbury's number 6. Oh, safety makes a bad read here. He shuffles, shuffle. Then what does he do? He dives inside for no reason instead of containing his that dude. Look, once again, there's another lane for toss. I am so shocked. If Roseville does not have toss in their playbook, we need to get that in your playbook right away. I mean, especially with Woodbury playing all these like crush fronts and bear fronts. Like, look at how tight they are. They shift over that way and they play up on the line. They have no edge contain when they're pinching in that hard. I mean, look at that. They give it up right away. It's almost like Stillwater. Maybe it's a thing in the Metro East. Teams just don't like containing the edge. Forest Lake kind of cooked Stillwater last season on the edge. Of course, you never count out the Ponies' offense. But Ponies' defense, outside linebacker play, containing edge, definitely the one weakness in that Ponies' defense last season. Toss, please, please toss out this way off that motion. No, we ran an insert tag. And again, you're running right into the teeth. Look at where our buddy number 21 is. He's stacked down here. What are these two doing? They're bringing the sauce. You don't run right into the sauce. If they want to bring the sauce, say, hey, motion out here. You come out and you reach the safety. You block here. Like, there's easy solutions here, Roseville. We have solutions. You could be like up 21 or 28-0 if we just put toss in the playbook here. It's so ironic. Normally, like, look at what I'm saying to Woodbury. Normally, I tell teams, you got to take plays out of the playbook. You're doing way too much. Roseville's like the opposite. Like, nope, run our lead insert. Nope, run stretch, run lead insert. All right, check to a levels pass play. I mean, at least they're sticking with the system, but, oh, you need toss to get on the far edge of the defense. It is there. Woodbury is giving you that edge, and they just will not take it. Oh, big sad. Yeesh. Oh, safety even stepped up and washed himself inside. The edge is there. Oh, you go. It's all right. Yeah, I can't groan about this anymore. Roseville, please add. I mean, you still got a first down. Because I guess Woodbury's not very physical. How did he get past the... Because they all abandoned the hole. That's how. And then what does the safety do? Stops his feet dead in his tracks and is like, okay, I guess I'll make a tackle. Stop feet. Yeah, let me just lean into it. Bro, that is not what you would do. You were going to get yourself hurt. Your arm tackling. And you could get a concussion right here. You could tear your right pectoral. You got to come in, get your right shoulder into his gut, and wrap up there. And you can't stop your feet. Feet stop dead in your tracks. You were just asking to get yourself hurt doing that. And not only are you risking getting hurt, then you let this happen. What is it? Just letting the running back take you for a ride. That's nice hard running Roseville, too. How did Roseville not win this game? What is going to happen in these last, or in the second half here that turns this game around? Is there a bad turnover? Once again, look at how tight Woodbury's outside backer is. They are giving you the edge. Where's our buddy the safety? Is he coming down? Okay. Our buddy the safety's coming down. What's happening? Did he? Oh, well, that must have been a penalty there. But did number 93 blitz? Yeah, play was blown dead, but he was attacking. It's too easy. Too easy. But this is like Roseville's worst nightmare, getting behind the sticks. They are not built to do this. Kind of like a Shakopee or Centennial or an Egan. When you get a team like this that's run heavy behind the sticks, same with Eden Prairie, they just struggle a little bit. Oh, they do have toss in the playbook. Why did it not work, though? Because the outside backer is not pinched in this time. They shifted over this way. It would have been better to toss that way. They're just like, oh, toss to the wide side of the field. But that's not the front Woodbury gave them. They widened out number 8 this time. It's a pretty solid play by number 8. The only problem is he runs upfield. This is a nice job taking the hole. 8 tries to fill. Oh, bummer. Yeah, because they must have seen it because toss is there. Toss right was there, but this is like a play too late. Also, where's number 8 going? With the tight end. So if you, what I would have done here is instead of calling pro right, you should have called pro left. Tight end's over there. That means Woodbury calls it to the strength. 8 is over here. Then our buddy 93 that likes to duck inside is over here. And he shoots inside. Motion H-back across. H-back takes the safety. He takes 0. There's your toss. And you don't need to pull anybody. But instead, they ran pro right. Oh. To me, that's just... I don't know if that's as much on the OC, because how is he going to see that? He already has enough to do with calling plays. You got to have someone on your staff saying, hey, they're calling strength to our tight end. Number 8 goes with our tight end. Keep tight end away from the toss. Run toss opposite of the tight end. So, pro left, toss right is what they should have called instead of pro right, toss right. And then it doesn't help that the O-line's just kind of standing around instead of reach blocking. I mean, they still got 5 yards out of it, but if they called it the correct way... And look at where our buddy number 8 is. Is he up at the top of the screen? Yes, he is. He's going with the tight end. So, again, there's a pattern with Woodbury. That's one of their rules. He is clearly the strong... He must be the Sam. Strong side, outside backer. He goes to the strength. Strength is called to the tight end. You got to notice stuff like that. Are both of these two coming? I don't think so, because where's the safety stacked? Safety's stacked on the right side. So if anyone's coming, it's going to be our buddy here. What do we run this time? Is it just the insert lead again? Yep. Oh, nice job by the H-back. See how the defensive end dips inside? He has tight end's got him engaged there. H-back knows, oh, tight end's got him engaged. There's no hole. Bounce out, hit the next guy. And then it's just the running back one-on-one against the safety. Dude, Roseville's got a sick running back. If that's Javon Minor. Oh, what happened? Where's the flag? I got to see this. Something came in here. Where's the laundry sauce? Oh, one of the coaches was not too happy. Was it right here? This official did not throw a flag. Where was the penalty? Did it come in from back here? It must have come back here, because I'm not seeing it. And if it's back here, that'd be interesting, because supposedly, going into 2024, the State High School League changed the holding rules. They're only calling it at the point of attack. This is not the point of attack. Point of attack is over this way. That's where the play is going. This is the backside in the wash. I don't know. Obviously, I don't have the live stream, and it's cut off from the huddle play, so I can't really see where that was. That's just the only thing that I really noticed in that play where I could have seen a penalty. Are we pro left? We're pro left. Motion the H-back across. Toss right. You get H-back, sealing the edge there, and there's your toss. Ooh, did Woodbury jump off sides that time? Did I miss it? Oh, yeah. It's interesting because I don't think the official on the top up here called it. I think the official at the bottom did. Yeah. We don't have the shadows anymore. The home stands are blocking the sun. Is Woodbury Stadium built north and to south? I don't know. No, I don't want go route. We don't need to see go route. Let's go to Google Earth. Take a peek. I want to say their stadium is built north to south. Good old Woodbury. Yada, yada, yada. No, that's Maplewood. Here's Woodbury. Where is Woodbury High School? Here we are. No, it's built north to south. So I guess this, well, yeah, sun's out of the west, so it's shining right there. So that makes sense. Also, this is Woodbury High School, right? Royal T. Rex? That's Woodbury High School. Okay. That's what I thought. What is going on with Woodbury's field? This must have been years ago. Did they get new turf recently? I guess they must have. Where's our buddy's Eastridge? There's Eastridge. Eastridge is like, yeah. Oh, dude, look at how sick that is with the entryway and everything. It's right off the parking lot. It's actually pretty sweet setup they got over at Eastridge. Never been to either of these stadiums, but might have to add that to the to-do list. Although I don't think Lakeville South is going to be taking a trip to the Metro East anytime soon, other than in 2026 when we got to go to Mounds View Week 1, but we'll do that when we get there. Yeah, so right end jumped off sides somehow. Woodbury now has both their outside linebackers stacked on the line just to back them off. I think they're doing this to try and mess with Roseville, but it's like, it's 2nd and 15. You're not going to send the guys outside because the safety's not stacked. You're sending the linebacker in the middle. And there you go. Oh, was this a levels concept? What do we got going on here? Especially against the cover 4. Corner bit there. Safety goes with him. Yeah, it's just really well covered. And then these two guys end up at the same spot. What's 17's route? Okay, I think the problem here, if this was supposed to be a levels, I think 17 was supposed to go deep, and he didn't. He's blocking. He thought it was a run play. Or he's doing a whip route. But, okay, something is not right here. If he's supposed to do a whip route and release into the flat here, why is he doing a flat? Something went wrong here. You should not have two receivers in the exact same spot. Something did not work out there, Roseville. I don't know about that play. All right, now we're in shotgun. Obvious passing situation. Woodbury looks like they're going to bring some sauce, but safeties are back. If they are, it's going to be one of the inside guys. I'm thinking that we're going to get this if one of the inside backers is going to blitz. The outside guys are going to drop back, and that's exactly what happens. Dude, Woodbury is very predictable. Did they lose outside contain again? What do the defensive ends do? He pinched in. No, he did stay in the D gap this time. It's better. Quarterback just escaped right away. All right, 4th and 10. Obviously, you got a punt. Bummer, dude. Roseville was driving. They had that great run. I think it was here. And then it all got taken away. Yeah. Oh, it was a decent stretch, but some kind of penalty killed them. Can't be having penalties like that if you're a run-heavy team. Oh, and then where are the Gunners? Why is 13 coming so far inside? Why is 13 coming inside? Why are you not taking your lane? Why are you dive bombing over here? Look at that. You went from covering the wide side of the field to now you've given up. I mean, actually, he's further inside of the hash. Now there's 75%. Actually, not 75%, because there is a Roseville player right here. That's 2/3 of the field because you decided to leave your spot and go somewhere else to someone else's spot. Now you're stacked up with your buddy in the same spot instead of you coming over here. You've now given up 66% of the field. Thankfully, the Woodbury kid's like, you know what? I could run into space and keep getting my team yards, but nah, I just want to get tackled instead. What? Roseville gave you that. That's free yardage. Go! Get to the sideline. Pick up yardage. Why would you cut back into Roseville's pursuit? Huh? What? And it's not like he couldn't have seen this coming. As soon as you see, but like this is before the ball's punted. 13 is dive bombing inside. I have a lane out here. I'm going to catch this ball and I'm about to take this to the house outside. And he even punted it out here. He's over there. Right here, he sees, all right, there's all these dudes over here that completely whiffed. I've got nobody out this way. I should go this way. Instead, he's like, nah, bro, I want to get tackled. Oh, what did he see that was, like, attacking that way? Is it that all of Roseville's pursuit was angling this way? You're telling me he's so scared of him and him? Like, you're here, he's over here. How is he going to pursuit to you? Get over there. Oh. That's just a mental mistake. All right. Oh, now we have an 11 personnel spread offense. Woodbury's offensive dysmorphia continues. They did the stupid jet sweep where they... Oh, this was a tight end false start. Watch the tight end right here, the Y. Oh, boom. Yep, there's the flag right there. But again, if you're running a jet sweep, why are you pulling the backside guard? How is he going to get out there in front of the jet sweep? Look at it. Look at the handoff right here. He's already not far ahead enough to like have any impact on the jet sweep. Why would you draw it like that? It's just like STMA pulling the backside guard on a wide toss. Like, say, guard's on this side of me. Or you can't see on screen. Guard's on this side of me, right? He's over here. My running back is offset over here. I'm tossing out this way. Why would I have the guard over here pull all the way over that way when I'm already tossing it way out wide that way? I don't know. Ooh, we got a Roseville coach in coach's position. That must be the DC. He's eyeballing that Woodbury scheme. 1st and 15. I'm not sending any pressure. Just play your base defense. Force him to take the screen or the pass. Oh, it's kind of like that concept Blaine does. They love to do this like in that deep whip route, and then that second level coming over the top of it. It's almost like a corner route. Blaine loves that exact same concept. And it's well covered. Again, why would you call that into Roseville? Roseville does a great job. He goes deep, corner stays with it. It doesn't make sense to call this into a cover 3. He has the deep, he's got the flat, he's over the middle. You send someone into his zone, and then you send someone into his zone. You're not taking advantage of what your opponent is running. Good evening, Mr. Rich. How are we doing? Yeah. So, Woodbury's offensive dysmorphia continues. They have no idea what they're doing. Look, number 14's right there to stay in his zone and has it covered. Oh, boy. All right, so they tried the goofy pass play that makes no sense. Do I hear a bubble screen? Just had some Taco Bell. What did you get from Taco Bell? Taco Bell's the OG. Way too many days back at the U of M where I would hit the gym, and then after that, pull up to Taco Bell over off of, whatever that is just north of the U of M, past Dinky Town. Forget what that little area is. South of St. Anthony Village. But there was a Taco Bell there off of whatever street. But there was a Target there. There's a Home Depot there. 3 Supreme tacos. Not too shabby, dude. I used to eat like 5,000 calories worth of Taco Bell. That was back when Taco Bell was affordable. I would get 2 Crunchwrap Supremes, 2 Cheesy Gordita Crunches, 2 burritos, and then... I don't remember what else. Not 2 quesadillas. I usually only... If I do a quesadilla, it's only 1 quesadilla. And personally, I don't think Taco Bell's the best, like... If you're going to get a Taco Bell item, quesadilla is not what I would go for, just because you don't get the best calorie to dollar ratio. They're pretty pricey, and it's literally just cheese, a tortilla, and a little bit of meat. Definitely go for the Taco Supreme. They did hitches. Okay. This is a smart, well, not really a smarter play call. And I'd almost consider this pass interference because that's more of a block. So what should have happened, and this does take advantage a little bit of what Roseville's doing, he should be in the flat covering that, and then the corner should be taking the deep route. So because it's not really even a crossing pattern, you're just taking advantage. The outside backer can't get out to the flat because your receiver running the seam is getting in his way. So I will give Roseville credit. That's actually pretty well designed compared to what your opponent's doing. But if Roseville just gets their backer into the flat instead of, I don't know, what, Mr. Rich, what do you think? Does it look like the Woodbury wide receiver, because he puts his hands on the backer, does it look like he's trying to block him? This almost looks like pass interference. Like, okay, we're going to run a hitch, and then we're going to block the man that's supposed to be defending the flat from getting to the flat. That's, yeah, because see, he has to push off of him. See how he has to push off of him right here? Right there. See how his hands push off? That does look a little curious. Peculiar. And now it goes from 3rd and short to 3rd and 5. I'm sorry, 3rd and mile to 3rd and 5. Speaking of Woodbury, did I see that? Who are all these people? Adam, Bryce, Justin, Jordan, JJ, like Justin Jefferson? Or who's TJ and CJ? I'd have to know who all these players are. I'm not quite picking up on just the first names. Is there a threat of a jet sweep? Yes, because which side is our running back on? He's on that side. Is there any guard pulling? No, so counter's not coming back. You know right here it's a jet sweep. You know, I did see NFL. Okay, yeah, like TJ Hawkinson. I did see that Tyson Schultz had pictures with like Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. Adam Thielen, I think, was there too. I was like, whoa, that's pretty sweet. So, yeah, I was definitely happy to see the NFL guys of the Vikings kind of engaging with high school and some of the young college players. You love to see stuff like that, man. Way to get out and support the game of football. Oh, no. They pulled the backside guard again. And once again, look. He's in no position to lead block at all. Oh, it's a power read. I'm an idiot. That's why they're pulling him. Because it's a power read. And the quarterback decides to keep. So if this is a power read like what Blaine or Rogers likes to do, they're reading the inside backers. See how the quarterback's look? But once again, where's his eye? He's reading out there. If you do it the way Rogers or Blaine does it, you're not looking out there. You look at these two goofballs. If these two go that way, quarterback keeps. If these two stay locked down there, jet sweep gets the ball. It's just like with their inside veer, or I'm sorry, their midline that they ran earlier out of the eye. He's just reading the wrong defender. I don't know if that's on the quarterback, if that's on the coaches because they don't understand what a midline is and which defender you're supposed to read. Bryce Young. Oh, dude, that's right, because Adam Thielen's the Panthers, Bryce Young's the Panthers. Dude, what an all-star lineup over there, Mr. Rich. Maybe they could have gone to Woodbury and told them how to run a power read or a midline or just something, man. And now you've got power reads, you've got triple option plays, you've got Eden Prairie trap plays. Woodbury has the worst case of offensive dysmorphia in 6A football. I'm officially saying they are worse than Rosemount. Rosemount has at least corrected it. Again, I don't know a whole lot about Woodbury other than what I'm seeing. But their offense was not very good last year, and I'm totally seeing why. We're struggling against Roseville. Roseville is rebuilding, and they do have solid defensive play. There is some stuff I'm liking from Roseville's defense, but you shouldn't necessarily be struggling against a Maroon team this badly. And power read, triple option, wing T plays, none of them set each other up. It's like they put together a Madden playbook with all their favorite plays. I am convinced that whoever calls the offense for Woodbury got way too excited playing College Football 25 last summer and just took all the favorite plays from that game and threw it together as Woodbury's offensive playbook. Because it feels like they're just slapping plays together as opposed to this is our system, here's the techniques that work with the plays in our system that we can teach in indie time. None of these plays set up each other or use the same techniques. I mean, we've seen like a duo zone blocking. We've seen power blocking with gap schemes. Now we've got a power read. We've seen triple option plays. Like, just none of these set each other. And we've seen some spread stuff as well. Like, it just, none of it sets up any of the other looks. It's so strange. And this is a solid keep right here. If you look, he turns his eyes back inside finally, and both the backers did go that way. So this is a good read. Solid blocking downfield. It's a solid power read once he got the end. And then they immediately go back to running Eden Prairie's offense. Woodbury, what are we doing? And they're calling a play at the line. What's the nose guard pointing to? Is he saying, hey, that's a false start? None of them, they were set and now they're not? You know what? I think that technically is, were their hands down? Let me see. No. Okay, so that's not a penalty. These two never had their hands down so they can come up. If him or him come up, then it's a penalty because you're set and then you come up. Oh, well... Okay. And right as I say that, what happens? Oofda. Oh, and the guard came up too. Yeah, both of them actually did over here. Yeah, hand came off, hand came off. That would be a penalty. Yeah, see in the nose guard, that's what he's probably pointing at. What is worse, last week's stream or Woodbury? Ooh, I mean, Coon Rapids and Champlin were sloppy, but they could at least score, and both the teams at least had systems in place. They were very predictable, but they at least could make stuff happen. And they, like I said, they had systems. Coon Rapids was a spread offense. Champlin Park is their 12 personnel pro style. They had way too many run plays, but they at least all set each other up. Whereas Woodbury... Not like, just look at these last two plays, Mr. Rich. This is how bad Woodbury is. You have a spread offense, 11 personnel right here, and then the very next play, you go into 22 personnel and you start running Eden Prairie's offense. Like, neither of these two offenses have anything to do with each other. So I don't... And it's like what Prior Lake does, or Rosemount. Oh, I'm Rosemount. I lost to Egan, Centennial, and Shakopee in the same season. Next year, I'm running Flexbone plays. Like, cool. Oh, I'm Prior Lake. I lost to Centennial. Buck Sweep is now in my playbook because that's what Centennial does, and they won. Like, you can't think like that. You got to choose a system that works with the kids that you have at your school, that they bring, like the strengths they bring to the table. For example, Lakeville South. We don't have a lot of wide receiver type kids, so why would we ever consider running a spread offense? That's just not the kids that we have. It would make zero sense for us to do so. All right, so let's see what this play is. Do we have trap? Oh, God. How did I know? Like, it's just... That's how bad and predictable Woodbury is. Like, come on. Do they at least have a fake coming out this way? No. This is awful. Look at the quarterback. He hands it off, and then there's no fake here. And what is this? That's not what you do it. When you do a fake like that, hands are like this so that they can't see if you have the ball or not. If you're doing that, you're not holding the football like this, bro. And then the quarterback, look at the quarterback. He doesn't even do a fake handoff. Look at it. He turns around and he just looks. He doesn't even stick his hand out. Where's the effort? And then, okay, if you really want to make this work and keep the defense guessing like Eden Prairie does, you attack the middle, you carry out a good fake there, you do a fake handoff, and then keep going out that way. That way the defense is looking here, they're looking here, and they're not looking there. That's why trap works. Am I still in the first game? Yes, still in the worst first game. Out of Rosemount, Prior Lake, and Woodbury, which one is the worst? So you're going to like this, Mr. Rich. I've coined a new term. I'm calling this offensive dysmorphia. It's when a team doesn't have a set offensive identity. They just do like a Madden, create a playbook, and slap plays together. But of those three, I would say probably Rosemount was the worst, but I'm giving Rosemount some credit. You know what? I don't know. It's definitely between Rosemount and Woodbury, because at least Prior Lake didn't go too much. They were predictable, and it's more so just slapping plays together, and they don't set each other up, but at least the plays were out of like the same handful of formations. Like Woodbury and Rosemount have completely different offensive schemes that do not work together. Yeah, I don't know which one I'd say is worse. It's tough. I think the deal breaker that'll make me say Woodbury's probably worse is that I know that Rosemount has corrected this for next season. Rosemount is going to be sticking to a triple option flexbone offense, whereas I have no idea what Woodbury's going to look like next season. But if they don't correct their offensive dysmorphia and just stick to one offensive scheme, I think they're going to be right back in the same boat that they were this past season, which is either a 5th or a 6th seed out in Section 4, which is rough because that means you're going to have to play a 3 or 4 seed out of one of the other sections, which, a 3 or 4 seed out of Section 3 or Section 6 could be. I mean, think about it. Just in Section 3 alone, you have EP, Maple Grove, Edina, Minnetonka. One of those 4, and then don't discredit Moorhead, Wyzetta, or STMA. If STMA is the 7, one of those 6 teams is going to be a 4 seed, right? I would take any of those 6 over Woodbury. Which, funny enough, Moorhead actually goes to Woodbury week 2. And from what I'm seeing here, Jet Feeney is going to torch Woodbury. As soon as he sees a safety stack down and Coach Feeney sees that, they're giving us a cover 3, check to this RPO, Woodbury might be cooked. It could get ugly. So back to this trap play. Why is the H-back looking inside? Does he not know what the play is? Why is he not blocking? Where's the tight end go? Why does tight end not get to safety? All right, once again, let's go over trap. You can take... Actually, you don't even need to block him. You should be going to safety. You have to seal off the backside. You seal off backside. You down block. You take next backer inside. Tackle. You go to that backer. If you want, you could have him go there and you take him, but you really don't need to because the fake should be taking him out of the play. And then, boom, all those guys are accounted for. The guy I'm really worried about more so is number 9 out there, so instead of inserting, go take him. And then this fake is going to carry him out there. Maybe 9 goes with him. You don't need to block him in the wash. You can just do that there. Then if the quarterback goes out that way, he should go with the quarterback. And there you go. Then the guard comes out, kicks out our buddy right here, and then boom. And like I said, he should be going with the fake out that way. Because if he's all the way out here, he's not getting inside to make that tackle. It's just not going to happen. Oh, yeah, Mazzo, the man-zone combination. Thankfully, we have not seen any Mazzo coverage today. Both these teams have actually played consistent zone coverage, so I will give Woodbury and Roseville that credit. Coon Rapids coverage was like one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Ooh. Caleb from Minnesota High School Network just sent me something. I'm going to have to look at that later. Yeah, Woodbury, this is... Oh, my goodness. You didn't... Do we get the trap man? He blocked the wrong trap man. The trap man is always going to be the first guy outside the play side guard, which is right here. You don't even know who to trap. And I do have to give the 3 technique of Roseville great credit. Look at how he works down the line here. He sees the down blocking. They leave him unblocked. He closes the gap right away. He's right on the butt. And that completely confuses Woodbury's offensive lineman. Even if he does come and block him, there's no gap for him to go through now. So now you have to bounce all the way out here, and the linebackers are filling. That's actually a really nice job by the 3 technique of Roseville. Not happy the nose guard's getting driven back. But that's more so because he's fighting a whole man. He's got to get this hand more inside, this hand outside, keep the legs churning. This is a pretty beefy center for Woodbury. A lot of gut right there. Their left guard's pretty sizable, too. Are their guards bigger than their tackles? It's kind of unusual. Normally, the only time you see a guard bigger than a tackle is in a flex bone offense. Like, I know Egan does that. I think they're the only one. Maybe Shakopee once in a while. But, like, Centennial, they have smaller guards. That's because they like pulling their guards. Egan never pulls guards, so that's why they do that. I don't know. This might be the like, I've roasted teams for running trap, and it looks terrible. Like, Champlin had a bad trap. Lakeville North had a bad trap. This might be the worst one that I've seen from Woodbury. Because at least they try and block the trap, man. I've never seen a trap where your pulling guard runs right by the guy he's supposed to trap, and you let that defender make the tackle. And again, this is a great job by number 66. He stays in his gap. He plays right off the butt of the guard as he down blocks. He closes off the hole. The guard gets confused, and he's right there to make the play. And he doesn't run upfield. He keeps his feet moving. I don't like that he ends up behind him. That's a great play. And it's not so, like, there were a lot of things there. There was Roseville doing good and Woodbury having no clue what they're doing. Also, Woodbury, it's 2nd and 11. You're behind the sticks. Why are we still in Eden Prairie's offense? Why? Well, EP does it, so we want to do it too. Bootleg, man in the flat. Oh, this is on the corner. Corner has his deep zone. You got to come up there with it. Oh, that's actually a really nice route by Woodbury's wideout. Great comeback to the sticks. Only did like 3 plant steps and then came back. That was a really nice cut. Stop and then came back in. There's no pull. You'd think that Roseville would realize, oh, there's no pull. It's a pass play. And I give 14 credit. He gets out into his zone, out into the flat right away with number 4. He's not fooled by that again, so that's pretty solid. We need 57 to take the quarterback, though. He's a little bit too flat-footed here. You got to realize nobody's pulling. Eden Prairie always pulls. Let me get out there and show that quarterback in the bootleg who's boss. Oh, it's just, yeah, poor corner just goes way too deep expecting the vert. That's just a very good route by the Woodbury wide receiver. Now we're back into 12 personnel, so I can't decide on offense, and we're running stretch. What in the STMA do we have going on here? And, I mean, literally, I just made the joke of STMA. It's verbatim. Osseo versus STMA on stretch. An inside linebacker for Osseo literally filled across the reach blocking and got right there because the reach blocking was non-existent. Look, they're not even setting the edge. Like, I see the hole they're trying to run through there, but he does a good job closing it. The defensive, is that the nose guard? That's a defensive tackle and the DN that are fighting their lineman back that way to close it off. Is that number 20 again, or is that our buddy 57? Oh, that's 57. That's just a great read and a great fill. Nice linebacker play. Hayden would have been good at football. Hayden Vucinovich, I fully agree he would have been. Good athletes are good athletes. All right, now we're in a spread offense again. This time we're in shotgun 12 personnel. Once again, behind the sticks. Okay, what did the O-line do? Pass play. Pitch. Oh. Where's the outside backer? He's blitzing. Stay in your zone, brother. Look at what the O-line's doing. That is not a run play. That's a pass play. Get back into your flat. I don't know why he's so tight on the H-back. This one's nowhere near as tight. He's actually in the flat. Did Woodbury's quarterback eye this before the snap? He might have. He's like, okay, you're up tight. You're off. This is the side I want to throw to. Oh, but they drop it. Dang. I mean, that was there. That's good. 3rd and 11. Please don't run a screen. It's a 3-by-1 set. You're still 12 personnel. It's just, now you're running Roseville's offense. Oh, if they ran 12... Excuse me, dying over here. They ran 12 personnel. I'm going to run 12 personnel too. Ooh. Oh, and he drops it. So, what went wrong here? If they're giving you the same cover 3, flat, they blitz a backer, so there's only one backer over the middle. What's the problem? Number 20 keeps going deep and leaves his zone. As soon as that tight end is going vertical like that, number 20, you have a cover 3. You have a deep safety over the middle of the field. If he's running vertical over the middle of the field, you don't mess with that. That's your safety's job. You need to stay at your second level instead of running deep. And if you stayed at your second level right here, guess what? Where the running back catches the ball, you're here, you see it, boom, you blow that up, and there's no play at all. Like Roseville's main issue with me is just guys just have to stay with doing their jobs. If Roseville does that, they might not even have to be a Maroon team. Then again, like Woodbury was not a very good team last year, but I definitely like what I'm seeing from Roseville. Oh, God. Now we're going for it on 4th and 11. We're back in a spread offense, this time 11 personnel. There's no threat of a jet sweep. Running back's on the wrong side. Something was wrong here. The ball snapped. The right side of the offensive line did not move at all. Okay, so something strange is going on here. And they threw a slant. Oh, deadly slant. Why did the slant work? Did 29 stay in the flat? Oh, now there was a crossing pattern. He went inside. You don't go inside. Stay in your zone. Stay in your zone. If you just... Did they blitz somebody or they play base defense? These two cost it. Why are you two in the same zone? Stay in your flat. Mr. Rich, we have Mazzo coverage. We have zone, 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 and we have one defender playing man. That was drawn poorly. Let me redraw that. There we go. There's the man coverage. This is the problem right here. And who does that leave wide open? Right there. Now there's nobody in this entire space right there. He should be in the flat. This should, if he wants to throw there, number 29 should have a pick 6 right here, honestly. If he just stays in his spot. Wasn't that what I just talked about on this last play? If 20 stayed in his spot here, even if the ball was caught, it's 1 yard to no yard gain. And it's the same thing over here, this poor outside linebacker. If he just stays in his zone. I don't know why he plays man coverage when everyone else is doing such a great job. And again, has Roseville called man coverage? They've been in their cover 3 this entire game. They might blitz an inside backer, and then you have only one over the middle, but still, flat, flat, deep third, deep third, deep third. Like, and that's what you do in a 4-4 defense. It doesn't change. That's just so strange. I have no idea why he decided, especially on 4th and 11 of all plays. Oh, poor kiddo. All you got to do is just do your job. And Woodbury scores on this. You're joking. Oh. That is rough, buddy. Yeah. Oh, poor kid. Just, you got to do your job. That's it. Don't do somebody else's job. If he wants to slant inside, he's slanting. You have 2 inside backers right there to take him. Stay in your zone. Oh. That should have been pick 6 Roseville. It wasn't because of one outside linebacker not doing his job. That's such a bummer. Oh, man. That's, you know what? The bright side, though, that's something that's easily correctable with Roseville. Just do your job. Simple as that. All you have to do is tell the kid, hey, you know, it's all right. You got outside of your zone, and Woodbury took advantage of it. Just make sure we stay in our zone, and you'll be perfect. You'll have him locked down. Build the kid back up. Easily fix that. Focus on the positives. Like, hey, you've done a great job staying in your zone just far. You had one little hiccup. Let's get you back in your zone. They won't be able to hit you with any more slants like that. Ugh. I'm starting to run out of water. Yeesh. All right, so pinning Roseville back deep is a smart play. Now I think I'm starting to see how this turned around. Counter. They ran GH counter. But the center's pulling. Why are we pulling a center? Especially when 52 is able to get back there and just kind of mess things up. I don't know that I'm big on Roseville pulling the center. I wish they would pull backside guard instead. I don't know if it's because Woodbury's giving them overlooks and they want to get a guard blocking down on the nose guard. Oh, why did you cut it inside? No, the jet sweep is there. You have a block. You have a block. The jet sweep is there. Why did number 17 cut it inside for no reason? Also, ball snapped a little bit late. And we're opening the wrong way. We should be opening around this way, fake handoff here, fake handoff over there, and then boot out that way. Because now you can't do a fake handoff there. Well, I mean, you sort of do. Is Coach Ladd coaching this season? I honestly don't know. I have not heard from Coach Ladd in a hot minute. He hasn't gotten back to me recently. Again, this is just a simple mental mistake by Roseville. There is no reason to not go where the play is designed to go, especially when now safety's not stacked up. Why would you want to run back inside and go hit an inside linebacker when you can be off to the races out here and force this safety to try and make a play, especially if your receiver blocks and gets the second half of the man right there? That's a touchdown Roseville, and you're up 17-7, and Woodbury's like, crap. And then our H-back just kind of gives up blocking. Oh, dude. And it's a bummer because Roseville is realizing, like, oh, Woodbury is giving us the edge on the weak side where 93 is. Like, their offensive coordinator is trying to take what's there. I just wonder if Roseville hasn't practiced going to where the play needs to go. 17's got to have confidence, like, hey, we're going to block the edge. I need to attack the edge. That's what Woodbury's giving us. And did the coach communicate that to the kids? Like, hey, they're lining up like this. This is what they're giving us. We need to attack here and take advantage of it. I don't know if either of those conversations ever transpired. Based on what I just saw from that play, I'm assuming no, because there's no reason for that receiver to jump inside when he's got the edge for days. What do we have on 3rd and 1? Just insert up the middle. Feed up the middle. Yep, it's that same play. H-back up the middle. Did he go in the hole, or did he bounce this outside? He bounced it outside. I would have liked to see him stay in the hole here. Oh, well, he didn't because we had a little bit of issue right here. Where's number 6 coming from? Number 6 is blitzing. Again, look at how tight Woodbury is inside. And if it's a run play, why is our right tackle pass protecting? Interesting. Either way, first down, Roseville. They got the functionality out of it they needed to. See, this is where it gets a little bit iffy with toss right, because 8 can just get vertical. I was saying if you're going to do toss, you got to do it out of pro slot. Have Y over here, H can stay here on this side. Boom, boom. And then toss out that way. Pull play side guard around. You got it. Okay, why did this play not work? Solid, but there was no fake. Look at the quarterback. Does he put his right hand up? No. Ball snapped a little bit too late. It's kind of like Prairie Lake. When Prairie Lake does their fake jets, the jet man's already past the quarterback by the time the ball snaps. There's no threat. It's like, okay. And usually the running back's on the wrong side. At least when you're stacked like this, you can't read pre-snap who's going to get the ball. Stretch outside. Oh, but there's no reach blocking. Oh, it's actually a solid job by number 8 getting off the block. And like I said earlier, if I want to run to the outside, I've identified 93 is the one that I want to run to. That's why I just said, put Y over there. Have Y go there. You can even go unbalanced. Have Y and X both be on the line up there. Have Z come in motion on the backside like that. Do a fake jet that way. And then there you go. Now H is leading out there. Pull the backside guard, and you're gone. Now you have 93 out here instead of number 8. And there's your play. Did Coach Mack go to Jefferson? No, Coach Mack grew up in Texas. I love Coach Mack, man. That's my guy. Coach Mack, Coach Talley, Coach Ladd, Coach Green, Coach Norton. All the guys I coached with at Jefferson, fantastic. Oh, see, now we're behind the sticks. It's like Roseville's worst enemy. So now we ran outside, but why did the wide receiver hit the outside linebacker? Something went wrong here. The fullback and the wideout both hit the same guy. Nobody hits the corner. I get that a corner doesn't want to tackle. And I mean, look, he arm tackles. Should have made a move to the outside there. Because remember, if the corner comes inside, he's the furthest man on the edge of the defense. If you shift him and can hit R1, get outside of him, then, I mean, these dudes are going to try and trail you from behind. He's got to chase you down. You got yardage. We got green grass. Coach Green and Coach Norton were only there for 2 years. They were there from 2018, 2019, and then Coach Ladd became the head coach after Coach Green left when you were a freshman. That was Coach Ladd's first year as the head 9th grade coach. And I think, yeah, Coach Matt came in that same year too because Coach Norton went over to Robbinsdale Cooper for 2020. Got a varsity position over there. All right, now it's 3rd and long. We know what Roseville does. They break out the gun, sticking with 12 personnel. This is what I was talking about earlier. 8's on the top side, 93's in tight here. This is when you want to look at running the toss. Only problem is, who's stacked down low? Our safety. So, is he going to back up? No, he's staying in that vicinity, so you know who's going to blitz. He did back off, and they blitz. That's dangerous, because now you've got... If they would have just left someone in the flat right there. Oh. Now we have to... Oh, we're going Wildcat. Oh, there's a false start. Oh, poor Roseville. Is Coach Norton still with Cooper? As far as I know, I believe Coach Norton is still with Robbinsdale Cooper. Now you have to punt. Again, what's stopping Roseville? Little mental mistakes, and it goes back to the second down jet sweep here. Oh, no, they got that. It was it this one? Where's the jet sweep earlier? Well, this was a bad play because, again, they're calling it out of tray to the tight end side when you got to call it away from the tight end. Tight end H-back have to be opposite. Got to do that at a pro slot. This was the jet sweep that didn't work. This could have been a touchdown right here. If he would have just taken what the defense gave him, it's there. Oh, and then obviously the false start by Roseville here doesn't help. That's a mental mistake. That could have been a big fourth down conversion. Keep your offense in the field. You give that right back to Woodbury. And just like that, Roseville was controlling this game. They're shooting themselves in the foot. Like, the Woodbury's touchdown was all because a Roseville defender decided not to stay in his zone. They were playing Mazzo coverage. You had, what was it, 7 defenders drop back in coverage. 6 of them were playing zone. 1 played man, and the one that played man left a gap open, and they hit a slant for a touchdown. On 4th and 11, mind you. Like, that easily could have been, if he would have just stayed in his spot, that's a 4th down stop for Roseville. They get the ball back. It's still 10-0 Roseville over Woodbury, and then they run that jet sweep, and it actually goes to the outside. That could have been 17-0 Roseville over Woodbury. Oh, at least you're pinning the... No, I didn't do it again. Every time I forget. I was supposed to pause the video and guess which offensive scheme Woodbury's going to run on this drive next. Now they're running the Eden Prairie wing tee again, and they're still in the base wing. They won't play wing strong. Are they even set? Okay, they're set. Yeah, some just looked weird. Play action because they don't pull anybody. Stay in the flat. Oh, the corner. Again, they're just taking these comebacks. It's that same play earlier. You can't be giving up these deep comebacks. If the corner just stays with the comeback, they're not getting yards. Are they going to go right back to it just on the other side now? Or are they actually going to run the ball? Please don't do trap. Oh, no, power. And look, the hole develops right there. Where does the ball carrier decide to do? Nah, bro, I'm Prairie Lake. Let me bounce it outside. Oh, the lane's there. Where did Coach Green go? I do not know where Coach Green... he had to stop coaching. He had to take on another job because his wife was having another kid. So that's what happened with Coach Green. I don't know if he ever got back into coaching. I talked to him a year or two ago. He's doing good. I think he's... mostly focused on his son's basketball stuff. I think his son is a real good hooper. I want to say that he plays at Eastview. Started on varsity, or at least played on varsity as a freshman. That's real nice edge contained by Roseville there. Is that the D end? That is number 5. He stays low with his hands. He engages the fullback, sheds the fullback, and makes the tackle. And again, this is Woodbury shooting themselves in the foot. Woodbury, the play call is power, Mr. Running Back. Power goes this way. Zone is, your running lane is right there. If he goes up and he hits that, like, this could have been touchdown Woodbury now, but instead you're like, nah, bro, I'm Prairie Lake. I'm bouncing it outside again. It's the same thing with Roseville and the jet sweep. You don't cut inside randomly. You don't go outside. You go where the play is designed to go. But then again, with Woodbury's offensive dysmorphia, I don't think they know where any of their plays are designed to go. Question mark. All right, we're behind the sticks. We're in 12 tray open. You've got Y and H at the top up here. It's a 3x1 set. Z X to the back side. There's no threat. Well, there's a little bit of a threat of the jet sweep because running back's over here, but I doubt they're going to do that. Into the boundary, that'd be a little strange. Comeback. They just love the backside comeback and hitch. And what happens? Did the outside backer get there? No. Why is he... All right. Here's something that doesn't make sense to me. Watch the outside linebacker right here. What does he do? He shifts over this way. If your zone is the backside flat, what in the world are we doing going this way? Your zone is here. Why are we going that way? I guess this way. But still, your zone is literally the opposite direction. And sure enough, where do they pass? Once again, the zone we vacated from. Woodbury's identified that Roseville will not defend that backside flat. They just keep abandoning. That's the same zone that they scored on with the slant. They're just attacking it again. 12. This time we're under center. We motion from pro slot over to tray open into the boundary. I imagine they got to throw a comeback to the wide side of the field. It's a little bit strange. Okay, we'll play action to the wide side. Oh, see, this is a real nice job. See how you get penetration and you mess up the flat right there? That's what I was saying that the Patriots did against the Rams in the 2018 Super Bowl. Because now your flat check down, because he should be out here in the open. But because you muddled him up so much, there's nobody to pass to there. Now what does the quarterback do? His check down's gone. Takes a hit. He got the first down, which is a bummer. Who's the inside linebacker? 20? Where's 20 going? Where's 57 going? Oh. 57 falls for the play action. If 57 goes where he's supposed to, 20 goes where he's supposed to, 14 stays in the flat, this play is shut down. Also, weird concept. If it's a bootleg to the right, what is 24 doing coming out this way? Did he just go the wrong way? Because there's no way the quarterback's going to be like, oh yeah, let me throw across the entire field. That's like a 66-yard throw or however wide a football field is to get that back there. It's not 66 yards. That's stupid. It's not that far. 66 feet and something like that. I think it's like 30 yards. It's still a solid like distance to get the ball. I don't know why you would consider that. That's the end of the third quarter. We are finally into the fourth quarter. Roseville is still winning. I will give Roseville credit. They do like to chew time of possession. That is a very smart tactic. I was joking before about the college football 25 playbook. I don't even know. So, what do we have going on here? One, they're in pistol instead of shotgun. So, once again, we're running a different offensive scheme, technically. We have a multi-level RPO here. You have an outside veer on the edge here because they leave the first-level D-gap defender unblocked to determine if the quarterback's going to keep it or not. You have an RPO bubble on top of that. When does Woodbury run any RPOs? When have you done that up to this? So you're telling me now you do triple option like plays out of I formations. You do RPO plays. You do a spread offense. You do power running out of an I formation. You do gap running schemes out of a wing T. Dude, I said way back earlier at the beginning of the game that Woodbury has the worst case of offensive dysmorphia I've seen in 6A. It somehow keeps getting worse. Like, when have you done RPO stuff? And if it's a pre-snap RPO, you should know the bubble's not there because outside backer's right up against him in the flat. So then all you have to do is read outside veer. He runs upfield, the dive gets it. But you can't run outside veer out of this far deep in the pistol. Like, look at how Forest Lake does it. When they do it, quarterback's at 3 yards, not at 5. This is a full-on shotgun, and then he's another, like, 4.5 behind him. So he's at, like, 8 yards deep. And you're going to run outside veer from 8 yards depth instead of 3 and like 5 or 4.5? It just takes too long for the running back to get downhill. Look at how far in the defensive end is by the time you make this read. Woodbury, what is your offensive playbook? Oh, I think we need to ban college football 25, 26, every Madden game from the city of Woodbury because this is not okay. You cannot try and do that in real life. At least Roseville, is that the safety for Roseville? Comes up and makes a big hit. Number 11 there. It's our buddy number 20 again. He just got pushed back. Also, a little bit of face mask there from our buddy number 29. We got to work on staying in the flat on that backside. He's creeping in again. Oh, this is the strangest offense I've ever seen. Woodbury, you gotta pick just one. Like, no wonder they had so many. I saw from all those comments on Minnesota High School Football Network or Skullhole, whichever one it was on Instagram, saying, "Oh, Woodbury was young last year. We're gonna be a lot better this year." You need to pick an offensive scheme if your offense is gonna be better this year. If you try and run every offense under the sun, this is going to happen again. Like, Oh my goodness. I cannot understand this. This is not college football. Oh god, there's another RPO. They did it again. Why? Where did this come from? All of a sudden in the fourth quarter, they're like, yeah, well, let's break out some RPOs now. Let's just completely change our offense towards the end of the game out of nowhere. But then if it's supposed to be, if it's an outside veer, which it looks like it is, this is the correct read because 50 takes the dive, your first level defender, but then he's looking to pass. Who are you reading on the pass? Normally, like, say that they're doing a Wyzetta or like an Edina RPO, you're reading your second level D-gap defender, but that's if you have an in-breaking route. You don't. You have a bubble. I'm literally convinced that Woodbury is stealing plays. Like, I swear, this is in CFB 26 RPO bubble. Like, I swear on my life. This is with Wyatt. Let's do it out of trips. Multiple offense. It's not the same thing because it's out of a 2x2, right? I don't want gun trips. Let's go to a multiple. RPO bubble. Pro twins. Split twins. I mean, it's not quite the same thing. You got to get him. If you get A split out wide and RB out there, then yes, it's the same thing. But it... RPO zone, alert bubble, guns. That's not quite the same thing. But, I mean, that's crazy. I want to find the correct play. If it's not pro twins, what does college football... CFB 26, 11 personnel formations. I'm sorry, I have to get to the bottom of this. Complete guide to defense. 11 personnel is offense. What are you talking about? Dynasty and team builder deep dive. Not what I'm looking for. Right. 26. Offensive playbook. You know what? I'm just going to do it myself. Playbook database. Here we go. Let's just go to multiple spread, right? That's what I said I wanted to look at, and that's probably the best one to see everything. I'll probably be at the bottom. Yeah, here we go. Spread. You know what? Let's just go regular spread. No, I do not want to join your Discord server. They're in pistol. Would it just be Y spread? That's 10 personnel. Y off trips. No, because they're 2x2. Not double stack. It's not doubles Y off. I mean, doubles Y off is kind of similar. Do they have the RPO here? It's not quite the same thing. That's closer to it. It's not quite the same, but yeah, it's pretty darn, because this is Y off. It's not the same thing. It's pretty darn similar, though. Spread Y flex, stack Y flex, wing. Do they even, what's spread flex? No, because that's 10. I want 11. Duo slot open. No. What in the world? What is deuce? I guess deuce is like a double slot look. Okay, that's what, like, that's some Edina stuff right there. Edina doesn't need to steal their plays from College Football 26. Oh, duo? No, it's not duo. Finder. Offense. Split back, split T, choose an offensive formation, pistol, gun. Not bunch. I just don't know what do they call it pro twins in the game? Because that's what we call it. I don't know what they would call it here. Split pro open, maybe. There it is. No, that's 2-back set. I don't know. I mean, we saw things that looked like it, but if I find 11 personnel hiding somewhere in here, then you know. Red, Y, yeah, that's not the same. You know Woodbury is running plays straight from College Football 25 and 26. That's crazy to me. Yeah. It's literally the same thing. And then, oh, quarterback gets whacked that time. He still gets a first down because it's 2nd and 1. But you don't want your quarterback taking shots like that. 57 again, coming flying in. He's like, all right, you want to run the ball? Boom! Oh, what a hit. Yeah, Woodbury. I don't think we want to run a video game offense. Jet sweep. How do we know it's jet sweep? Which side's the running back on? He's all set to lead block. Yep. And I already have commented enough. It's not the jet sweep. Remember, it's the power read. He's just reading the backers here. What are they doing? And the backers both went with the jet sweep, did they not? So this is the correct read. That's actually a really solid play by Woodbury. Rogers does this too. Blaine does this a little bit. This might be the one thing that they do right. How many games am I doing today? I'm doing 2 games. The other game should be short because it's a Maroon game. I've just had a lot to talk about this game, even though it's a little bit shorter, because there's a lot of things going wrong. I'll put it lightly. Now we're in gun bunch trips in 10 personnel. Dude, once again, we're getting another, like, completely different style of offense. What is the offensive identity? And they run stretch out of it? And it doesn't work. Why? Because, again, you're in 10 personnel running the ball into a 4-4 defense. Not smart. Mismatch. You have wide receivers trying to block one-on-one linebackers. That's just never going to happen. And look, the linebackers win the battle instantly, and the receivers just give up, basically. They're like, oh, I can't block a guy that big. Oops. And look at where are they going to block. You're in gun bunch trips. This one goes backwards. My dude, it's a run play. Go! What are you doing backing up? 24 does nothing. He's like, shimmy, shimmy up. Nah, I'm not doing that. Number 5 is like, yeah, I'll come up. Nah, I'll just look at you. And number 2 is like, oh, am I supposed to, is this a bubble? Oh, no, I'm supposed to do something? All right, push. Oh, oops. Well, I guess I didn't do it. Like, oh. And this goes back to the whole concept of I don't think Woodbury has time and practice to practice all these plays. And even if you do, you're doing only team time. Where's the indie time? Do you work on receiver blocking at all? From what I'm seeing here, that answer is definitely a no. So why would you call a play that requires receiver blocking if we don't practice receiver blocking? Why would we call gun bunch trips, but we also have 11 personnel, power read. You have your RPOs here. And this is just the 4th quarter. Remember they were doing tray open stuff here out of 12 personnel. They were doing Eden Prairie's wing T earlier. Like, offensive dysmorphia. I am coining the term. Woodbury has the worst case of offensive dysmorphia in Minnesota 6A high school football. Rosemount was bad last year, but I'm officially saying that this is worse. Woodbury just keeps pulling more and more stuff out of the depths of their playbook. It's just like a bottomless abyss of what could be next. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled out a power T formation at the goal line at this point. You know what? I probably just jinxed myself. They probably will. What if they ran a quick pitch toss out this way? That'd be goofy. I didn't think so. Ooh, solid little... Is this more of what they're... I think this is more their bread and butter. Now they're actually running stuff Woodbury does. It's actually a solid little bit of confusion. And again, now you're passing. You're taking advantage of what the defense gives you. You're doing a lot of spread stuff into a 4-4 defense. That is smart. Although it looks like Roseville moved somebody over. There's no... Oh, no, never mind. The outside backer is there. Yeah, so say these are all 11. So this is smart, especially in a 3-by-1 set. Their 4-4 defense didn't adjust to it at all. Yeah, that's going to go advantage Woodbury. Why haven't you been doing that this whole game? Like, again, that goes back to what I said at the beginning of the stream. You know Roseville's coming out in a 4-4 defense. That is their defense. And I'm surprised Roseville's not adjusting. They're starting to give you spread stuff. You can ID their personnel because they've had different kids for all these formations, and we're sticking with the 4-4 against a spread. Not very wise. Fumbled snap. Nice. There's our buddy number 55. He's ready to make the play because he comes off low. He sees a ball, and he's like, oh, yeah, let me get that. Where'd the center go? Center takes a blitzing linebacker. Woodbury's center is actually pretty solid. He gets off the ball fast. He's sizable. Is this a wing T? Is this power T? I was joking when I said we were going to do power T stuff. I was joking. It was a joke. I literally jinxed myself. I mean, it's not a straight up power T because he's not in the backfield. He's an H back, and then they're double tight end. So it's more of like a goal line 23 personnel look. What is your offense? It keeps getting worse. Like, there's so many plays and formations in Woodbury's offensive playbook. They have I've said it, I'm going to say it again. They have the worst case of offensive dysmorphia in 6A football. And they're trying to snap the ball as the tight end's getting set. That in Minnesota, this is technically legal. This might be against the, like I think in Illinois, IHSA, this is against the rules. But in Minnesota, as long as you have at least 7 men on the line of scrimmage, the play is okay. That means you can have more than 7. If you have 8 men on the line of scrimmage, suppose you put him up and you put 9 on there, or even 10. That's all legal, as long as you have at least 7. They just ran quarterback sneak. And was this 3rd and short? Oh, no, this is 4th and short. Because they fumbled. That's right. Also, I don't think the right tackle just got off. Why are the linebackers so far back? Get up there. It's 4th and an inch. And they just push him forward. 14 at least did a decent job coming right off the butt, but you got to step a little bit harder down. He kind of spun. It was kind of hard for him, too, because there's a leg right there tripping him up. I see that leg spinning him there. Bummer. Oh. Just like that. It's first. No, is it not? Wait, what happened? Was there a penalty? Or is that the same play? This is 3rd down. This is 4th down. Is this the same play? They put the same play in twice? No, what? Why did they run 4th down twice? What happened? Was there a timeout? The official up here didn't signal anything. I can't see the official at the top of the screen up here. He does step. No, he's running up to spot the ball. Or no, he's just walking. So maybe he called the timeout? If he did, that's actually pretty smart by Coach Stephenson to use a timeout there to get their bluff. But then what do they go back to the same place? Do the same. No, they get him to jump. That's actually smart by Woodbury. That is the first smart thing Woodbury's done. Oh, if Woodbury just doesn't move. I'm sorry, if Roseville just doesn't move. Woodbury's left tackle. You might be able to say that's in response, but if he ended up moving and he's back 5 yards, I'd take Woodbury 4th and 6 any day. Now we're back in the spread. We're going to get another power read. Guard pull. No. We did have a false start, though. Yep. Yeah. This has been ugly, man. Play action. This is actually smart. Remember how I was saying earlier they needed to run verts against a cover 3? They ran verts against the cover 3. Quarterback makes a great read. Safety goes with that seam. The other seam's left wide open. He has to take deep. Woodbury has a good play call. We love to see it. We finally got one. Right? It only took until play 104 out of 127. We're getting some offensive identity. We're taking what the defense gives us. It's better late than never. Great play call. And it's funny. Now that they're sticking to their 11 and 12 like base spread offense, they're doing better all of a sudden. Like, who would have thought? Be yourself, man. Stop running Eden Prairie's offense. Stop doing all the I formation stuff. Like, just be you, man. Get rid of the stupid RPO stuff that you got from college football 26 or 25. You don't need to run that. See, you get stuff like this. This is identical to what happens with Rosemount. You're changing personnel packages. Did number 2 come off the field? Nope, because you went from 12 personnel or 21 personnel right here. I think I mentioned they should do verts out of this earlier. You went from 21 personnel to 11 personnel, and now you have a kid that's not ready to play because you have so many different offensive packages. Shooting yourselves in the foot. He's off. Yep, he's off. Now he comes in motion. Power read. Nope, play action. Tight end pop pass. Oh, it was there. He waited too long to throw. Oh, way to come down with it. If he would have just thrown it earlier, because Roseville's not ready, if you just run it right here and then boom, pop right over there, you have a completion right here. I don't know. It's really weird that Woodbury chose to run a corner route because, again, if you follow the cover 3 rules, he's going to be back there. You want to split the safety in the corner and throw to this spot right there. If this is just like a quick pop pass, motion across, right here, throw it right there, boom, boom, he walks in for a touchdown. This is really strange on Woodbury's part. They have an easy touchdown, and they're like, no, we're going to make it harder. We want the defender to at least have a chance at the ball. We could just easily score on Roseville right here, but nah, let's challenge them a little bit. Give them a shot. It's like, bro, you're down 7-10 to a Maroon team late in the fourth quarter. Like, what? Why would you be picking now to do that? Yeah, really strange. I mean, fantastic catch by the tight end. I'm giving that kid all the credit in the world. That is a great catch. I just do not like the play calling because it kind of demonstrates that they don't know what Roseville's doing. And as we've seen, Roseville has only run the 4-4 cover 3 this entire game. That's all they do. That is Roseville. So like, it's not like you got caught up on a game plan. Like I referenced Blaine and Anoka earlier from last season. Blaine was expecting a 3-4. Anoka gave him a 2-4 nickel, caught him off guard. They could not adapt. Here, Roseville's doing exactly what you know they're going to do, and you're not taking advantage of it other than this pass down the seam to number 44 against the cover 3. That is just the one play that was well called and designed to attack what Roseville was doing. This one was just by fortune. The corner just got beat deep. He's like, oh, in motion? Oh, I got to stay in my zone. He's a little late getting to his zone. But again, if you just don't invite him to the party, just stay there in the seam, you're already splitting these two. He's looking that way. He's there because he's looking at the motion. It's open. Someone's overthinking something. Maybe this is a college football 25 play again. Who knows? Oh, this was blocked. That's why it was 13-10. Way to get after it, Roseville. And that's huge, because that means if they can get into field goal range, you just have to kick to tie, and you can force overtime. That's a big special teams mistake, Woodbury. But the big issue now, Roseville is kind of like a Centennial or an EP. They're not built to like get big gains, and they're just not meant to do that. They're short yardage, just chip away at you, run the clock down, and be physical. H-back across. We getting toss? You can't toss to number 8. You got to toss to the bottom side here. Oh, what did I just say? We can't toss to number 8 because he's the better outside contain defender. And what does he do? He gets up there, he contains the edge, and he makes the tackle. I feel like I said that in the second or third quarter. Like, they need to line up in pro slot with H over, like, either or pro weak. Pro slot with H back here, or if he stays in the backfield, don't motion him across. Or start him here, motion him that way, and then toss out this way. This is the worst edge defender. That's the one I want to run against. If I get my H back there, tackle reaches 93, block there, toss outside of it, that's touchdown, and Roseville's winning this game. Because now it's just a foot race with this safety in this corner to try and catch up to Mr. Minor. And I'm taking Mr. Minor every time in that matchup. And once again, the center pulls. Oh, no, this is the play side guard this time. I fully believe Roseville called toss to the wrong side. If they would have called it to the weak side this game, they would have ran all over Woodbury. Oh, the nice thing, though, is these are all easily correctable mistakes for Roseville. They are at least identifying, hey, Woodbury is giving us toss with how tight they're playing. They're just calling it to the wrong side. Whoever's up in the box looking at their offense didn't tell the OC, hey, number 8 is playing a wide edge contain, but 93 on the weak side, who's always on the weak side, is playing in tight and is not good at containing the edge. We need to go outside on the weak side. Someone up in the box has to notice that. Also, 93, we still got to work on that D-line stance. He does a little bit better this time containing the edge. He sees the down block. He's playing off the butt right there. Actually, no, he's not playing the butt. He lets him go. He's got to squeeze a little bit tighter. I literally just said, you have to toss it the other way, otherwise 8's going to make the tackle, and 8 made the tackle. So now you're in spread. You have to pass. We're in pistol. They could actually take a bubble here if they wanted to. There and there, get outside. Or we're going to run a speed option into the boundary and not block an inside backer. I mean, at least they got some... They got 5 yards on 2nd and 11. 4 yards on second. Was it second and 12? Second and 11, they got 4 yards. Now it's only third and 7. Nice. Pistol eye. Pistol eye queen. Fullback's offset. I don't know why he sprinted out like that. Man coverage. We actually have some man coverage here. That's impressive. No, it's sort of... I think they're still in zone. Take off running. Ooh, that looks like that hurt his leg. Oh, it's a bummer. If you just keep going to the outside. I don't know why he cut back in, especially if you have no time left. Go out of bounds, man. It preserves your body. You get a little more yardage, and the clock stops. Then you don't have a big boy chasing you down from behind like that. They're punting it back? Isn't this the end of the game? Oh, no. Oh, no. This isn't the... How many plays? Was this 127? My bad. All right, I guess Woodbury has one more drive. Yeah, so Roseville. I get that the play is dead here, but if you're able to recollect the ball like this and get open, maybe just punt it right here. Number 14 is definitely not open, and even if he catches that ball, where do we have to get for a first down? Well, I guess the 30-yard line, and he's at the 30-yard line. Kind of a heads up. No, is he at the 30? He's at the 25. He's got a defender between him. He's not getting that first down, even if he catches that. So all Woodbury has to do is close the game out with their non-existent run. Well, just run a bunch of those power reads. Those have been working. Or give them another tight end pop pass. But instead, they're coming out in 10 personnel. So again, a strange choice for Woodbury. I would have thought... So going from here to the next play, you get the ball back. It's the end of the fourth quarter, and you need to run the clock down. And you have a 22 wing T formation you've been using to run the ball. This is the time to use it at the end of the game when you're trying to burn timeouts and finish the game. And instead, you come out in 10 personnel and a gun bunch trips. I need to find every copy of college football, and they run stretch. I got to find every copy of college football 25 and 26 in the city of Woodbury and see that it's destroyed, because it is having a negative impact. And look at number 2. It's a run play. Watch the receiver number 2 again. This is how you know they don't practice receiver blocking in indie time, or maybe they don't even practice these plays in team time. They just have too many plays to try and cover. Look at him. Shimmy, shimmy. Why aren't you blocking? It's a run play. He never even left the line of scrimmage. He actually goes backwards. Look, the line of scrimmage is right here at the 28. Watch where he's at. He's at the 30. 30, 30. He gets his way to the 29. He's still 1 yard in the backfield on a run play. Get up there and block. Get up there and block, and there's a touchdown. Well, potentially. The corner can still come up and make a play, but you get one-on-one with the corner. Or if he cuts it back because the safety over pursued, there's your running lane right there, and that could be a touchdown. All because number 2 is like, you know what, bro? I don't want to block. I'm a receiver. I want to catch balls. If it's a run play, nah, I'm just going to stand here and look pretty. You're not going to block as receiver. Don't play receiver. Go play soccer. That's just bad effort. And it negatively impacts your team. You're trying to close out a game and win the first game of the season. I mean, just a solid block here can do that. And your poor running back's like, oh, yeah, man, let me get a block. Oh, nah? All right, I'll just get swarmed. Gotta be there for your team, man. We over me. You can't make selfish plays like that. That's a solid stop for Roseville, though, especially if they had a timeout. 2nd and 10. That means Woodbury, if they keep running, you have a solid chance to stop them. They gotta get 10 yards with 2 runs. Oh, and they have to burn a timeout because the play clock went down. I saw Coach, whoever's doing some stuff there, call it. Gun bunch trips, fake stretch, play action. H-back comes across. They bump him this time. They pick him up. And it's covered. Roseville has solid coverage. They were there. Nice job. And is that our buddy 29? That's our buddy 29. Does he stay in the flat? He stays in the flat. Look at how... It's so good when Roseville stays with their zones and does their job. Like, they are solid when they just stick to their assignments. It's when kids decide not to do their jobs that Roseville kind of breaks down a little bit. 11 personnel again. We have another RPO. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my... Dude, get I was just making the joke about college football 25 and 26 and getting every copy of that out of Woodbury. And then just for one more kick in the rear, they're like, you know what, Coach Lance, here comes another one. I wonder if any, like, how many coaches in Minnesota, like high school football coaches, play college football 25 or 26. I haven't personally not bought 26 yet. I played a ton of 25, though. But it's not like I ever went to Coach Burke and said, hey, I run the flex bone in college football 25, and I only call inside veer because I know how to make that read against NPC college football 25 online players. That doesn't inherently make it a good system. Like, you have to prepare for something like, even teams that run it, like Shakopee, they made plenty of bad reads on inside veer last season, and counter option for some reason. They really struggle with counter option and midline. They don't like the B-gap defender, have trouble reading it. But if you can nail that read, it's a great system. But I'm never going to say, hey, we're going to get rid of our power T and because I played this in a video game and we should do this in real life. Like, no, that's not how it works. Oh, nice hit. Oh, that was almost picked. Nice pressure there. Beautiful blitz. Is that our buddy number 20 or is that 57? That's 57 this time. How did Woodbury not see him coming? Oh, and see, is that our number 29? No, it's 14. It's the other outside backer. He actually stays in his flat this time. 20 comes over. He picks up. He stays in his zone. He stays in his zone. Deep, deep. When they all stay in their zones, they do such a great job. Well, I'm going to fault Woodbury's quarterback. He's staring down the strong side. You got to look at who's blitzing. He's blitzing. That means this zone's going to be open. You have a slant coming back here. That's where you should hit. There's your open field right there. Instead, he stares down over here. And it's 4th down anyway, so Roseville gets the ball back. Roseville gets the ball back. Again, Woodbury, you have the wing T that we've seen you run. You've had your I formation that you ran earlier. Both great. Like, this is a great time to bring either of those out, and you come out in gun bunch trips 10 personnel to try and run the clock out to win the game so that Roseville doesn't get the ball back. And you choose... keyword, choose not to do that. I'm saying it. Woodbury is officially the most confusing offensive team in 6A. They have the worst case of offensive dysmorphia out of any of the games I've gone over. Because it's like, with Coon Rapids and Champlain Park last week, they were like, Champlain Park's like, all right, we're going to play man or 2-man under just like it's Madden 05 or whatever. But I mean, that's still like a legitimate coverage you play. And they kind of mixed it up between that and zone. So I'm like, okay. And Coon Rapids and Champlain stuck to their offensive systems. Champlain had way too many run plays, but they stuck to them. And they all set each other up. Whereas Woodbury has no offensive system. They have a coach or coaches, someone in their high up in their staff that makes these decisions, was playing college football 25 or 26, took all their favorite plays out of it, slapped it together, Frankensteined Eden Prairie's playbook out of their base wing formation into there as well, and is like, we're going to do everything. And then they must have seen Rosemount in the playoffs last season, like, oh, Rosemount ran an inside veer out of an I formation, let's do that too. And then they threw in some RPO bubble alert plays right here. Like, Mr. Rich, what had happened? Roseville had some really rough plays at the end of the game on offense. They had a toss here that they could have scored a touchdown on, but they called it the wrong way. They called toss right to the strong side to number 8 when they should have been calling it to the weak side because 93 loves to pinch inside, and this is where they have the edge. If they started like this, pro right, do a little hat motion, and then toss left, and then pull guard out. You reach there, down block. Guard can come out and lead off the edge. H-back leads and hits. First backer inside. Guard can come around and hit the safety. That would have been touchdown, and Roseville's winning this game 17-13 right there. And I would call a game at that point. But instead, they ran toss to the top side, had a really bad pass play after that just... There was nothing cooking there. Then they had the really bad punt here that was over the head. I mean, they got the ball out, but instead of punting it, he tries to throw for a completion. It goes out of bounds. Woodbury gets the ball back. And then Woodbury who could just close the game out here, chooses not to. They're like, no, we're not going to come out in our run-heavy stuff to end the game and just run the clock out. We're going to come out in 10 personnel, gun bunch trips to finish the game. Like, what? And then they tried to run the ball. There's stretch right out of this. You see it, number 2, he's frozen in place for a second. He's like, huh? Oh, yeah, the ball was snapped. This dude must have had a test or something today. No, he wouldn't have had a test because this was week 1. There was no school week 1 for 6A. It was before Labor Day weekend. So I'm baffled. Maybe the dude was up until like 5 a.m. playing Fortnite with the boys. I don't know. But look at this. He's supposed to run block at stretch right, and he's 2 yards in the backfield. He's still 1 yard off the line of scrimmage, and he just doesn't block until the guy he's blocking is already making the tackle. Then Woodbury comes out and gun bunch trips again, more 10 personnel. They have to take a timeout because the play clock ran out, so you're burning timeouts now. You run a play action. Roseville has great coverage, incomplete, clock stops. So you had a bad run play out of 10 personnel, which never should have been called. You shouldn't be in that personnel. You do a play action that's incomplete, clock stops, saves time for Roseville, saves a timeout. Now it's 3rd and a mile, and you call a goofy RPO for no reason that never should have been called. That shouldn't even be in your playbook. Like I said, that's a college. I literally went on to College Football 25. Maybe it's in CFB 25. RPO bubble alert. RPO bubble alert. Trips are, well, that's trips. It's not quite the same thing, but it's sort of. You just put one of these two over here as a tight end. It's literally the same thing. Like, yeah. I have no idea who the coaches are for Woodbury. Like I said, Woodbury is like the team in 6A that I know the least about. And after watching this game, I kind of wish it stayed that way. Also, Woodbury going for it on 4th and 6. This is a really bad read here pre-snap. Quarterback should see, okay, I have a blitz here. They play the same zone. That means I have a gap right here. We have a slant going there. There's my first down. That ends the game. Instead, he stares down receivers that are already covered. Our buddy number 29 or 24 here learned, excuse me, from his previous mistake, and he actually stays in the flat, and funny enough, the hitch is gone when he stays in his position to take away the flat. Like I said earlier, if Roseville just does their jobs, they actually do a pretty fine job. It's funny enough. Just do your assignment. Can I search up the coaches? No, I don't think I'm going to do that. I feel like I've been hard enough on Woodbury. I don't want to call anyone out in particular. I just think I politely invite Woodbury to explore consolidating, I think is a good word, their playbook to one system and rep the crap out of it. Choose a system that works for your kids. EP chooses the wing T because that works with the kids they have. You're not Eden Prairie, so should you run the wing T? Maybe not. So how's Roseville going to chew up big yardage here? Let's see. Oh, double move. Ah, didn't get off them. It's also kind of weird because you got to set up double moves. When you do a double move, it's because you make them think you're doing a route, and then you hit them with another route. It's like the chair route here doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work for 2 reasons. One, you haven't run any plays that set it up, which makes sense because Roseville doesn't want to throw the ball deep. It's not what they normally do. 2, I don't like the play call against cover 4 because you're still staying in the deep zone of this corner. And he stays on there. That's pretty good coverage by the Woodbury cornerback, number 31. He stays with him. It's not like he had to do anything fancy. He just sticks with his base cover 4. Weird that we would call play action. There's no receivers out here. Did something go wrong? Where'd all the receivers go? It's a bootleg left. He went to the right. He went to the right. You have a lineman running downfield now, number 69, so you can't pass the ball at this point. It'd be a penalty if you did. Yeah, I just don't think Roseville has practiced getting the ball downfield very fast. I don't know what to say here. Because this receiver on the end, he also doesn't embrace. He's running a post. He's still running a post. There's nobody here. Who are we supposed to throw the ball to? There's literally no receiver on like half. Like, let me draw a line from the X over here. It looks like the quarterback is rolling out this way, and he's supposed to pass to someone here. There isn't a single receiver on this half of the field. There's ineligible men downfield. There's 2 eligible receivers there. There's a third here. We just saw another one doing a post this way. Like, what is happening? Huh? I think that's just a case of kids have not practiced that play enough. It's like one of those ones you do once in a blue moon to practice 2-minute drill. Yeah. Andrew Hill is the head coach. You know, now that you mentioned the name, that sounds familiar. I want to say Coach Labor over at Stillwater was the Woodbury head coach, and then he left in 2010, and I think Coach Hill took over in 2010. So that means he's been there for 15 years? Whoa. I wonder, Mr. Rich, you think he's an offensive-minded coach or a defensive-minded coach? I imagine if he's the head coach, he's probably defensive-minded, because it looks like the defense is trying to do a little bit more that makes sense. The offense makes no sense. There's no way that head coach... Well, then again, Rosemount has an offensive-minded head coach, and they have really bad offensive dysmorphia, so I suppose it is possible. Prairie open. What do we got? Pass play. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 8. And we're just going deep. Is Woodbury even blitzing? Woodbury did send 5. Did they stack? They didn't stack the safety down this time, though. Why is 93 playing off so far? Is he spying the quarterback? He is. But then why is he so far back if he is? Roseville caught that? Oh, they called it incomplete. Dang, that would have been so sick. Was that picked? Oh, no, I think it was incomplete, and then the Roseville receiver picked it up. That's what happened. Okay. The Woodbury player tried to intercept it. It hit the ground incomplete, and the Roseville player stole it from him off the ground, and then, yeah. Good call by the officials. 4th and 8. This is the game right here. Obvious passing situation. We just hit verts, and we throw a seam over the middle trying to split the deep safeties, and they don't fall for it. So I don't like sending the first man through down the middle. You should have get a little bit of a cross. Send him out there. He runs a vert, so he's got to go with him. Number 3 runs with him, too. If you send him out there and then cross number 7 there, have him do more of a hook, then there's your big money winner right there. Because 13 keeps dropping back deep. Yeah, because 13 would have ended up in the zone over here as well. And 7 does end up coming open. Yeah, he just throws the ball. I don't know what he's reading. Number 3 is right there. Oh, okay, at least Woodbury finally realized, oh, we need to finish the game off. Let's maybe do a run-heavy formation again. But, oh, God. I mean, this is the same thing. Instead of under center, now that's just... They're in pistol or gun doing it. And they forget to block yet again. If you're going to do sweep left, you have to block the men on the edge. You don't block either the edge defenders. What, like... Yeah. Woodbury and offense might need a restraining order. This is the worst case of offensive dysmorphia by far in Minnesota 6A football. It looks like they've never practiced this. Also, they did this formation with their regular quarterback here, and then the very next play, they put their running back in and do it at a wildcat. If this is meant to be a wildcat formation, why is your quarterback in there in the first place? The questions just keep coming with Woodbury's offense, man. It's such a bummer that Roseville ended up losing this game because I feel like they have mostly played better. They weren't quite taking what Woodbury's defense gave them, but Roseville should have won this game with how awfully... It just comes down to little mistakes. If the outside backer would have just stayed in the flat on that first touchdown, that completely changes the game. And if they would have just called toss, if they would have lined up in 12 personnel, Y here, H the other side, and done weak toss to the H side, Mr. Minor would have had so many more yards. You got to realize where the better defender's going with. He's their strong side backer. He always goes with the Y. Let him go with the Y. Toss the other way. Send H to the other side. Run it against 93, their worst edge-contained defender. Back to the Wildcat, third down. They run sweep again. Also, look at the H-back at the top of the screen, number 6. He's doing, like, pass protection on a run play. Huh? And there's just no hole to run through. Like, what are the plays? What is the blocking scheme? It's not even ISO. There's a double team up here, but then if there's a double team here, shouldn't you be trying to kick him out and you go down and block inside? Like, I literally just don't understand. It's like they just said, yeah, just go run forward and block somebody, and that doesn't work. Roseville's defense is still playing hard. I don't like the way... Poor number 29 here, the outside backer at the bottom of the screen. Look at the big... So that Woodbury has their nose guard playing fullback back here, number 53. Watch him just come in here and lay the boom. But why does he... What does 29 do? He takes a knee. You can't do that. You're going to get yourself hurt doing that, okay? You have to engage a blocker. If you're going to play timid like that, you are going to get yourself hurt. I politely invite you to go play soccer because you will get your head blown off doing that. And I mean, you loosely do right here. What does he end up doing? Boom. I mean, look at that. He literally gets a gut to the face. Watch him. He's like, all right, you want the belly? Boom. He literally gives it. Look, he does the belly slam. He puts the belly right to the face. It's funny because even though 29's in the ground, he's still eating up blockers anyway. But my dude, you can't go down on one knee. You can't stop your feet. You got to keep going and bring the sauce. Get your shoulder into the hip or wrong arm him. Roseville, linebackers. We need to learn wrong arming technique. It will be way safer for our kids if we learn wrong arm technique. I do like the fills from the inside backers. This is 57 again. He does a good job scraping. He gets there and he blows up the lead blocker. That allows the other guys to come in and fill. And the corner actually makes a nice tackle here. Really solid job on the edge, yeah. There's stuff that I like from Roseville. There's very little that I like from Woodbury. What? Did they just forget inside linebackers exist? The center did nothing. They sent both inside linebackers. Guard takes the defensive lineman. Center takes one blitzing linebacker. Literally, neither of them see that inside backer, and he just brings the sauce. Also, why are we running play action on fourth? Oh, it's fourth down. They gave Roseville the ball back. They gave Roseville the ball back? They gave Roseville the ball back! You've had 2 opportunities to end this game! How? It was fourth down here. You can easily burn the clock, right? So Roseville has that really bad punt, and you get the ball back. You can end it here. You decide to come out and gun bunch trips, 10 personnel, for no reason when you have 22 wing and 21 I to run the clock out. You choose not to do that. You turn the ball over on downs. You go 3 and out. Roseville gets the ball back. They can't make anything happen. They turn it over on downs. Then what does Woodbury do? They turn around and turn it over on downs again because they're running this weird formation. It looks like they've never practiced a day in their lives. Then they do it again, thinking it'll work. Well, the first time they did it with the wrong player. Instead of Wildcat, they for some reason have their quarterback back there. So that was questionable. Then you do it again with the correct running back. But again, you've never practiced this, so you don't know how to block it. And then you're like, well, maybe it'll work third time. So then you call the same thing on 3rd and 13, mind you. At least the clock keeps running. But again, you don't know how to block it. You've never practiced it. And now you give the ball right back to Roseville. You had 2 separate opportunities to close this game out. And then you go for it and you give Roseville a shorter field now to work with. It's like Woodbury is trying to lose the game. Like, these are just some of the strangest coaching decisions I've seen. I don't know where it's coming from. Is it coming from Coach Hill? Is it from one of the guys below him on the totem pole? Like, I'm so lost. Never had... I swear, like, if you look at the blocking scheme, Mr. Rich, tell me if you can see what any of the plays are out of this gun Wildcat formation. This looks like it's supposed to be sweep left. You have all the down blocks here, and then these guys lead out that way. But then they don't block the 2 edge defenders. In fact, they leave number 50, who's got edge contain, the defensive end, completely untouched. And then he makes the tackle. It looks like they've never practiced that. Then you go to this play. Now they try and just dive it up the middle. Well, what's the play call? What's the blocking scheme? Is it just, yeah, you two run up the middle and go find someone to push? Well, that didn't work. There's no defined blocking scheme. And then the offensive line is just pancaking guys. Well, that doesn't get you a push. You're trying to gain yards, not just get a... It's like they think it's 2nd and 1, not 2nd and 12. And then you do the same thing on 3rd and a mile. This time they try and run sweep right, and they're doing it to the weak side, which is also weird. You think they'd motion H-back across, but they keep running the weak side, even though you're still playing a 4-4 defense that is not adjusted. So if you draw the line down the middle, you have the same number of defenders each side. You might as well run to the side where you have more blockers, but they don't. And they get stuffed again, because again, they don't know how to block it. And then Roseville just does a good job filling. And then what do they do on 4th down? Obvious passing situation. It is 4th and 14. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th and 15. My bad. 4th and 15. And they chose to run a play action. Who thinks you are running the ball right up the middle on 4th and 15? And sure enough, what happens? Boom. And now you're giving the ball, even if you do a little pooch punt, you're making Roseville have to try, or even if you just get a touchback and kick it in the end zone, now they got to go 80 yards down the field, which, Roseville is probably not capable of doing with the way their offense works. Why you would run play action and get yourself tackled way behind the line of scrimmage makes no sense. And if it's an obvious passing situation, why are we under center in the first place? Why are we not in gun this time? There's so much that baffles me about Woodbury. If the Woodbury Eastridge game is in here from TCO, Eastridge won that 54-7. I completely see why now. Yikes. Yeah, there's nowhere to go. They're not leaving him anything deep. He's just got to make something happen. Get out of bounds. Get out of bounds. Oh, that's the end of the game. Bummer. Roseville tried to set up a hook and ladder, but like I said, they're just not built to go down the field. That might have been the single word. Last week I said the Coon Rapids Champlain Park was the worst game that I've done on live stream. I said it was the weirdest. There was just stuff that didn't add up, right? This is the worst game I've done on live stream. That one was the weirdest. This one's the worst. Woodbury has the worst case of offensive dysmorphia I've ever seen, and they have a lot to clean up on that side of the ball. And then defensively, they got to work on their outside linebacker play, especially on the weak side. Yeah. And then for Roseville, defensively, they actually played pretty solid. If they just stuck to their zones and their coverage, honestly, they probably would have won this game, and I don't think Woodbury would have scored. They wouldn't have got that touchdown on 4th and 11 if that outside linebacker stayed in his flat. And then Roseville offense, that was the real big question mark. Woodbury was clearly giving them toss in the backside, and they did not take it. But I think Roseville has some of the kids. They're starting to figure things out. And they just got to clean up technique. The center was blocking the wrong way. Pulling the center is kind of an odd choice. I'd explore that schematically. But, yeah, congratulations, everyone. We have survived watching Roseville versus Woodbury. Play 5? Play 5. Why does it start on play 5? There's plays missing? We're missing the first 5 plays of this game. I guess cool, that's less that I have to watch, but why are we missing the first 5 plays? I took the Roseville game, right? Let's look at the Eastview game. What is it? There's 115? I still have 115 plays to go through. Oh, yikes. I might get a brain tumor from all this. When would they have played Roseville? It was week 2, so... This is Eastview Rosemount. This one should be Eastview. I might have it from last year, actually. If I go to 24-25, we go to Eastview. No, it's Champlain. It's Champlain. I want Eastview. We're not watching the Lakeville South game. Oh, it's not there. We must have put it in at some point, and then we took it out. But yeah, I'm familiar with Eastview. 4-4. It's funny. We actually have the two teams in 6A that run 4-4 defenses. I don't know if there's anything in the first 4 plays of this. You know what? Just for fun, we're gonna attach that really fast. 117, whereas this has 115. So it's not all the missing clips, but I am curious. Let's just add that really fast. Give him a quick refresher. Oh, and I gotta delete this game. Uh-oh, where'd I put that? All right, Coach Lance might have just made a mistake. Where did that game go? End of season, clinics. Where did I... Oh, no. Did I put it in this season? Where did I... All right. Now I got to go into... Oh, manage my library. What did Coach Lance do this time? Where did I put that game? Blah, 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 blah. Imported. Not in there. That's just because it's just called... Oh, it is in there. I forgot. It's just not labeled. It's because Eastview doesn't label their games. It's just called game. One. Ooh, that camera's bad. All right, back to the Roseville one. Whatever, we just won't have the opening plays. Fun fact, where the Roseville coaches are sitting in the Eastview visitor box, Coach Lance has actually sat there himself. Look at that. So, oh my goodness, what is this resolution? This is not my graphics card or my PC. This is the film. So Roseville's in the white once again. We're playing at the Eastview Lightning. They're in the all black with a little bit of blue tint. And both these teams are Maroon teams. They both run 4-4 defenses. Eastview also has a little bit of an offensive identity crisis, but we will get to that when we start to see some of their offense. And remember, this is the week 2 game, so this is right after Roseville kind of collapsed against Woodbury. Let's see if the Raiders are able to get something going. I know that they didn't offensively because this game was only 9-6, but I'm very interested to see how it ended up that way. Was it blocked extra points with touchdowns and a safety, or was it actually field goals? Once again, Roseville is getting it done on special teams. Kick return coverage is there. Nicely done. And you got guys flying to the ball. What's Eastview coming out in? I formation? No, they're in a spread. We're in 12 personnel this time. You're going to see Eastview do a lot of different stuff. So we're getting the same 4-4. We have an over front from... Looks like they called strength to the short side of the field. Interesting. But you got your nose, tackle, end. 4 linebackers, and then you can't see them because we're zoomed out, but you're playing cover 3. Why is it so zoomed in? Motion, now we're in tray open. Defense doesn't really adjust. They run an RPO. Is that an RPO? It can't be, because he's not looking for the ball. Was Eastview trying to set up an RPO? So they run stretch. This is outside zone. Where's the outside backer go? Oh, outside backer. What does he do? He plants his feet and he tries to engage and just shoulder into him. No, you got to get hands on the outside half of the man. This isn't Woodbury's fullback. That is Eastview's H-back. You can easily take on Eastview's H-back. Ooh, nice play. But is that the safety coming in? Yes, sir, Roseville safety. Good angle. Corner forces him inside. D-line's pursuing from the backside. That is solid play from Roseville defense. Nice job. Here's the I formation. So what's different about Eastview? They run the slot I. So instead of Y being the tight end, H is the tight end. X and Y are the receivers. And then this is our, I guess you could call him Z or H, whatever. I don't know which one they call it. He's a wing, so I'm assuming he's more of an H, and then that's like a fullback, and there's your running back. Oh, they motion across, and what are they going to do? Toss out of it? Toss right? Please don't. You're calling a play action? Why would you call play action on second? You haven't done a run play out of this. You haven't set it up. Oh. Right. At least I know Eastview does stuff that doesn't make sense. So they can, and you know, being a Maroon team, you kind of get a pass on that. But yeah, for Woodbury, there's really no excuse to be doing that. Roseville's got solid coverage. You're at the second level. You're taking the flat. You have your deep zones. Oh, it's just my buddy 14. It takes him a little bit of time to get out there in the flat. He's got to get out there sooner. Once you have identified the quarterback's rolling out, it's a bootleg, get your butt into the flat right here. You see he's coming out to pass. You don't read a man. It's zone. Get out there in the flat. And he does eventually make the tackle. We give up a little bit too many yards. All right, so now 3rd and short, Eastview. What are we doing? We're in tray open to the closed side of the field. So we're sticking with 12 or 21 personnel. Motioning across. Are we going to play action out of it this time? No, they went right back to... They did stretch before. What? Is this belly? This looks like it's like belly or blast, but what is the blocking scheme? Closely watch here. If they're running a true like belly, like let's say they're running blast like Lakeville North does. Down block, center reaches, guard pulls around and kicks out here, and there's your run lane. Right? And then the two that are down blocking the double team, they double team up to the backer. There's your run lane. No one touches him. You're supposed to be... The tackle's supposed to be blocked. Well, I guess if the tackle takes him, which is weird because the center is already taking him, you don't need to double him. That's pointless. You should be doubling here up to there, but nobody touches him. Instead, look at this. You can actually see the H-back. He's like, oh, I'm supposed to block him. He steps inside, then is like, you know what? I'm not going to do my job. There's a guy out here. Let me touch him instead. And the guy and 71's like, no, bro, that's my guy. So 71 ends up blocking his own teammate right here. Meanwhile... The guy that 0 was supposed to block is making a tackle for a loss in the backfield on 3rd and short. Eastview, we might need to practice that play before we pull it out in a game. And just like that, it's a quick 3 and out for the Lightning. The pass play was promising. The stretch on 2nd down was a great read by Roseville's safety, so I give that to the defense. This was a good play. I give this to Eastview's offense. This 3rd down play, it looked like Eastview was not called a day in their life or practiced. I mean, look at 0 is slow off the ball here. He gets set as the ball snapped, so he's like, and then he sees the guy he's supposed to block, and he changes his mind, decides he's going to block somebody else, and the guy he was supposed to get is making a TFL. And 50's a pretty solid kid. We saw in the last game, Roseville's got a pretty solid defensive line. Ooh, we're not working half a man. We're fighting both men on the double team. Not a fan of that. You gotta, whichever way you're going towards, if you're in a 1 technique, then you gotta work this half the center. If you're in a 2-eye, then you work half the guard, and you try and get your hip in between, and you stay low. That's how you split a double team. Especially since the tackle blocks down so hard on you. Like, you gotta get hip in between. See how his feet are back? Gotta get hip in between, fight half a man. You can't turn your hips if you have hands like this. How are you supposed to turn your hips to get in between the O-line? You can't. So, that could be cleaned up technique-wise. Oh, that Eastview, what a call. We're going to call a play we've never practiced before. Not so sure that's going to... Oh, was this blocked? The punt was blocked. Who's supposed to block the edge defender? And it's funny because they're like, oh, Roseville's going for a punt block. Was there nobody out? There was nobody out there. There's nobody out there with him. Dude, check that. Be like, hey, they're making a mistake. That's a free touchdown they're giving you. And you're like, no, why don't you come in and try and block that kid instead? And then he's like, all right, how about I not block him? Nice job by 29. They let him go free. He could have been a little bit tighter here. I'm surprised he's bubbling it. If he just stayed a little bit tighter, he probably could have blocked it backwards. Did 20 get his hands on it too? No, I think it is 29 that got it. Nice. I mean, this is a great start for Roseville. You block a punt. You get the... Dude, I mean, Roseville's defense and special teams are actually pretty solid. And they've gotten short field position. They did that against Woodbury. You know what? Field position. That's a big thing that I forgot in the second half that really came back to bite Roseville. Woodbury gave Roseville great starting field position in the first half of that game. They definitely pinned them back deep in the second half, and that really forced Roseville's offense to stall out. They could easily take advantage of short yardage. They could not drive down the field. Underrated tactic right there, controlling the field game. All right, Roseville's in their pro formation, so they're being consistent with their offense. Wait a minute. We're not getting a... You're not in your 4-4. You're not... You're in a 3-4. Why are they not playing their base 4-3? Did Eastview change their offense? Okay, so... the game's labeled, so I'm not going to show too much. What play are we on? Play 10. Alright, type that in chat so I remember. We're on play 10. Go back. Eastview, obviously this is against Lakeville South, so we're used to them playing. We're on defense first. Let me just get to offense. Yeah, they drove on us a little bit. That's embarrassing. You know what's crazy? Roseville had a 3-and-out against Eastview to start, and here's Lakeville South's defense not getting a 3-and-out against Eastview's offense at the start. That's, yeah. Oof, duh. Like I said, we had some things that we need to clean up. At least we got a pick. All right, so we get the INT. So here, they run a 4-4 against us, right? You're seeing the 4-4 here. Or are we? That's a tough look. I can't really see. Camera didn't start early enough. I can't tell who's a down lineman and who's not. 0 plays both ways. Noted. And we scored. Well, that's not exactly easy. Come on, Eastview. Give me something to work with here. And they're driving on us again. Okay, Roseville defense has so far done better against Eastview than Lakeville South's defense. We don't need to talk about it. Yep, okay, see? 4-4. 4 down linemen, 4 linebackers. That's what I'm used to seeing. Do they only play that against Lakeville South? Here it is again. See, we're in our wonderful... Oh, damn, is that beautiful to see. We're in our power T. They're in their 4-4 defense. For some reason, they're shifted over to the wide side of the field with their DBs. That's odd choice. Although, I think that's just the positioning of the camera. It looks like he's on the edge, and then he's over the center on the hash. Not smart to play base 4-4 into the power T, but, you know, you do you, Eastview. But that's what I've always thought their defense is, because, you know, Lakeville South, that's what we've always seen. Obviously, no team runs their base defense into us. Like, so it's always hard for me to tell, but, yeah, I digress. I'm just surprised that Eastview is shifting out of that. I understand if they shift out of that, playing a spread offense, but as we saw, Roseville rarely dabbles into their spread stuff unless it's like you need to pass the ball. Their base stuff is their 12 personnel and 21 personnel, which is what they come out in. So, yeah, someone at Eastview miscalculated a little bit on that. Because they're in a 3-4 right here. They stacked a safety down. Unless this is that number 0 up top? If that's number 0, I take it back. Okay, that is number 0. This is their actual outside linebacker. That's number 0. So they are technically in their 4-4 still. It's just they have their defensive end standing up for some reason. Oh, the play action was there, Roseville. Why did the Eastview DN back up? Was he offsides? Oh my god. You gotta check to make sure you're on sides. Ooh, Eastview calls a double A-gap blitz, but they send both inside linebackers into the same gap. Oh my, if Roseville bootlegged right here, the quarterback is walking into the right side of the end zone for a touchdown. And they still gained yards out of it. Why? Because Eastview blitzed both inside linebackers to the same gap. Meanwhile, the gap the running back ran to, there's nobody in. Yeah, I don't know about that, Eastview. Yeah, 1 defender per gap, please. What? That's like defense 101 right there, man. All right, second and medium. Let's see what Roseville does now. Maybe one of their coaches realized, hey, they're giving us play action real badly, boss. Or Eastview is going to jump off sides as Roseville's getting set. Okay, actually, you know what's funny? This is what the Dallas Cowboys used to do in the 1970s. They would put their hands down like this to get set, and Eastview's nose guard is like, huh, jump off sides. You know what's funny? So we're on, what, play 11? Go back to the Woodbury game. Oh, I deleted it, but Roseville did it the entire time against Woodbury. So you know it's coming on film because it's in the entire previous game from the week before this. I guess someone must have overlooked that. You got to pay attention to that stuff, man. It's a free 5 yards you gave to Roseville, and now Roseville has an easy 2nd and 1. Take a shot here, Roseville. Let's see it. Because you can easily pick up 3rd and 1. Or just run the ball short. That works too. Play it safe. Where's our tight end? 19's over here. Yeah, they're shifting outside of the tight end side. Motion H-back across. Send. Funny enough, do a post wheel. That would be there if they did a post wheel. Motion him across. Have him Hicks. Then the outside backer might go with him. Have the running back Phil take that. Post. H-back wheel. There's your touchdown. Because the corner went with the receiver right away. That almost looks like they're playing man out there. Watch closely the receiver, or the DB up there on the wide out. It was still a 1st down, but he runs inside with him. What does this one do? Maybe this one's reading the mesh. Yeah, he's reading the mesh. We're running stretch. Here we go. Oh, that's interesting. That is a horse collar by an offensive lineman on a defensive lineman. That might get some laundry sauce. Oh, that didn't get some laundry sauce. Never mind. So we're running stretch again. Why are we running stretch into a 4-4? Oh, and number 0 is being disciplined. He's staying home on the backside, so it's not like Eastview is just straight up giving. Oh, but the tackling is not there. Look at this. He's just, I mean, Mr. Minor's like, all right, I got blockers. Let's just keep pushing forward, boys. It's not like Centennial levels of just pushing forward because some of his offensive linemen are turning around, but they're still pushing guys downfield. Look at 55 there. That's a great effort. 60 is still pushing. All right, I can see Roseville rebuilding. I'll buy some Raiders stock. They're starting to do some things right and clean things up. There's no way that Eastview's nose guard just jumped off sides again. They call that? No? All right. I think they let him go this time. Is this bootleg? What play was this? Is this belly? The center pulled against a 4-4. And then the running back runs into the hole where the center pulled. Oh my goodness. This could have been a touchdown. Look at this. The center's pulling around to hit the men out there, or to hit the edge defender, the 4-4. The safety's never going to make it there. If Javon Minor, I think that might be him, number 7. I don't know who number 7 is for Roseville. If he just goes where the play is supposed to go right here and follows the puller, you have a touchdown. Like, there's going to be a penalty there. Something went awry. Either way, Roseville's backed up. Must have been a false start. Looks like it was just a 5-yard penalty. Dude, that's a bummer. That could have been touched. Once again, I'm saying it. That could have been touchdown Roseville. Oh. Make sure he's set before you snap the ball. Oh, he checked in off the line. That's a problem unless our buddy down here is on. This is an illegal formation because H is off, X is off, and Z is also off. So this should be an illegal formation. I think the coach right here sees it and calls it. 6 men on the line. 19 goes a little bit early. Yeah, that's what they're pointing at here. I think we might have more important things to worry about than a Roseville tight end moving a little bit early, like some of the offense. That's a pretty nice job by number 0 there. He could I mean, look, where's the outside backer go? 0 standing up, he contains the edge. The running back doesn't get a piece of him. If it's a sprint out pass to the left, running back, you're supposed to lead out to the left. What does the running back do? He steps forward and then stops. You don't step forward. If it's a sprint out pass protection, you sprint out and lead and then hook that edge defender inside. That way when he's hooked, you're in between him and your quarterback who's running out that way. Now it's just a one-on-one out here, and if the DB goes with him, as we've seen he does, your quarterback can walk in the end zone for a touchdown. mean, it's there. If number 7 just gets a piece of number 0 there, that would have been money. But nope. Instead, we're backed up. It's a big sack, and now it's 3rd and a mile for Roseville's arch nemesis, getting behind the sticks. What's the penalty this time? I think it's the quarterback moving his feet here. I'm pretty sure that might be a penalty. See how he moves both his feet and the flag's thrown after that? Or did Eastview jump off sides? No, they called it on Roseville because it went from the 20 to the 25. I think they called the quarterback for moving his feet there. That's wild. On the line of scrimmage, unbalanced formation, so our tight end is ineligible here. Oh, we got to stop zooming in, Roseville camera operator. Okay, this is an illegal play. Why? What does number 19 do? Remember, 19's covered. He's on the line. He's on the line. Therefore, he is ineligible. He cannot go downfield for a pass. And what does he do? He immediately runs right down the seam in a pass play. If they throw to 19, was there a flag on that? No. Somebody missed something there. That got to be on top of that, Eastview. As soon as you see 19 release, you got to say, hey, 19 ineligible, tight end ineligible, Y ineligible, ineligible, ineligible. Like, just start shouting that out. You don't tell the ref directly. You just say that out loud. Now it's in the official's mind without you having to nag them. It's the proper way to do it. And then it also communicates it to your players. So you can say, hey, 19's ineligible. Don't bother covering him. And if he does release, then you can say, well, that's an eligible man downfield. Because it's an unbalanced formation. Or even don't say tight end. Say, hey, unbalanced, 19 ineligible, 19 ineligible, 19 ineligible. And as you're calling that, if he runs down the field, the official sees that. Boom. Oh, wait, is there a flag right here? Yep, there is a flag right there. So I'm assuming Eastview probably declined it because they're like, well, it's 4th down, it's an incompletion. But yeah, they did notice that. Good job, Eastview. And now Roseville settles for a field goal. I think they have a pretty solid field goal kicker, don't they? Does he... Why are we zooming in on this? Is that almost blocked? Did they block it? No good. All right. And the kicker got whacked. Oofda. Back to the defense. I think that's Coach Stephenson himself up there calling the defense. I think he's a short, stocky guy, former D lineman. What do we got for offense, Eastview? We're 12 personnel, tray open. Tight ends in the bottom here. The receiver split out wide. Number 0 needs to back up a little bit. The H-back. He's also a little bit slow off the ball. Look, ball snapped here. He's still standing there wondering what is going on. That's like the 3rd time he's done that. We're running blast again. This time, yep, we're pulling. He's supposed to block down. We actually blocked number 50 this time. We didn't block the edge defender. No one blocked the defensive end. Did they figure he would not chase it down? Was that an RPO? Did Eastview High School just run an RPO? Huh? What is the world coming? Woodbury has offensive dysmorphia. Eastview is running RPOs. Look at this. So it's a double level RPO. He attacks the run, so you check your 2nd level D-gap defender. 2nd level D-gap defender run fits. So there's 2 layers to it. He attacks the running back, so quarterback keeps. Quarterback then reads 1st level D-gap defender, and he's slanting inside. So, okay, D-gap defender attacks. I take the pass over it. That's a very complex system because you have to make 2 reads. That's like what the Gophers do. And you're going to tell me that Eastview High School is able to run that kind of offense on top of their other I formation stuff? Yeah, if I'm a Metro Maroon team, I'm probably not trying to run the RPO. Like, Think about the teams in 6A that do run post-snap RPOs, right? Wayzata, Edina, Minnetonka. All 3 have great head coaches that are offensive minds. Lambert Brown, Jason Potts, Kevin Feeney. Fantastic. quarterbacks they have. Wyzetta maybe not as much, but, you know, Matthew Berkland did a solid job. They got Thor Sukup coming in there. You have Mason West at Edina, and you have, obviously, Jet Feeney over at Moorhead. What does Eastview have? Actually, you know what? I'm going to go into my Google Drive really fast. I think if I have the top 100 players right here in 6A, Eastview literally has none. And they're going to be running an RPO offense. They did not do any RPOs against us at Lakeville South. Maybe they knew better. Are they figuring like, oh, it's a Maroon team, we can run RPOs? Like, bro, you are also our Maroon team? Like, huh? And why would you have that mentality? It should just be, we have a system to rebuild our program so we can get back to competing. Like, and you can tell if it is another post-snap RPO, where's the run threat? H-back is here, R's over here. If they want to do split zone, run threat's this way, RPO is on this side because the mesh point faces that way. Now you just read your D-gap defender. I mean, it's not a bad idea against a 4-4 defense because slants like that are wide open unless the B-gap defender just stays back in that zone. Or, once again, you just stay back there in that zone. Let your D-end attack the quarterback. Oh, what happened this time? It's the same thing. There's running stretch again. It's the same play. And there's another RPO off of it. I don't believe it. Eastview High School is running RPOs. Cats and dogs living together. Zero's having some issues on stretch. If this is supposed to be an outside zone stretch RPO, my dude, you got to reach there. 14's the edge defender. That's the outside linebacker. Oh, 66. The nose guard. Why is he coming down so hard? Get upfield. Why are we over pursuing out there? You're not an edge defender. You got to attack the wash. Let your edge defender do his job. This is like not my biggest issue, but I think one of Roseville's biggest problems on their defense. Guys trying to do someone else's job. And you see it right here. The nose guard tries to do the edge defender's job. He vacates his job. And where's the running back go? Where the nose guard should have been. And that's a first down Eastview. You guys just got to stay to your spots, do what your position is supposed to do, not what someone else's position is supposed to do. If Roseville just does that and listen to Coach Stephenson, I think they'll be fine on defense because they play pretty hard. Got to do your jobs, man. Roseville easily could have started 2-0 against Woodbury and Eastview if they just did that. Now we're in gun. We're still in tray open 12. All right, we're getting belly again. Please don't RPO off of this. Oh my goodness. It's funny because look, the D-gap defender completely vacates. The quarterback sees that right there. He's like, oh, I'm going to throw right away. They're giving me that. But what's funny is the receiver's not looking for the ball. Look, he tries to pass it, and the receiver's just not even, like, looking. Oh, my God. You can't run the RPO if you've never practiced running the RPO. And he still makes the catch. That's unbelievable. All right, I'm going to give Roseville the benefit of the doubt. I don't think they've ever played an RPO team. They've never played Moorhead, and I cannot tell you the last time that they... Well, Edina didn't even switch to it until, like, 2019. When Coach Potts took over. Maybe that was 2020. Somewhere around there, he took over and brought in the RPO stuff. And then, who's the other? Wyzetta. I could not tell you the last time Roseville and Wyzetta played. And I don't think Roseville in-depth studied how Wyzetta's RPO offense works or, like, second-level B and D gap defender reads. I mean, if you're playing a 4-4, just don't blitz your outside backers. Stay in the flat, and it's guaranteed to be a run play every single time. Have your D-line pursue with their gaps, and then once the mesh has happened, ball's been handed off, then contain your gap. That's really the easiest way to stop Eastview. That's wild. Oh my goodness. Eastview High School is running RPOs. What in the world? I mean, it's driving on Roseville. It caught him. That's like I said last time when I was joking about Woodbury not expecting Roseville to run a 4-4 defense, which was odd. This is something that I don't blame Roseville for. I wasn't expecting Eastview to run RPOs, so it makes sense that Roseville's caught off guard, but does their coach know how these RPO schemes work? Now the outside backers sit. But I think this is just a straight drop back pass. It's not an RPO. Yeah. Hitches. Now, why did they throw deep there? I'm not a fan of the outside backer. Outside backer doesn't do his job here. He's supposed to stay in the flat right there. I will give Eastview credit. They're making a great play call here against the cover 3. And ironically, the outside backers not doing their job. It took away the deep ball, but this is a bad read by the quarterback. You have to see, all right, I know what their coverage is. Like pre-snap, I have to expect there, flat, hook, right? And so if I see someone out of that position, and who do we see out of that position right away? Are these two going there? No, they're going there and there, which means here and here is wide open. So where should I throw it to? The wide open zone. And as we, like, oh my goodness, they're giving it. And we saw that that corner got beat on comebacks. Yeah, number 9, he got beat on quarterback, or I can't talk. He got beat on comebacks and hitches the previous week at Woodbury. So he's susceptible to it. You got to notice that on film and take advantage of it. Maybe Eastview didn't, or Roseville didn't, no, it'd be Eastview. Maybe Eastview didn't watch the Woodbury game. I don't know. Oh, was that sloppy? All right. Pay attention to what side the quarterback and the running back running back and H-back are on. They're on the same side, right? So if there is an RPO, it'd be going this way, so expect an in-breaking route there. And if it'd be a run play, I'm thinking GH counter, man. Let's see it. Give me GH counter. Nope, he motioned across, so now it's not GH counter. You can't have him go that way and then come across. Kind of like we saw with the Dyna. It's just the mesh happens way too early before the blockers can get across. If you're Moorhead and you do it out of pistol and you get that extra second from coming from pistol depth, then you can get away with it. But as is, or like out of sidecar shotgun, not going to happen. And they just go right back to stretch. And it's still an RPO. Look at him. He's reading that second level D-gap defender. Nice pursuit by Roseville. See what I mean? This is what I was saying earlier. Just have your outside backer opposite of the mesh attack. Outside backer to the mesh side sits. Outside backer opposite of the mesh attacks. It's the best way to take down the RPO. Both inside backers, 20 and 57 scrape. 20 does a great. He gets a little bit far behind him. And our buddy, the defensive line, 56 is getting too far down the field again. Someone's got to pull him. You got to pull your nose guard aside. Say, stop over pursuing. Stay in your spot. Don't play hero ball. Stay in your lane. Because then if he cuts back, you're there to tackle him. You don't have to get every single tackle. It's about every single one of you guys staying in your position, doing your job, and then you'll be golden. Can we do a Mayo or Burnsville game? If I ever feel like torturing myself, we can go back and watch Lakeville South versus Mayo. Actually, you know what, Mr. Rich? If you would like to watch Burnsville versus Mayo, let's go to YouTube. The whole game is live streamed on YouTube, and it might still be up there. Rochester, Mayo, football. I think I tied a bad letter in there. Burnsville. Mayo football. Yep, here it is. Mayo Spartan football streamed 10 months ago. If you'd like to go watch it, you can absolutely do so. Full game is free on YouTube. Also, I highly recommend visiting Mayo Spartan football on YouTube because Coach Holcomb does a podcast every single week for Mayo. There he is. That very smart offensive-minded coach in the state of Minnesota, Donnie Holcomb. We definitely got cooked by him. Thankfully, we still won that game, but we gave up 43 points to Rochester Mayo. Not a good showing by the Cougars. But yes, if you would like to watch that, it is free on YouTube. I'm probably not going to watch that game because it was a blowout, and there's not really much to say. I mean, Mayo runs a 4-3 defense. They play a spread offense, and they have a very good spread offense. They do not have offensive dysmorphia. They have a very well-defined spread system, and Coach Holcomb knows how to pick apart a defense. Kind of more akin to, I'd probably compare them a little bit to Anoka. Similar to that. And then, yeah, I'd say Anoka, because Anoka likes a lot of screens, too. They throw in tunnels. I'd say they're similar to Anoka. Burnsville has offensive dysmorphia. They've tried to do everything under the sun. They've tried all kinds of different defenses. Their strength program has collapsed. It's just, yeah, we don't need to talk about Burnsville. Unless you want to talk about how they're going to do in 5A, because I don't think they're going to do all that good in 5A either. Also, I just realized that currently watching is incorrect. We are not currently watching Roseville at Woodbury. That is Roseville at Eastview. Forgot to change that because I haven't done doubleheader in quite a while. That is my B. Oh, that ball's out. Ain't no way. When did he fumble it? When he tried to make... Oh, that's a nice job by number 5, the DN, stripping the ball out. Watch right here. You can see his arm pull back. He rips right there. See the rip? Pulls his arm back, and that ball pops right out, and then he falls on it. Nice job, Roseville. Oh, yep, and look at the official. He doesn't even need to do anything. He just turns around and is like, yes, sir, Roseville football. Look at the hype. Oh, my goodness. Dude, Roseville could have been 2-0 to start the season. And I think they picked up 2 more wins after this, right? They beat Park and they beat Hopkins. We could have seen a 4-4 Roseville team last season. They just cleaned up a few things. Oh, so close. And what's the reward for that in 2025? They get to go play Centennial. Oof, duh. Although, you know, they're not too shabby physically. They might be able to hold up, but then again, Centennial is very physical. So, all right, I'm reading the comment, Mr. Rich. So, Burnsville, D and O has some problems. Some is putting it lightly. Burnsville has a lot of problems. I think if you go to Minnesota QRF, so we go back here, we go to... I gotta go back to the overall standings. Yes, I get it. Eastview Lightning. That's right, I was clicking through all their seasons. We gotta go all the way back to when I was doing just boys. How far back did I go? Oh my goodness, Eastview. 2015 was the last time I went. Then Roseville. Then Woodbury. Then Woodbury. All right, you know what? We're gonna make this easy for myself. Football. Standings by section, 6A. If you go by raw QRF, let's go back to last year. Burnsville was actually the worst team in 6A with a QRF of only 27.5. To put it in perspective, Maple Grove was 178, Shakopee 171, Minnetonka 165, Edina 162. Even Prairie Lake had a 119. That put them above Lakeville South? That's criminal. But then again, we did give up a lot of points. You know what's funny? Lakeville South had the second highest scoring offense in 6A last season in terms of points per game, second only to Maple Grove. Yet, yeah, giving up almost as many points per game as Farmington. Not a good stat. And there's Rosemount. That was their issue. Rosemount offense. Because their defense wasn't too shabby. And considering your offense set you up in bad positions and you're still only giving up like 22 points a game, it's really impressive for their defense. And you got Eastview. Can't score. Give up points. And there's Burnsville. Can't score. Really, really giving up points. I think Coon Rapids gave up more points and scored less. But the reason their QRF is higher is because the QRF weighs quality of opponents, and it's like, okay, Coon Rapids wasn't a Maroon team, they played a legitimate schedule. And they went, like, sure, they went 0-9. Burnsville went 0-9 with a Maroon schedule, which is why their QRF is lower, because their quality of opponents is significantly lower. Oh, let's keep this game rocking. I got less than 100 plays left. I might be able to get to bed at a reasonable time here. Oh, false start on Roseville. Once again, Roseville's arch nemesis getting behind the sticks. They cannot do that or recover from that. Oh, unless you're going to be Eastview and... Wait a minute. He jumped. Should have snapped the ball there, Roseville. Oh, you immediately would have gotten that 5 yards back. We're getting the 4-4 defense again. They're sending the outside backer. I'm not a fan of Roseville just repeatedly trying to run like lead or dive into the 4-4 front because like at least with Woodbury, okay, you can see they're running a 3-4 defense. There's only 7 men in the box. You can take advantage of some stuff. it's really hard to be run. I gotta stretch my leg a little bit. My left leg's going numb. It's really hard to be run heavy like that into an 8-man box. Like even a team like Centennial, when you give them an 8-man box and stack a safety down, they look to hit you with waggle in their play action passes because they know, like, oh, that's what you're gonna give us. Well, then we'll take that. But then again, Centennial has very good coaching staff, so they notice things like that. Eastview, maybe what in the world did the outside linebacker? That's the defensive end. He's a stand-up end. Bro just had an aneurysm. Look at this. Oh, he looks like he's straight up doing some hak tua, spit on that ground. Football and heart. Thank you. That's completely unnecessary. Focus on playing football, please. What in the world? Stretch. Cuts it. Ooh, nice cutback lane. That's very good field vision. All right, let's watch Mr. Miner's field vision here. 5 is working to get across. We stay there. We struggle a little bit with our reach block up front. Oh, and you know why? Who reaches? Oh, guard. This is the backside guard. He's supposed to reach the nose guard, and he whiffs right past him, and then the tackle can't get there. So, that's just missing an assignment. He almost makes the play, but thankfully you're playing Eastview. Over pursues, gets too far upfield. Eastview DBs don't like to tackle. This is a bad arm tackle. See, this is why you can't arm tackle. Look at how far it pulls his arm, man. You're about to pull your shoulder out of your socket, tear a pectoral. You can't do that. And if you see he's going inside, like, it's not your job to fill inside. Gotta keep kids safe, man. Can't be doing stuff like that. Was that the safety 26 that came up? Yeah. Safety comes up. Oh, no, that's not the safety. Who's 26? He's the backside outside linebacker coming across the formation. He's tackling a little bit too far behind. But, you know, he gets there. Makes something happen. Ryan, oops. You know, we get to bed when we get to bed. Trust me, I've been torturing myself with this today. Like, at least, like, Champlain Park, Coon Rapids, there was a lot to talk about, and it was really weird, but it was still, like, watchable. I'm like, okay, you can see what they're doing, and you can just pick it apart. But, like, the last game with Woodbury, it was the worst case of all. I literally coined the term offensive dysmorphia because of how bad Woodbury's offense, like, was discombobulated. It was so mind-boggling. And then this is just I don't understand this play. So if this is like, I think it's that insert play they do where these guys block down and the H-back comes back inside. He's trying to lead right up there, but you've got 2 inside linebackers. It's not Woodbury where it's a 3-4 and you can get everything done. There's an extra defender in the box right there that's not accounted for. And I'm pretty sure that this linebacker, I think that's 44 for Eastview, he's definitely the better of the, I think he might be the best player on their defense. I want to say he went to college somewhere, played college ball for 12. That's him. He's the one with the thing on his back. Probably not the defender on Eastview's defense I want to run into. I'd look at somewhere else. You think a Woodbury coach played college football 25 and just took plays. Based on what I saw, man, it was pretty darn close. I mean, we literally took that RPO alert bubble play, and I Googled it right on the college football playbook and showed it. And it wasn't just only college football 25. Like I said, they did steal Eden Prairie's wing T formation and tried to run some EP plays out of it, but didn't quite work. Then they tried to run triple option midline out of an I formation like Rosemount did the year prior, but they didn't know how. I don't know if they even knew if midline and inside veer are different plays, because it looked like the quarterback was reading a first level C gap defender, but they left the first level B gap defender unblocked. It just looked like whoever decided they were going to do that didn't know how triple option plays worked. Which, like, if you've never played in that system or studied it, like, I get it. I'm just a nerd. I have had to study this. We had to play Centennial or whatever. We have to play Egan. Okay, I got to understand how the triple option flex bone works. We have to play YZ. Okay, I got to understand how an RPO system works. Like, that's what I do. I don't just say, oh, their offense does things. Like, well, cool. You got to, and this is a difference. So, like, you know what? Now that I'm on a rant about this, we're going to finish it. Every defensive coordinator in Minnesota prepares the exact same way. All the ones that I've talked to, they print out all the like a list of formations that the opposing offense runs, then they label plays from each formation and they take that and they're like, all right, whatever the top plays out of each formation, just do it. How can you correctly label those plays if you don't know how the offense works? All right, what play am I on? 30. Example. We're going to go back to the 2023 season. We're going to go to Centennial High School, and we're going to look at Week 10, Centennial versus Prairie Lake. Very first play of the game. So if you look at how we have it labeled, 23 belly, 24 belly. Now, Centennial does have belly in their playbook, but it's really strange, that Coach Littlefield would call belly as the first play of the game because belly, jet, and their play action pass off that set each other up. Normally you call the jet first. So is this really a belly? No, because the play side guard did not pull, so it's not belly. What play is this? Oh, look, number 96 is left unblocked, and the quarterback is reading him. It's midline to the left. Okay, so if this is the same play, it's called belly. Surely this must also be midline, right? Let's look at our first level B-gap defender. No, he's blocked this time. Who is left unblocked? The outside linebacker, the D-gap defender. So this is a different play. This is outside veer. So you have midline and outside veer, but they're both labeled the same thing, even though they're different plays. And you might be thinking, well, what's the big deal? Does that ever come back to bite you in the actual game? Well, yeah. So we go over here. We go to D. We want result, touchdown. So remember, outside veer was not correctly labeled. I wonder what Centennial is going to run against Lakeville South. Oh, look, the first level D-gap defender is left unblocked. Therefore, this is an outside veer. You attack the dive. Mr. Cummings here makes the correct read, says, you're going to do that. I keep. And then he just makes an athletic play and gets to the end zone. Oh, here's another one. We didn't adjust. So we obviously no one knew, hey, it's outside veer. That's what the triple option system is. You don't label the plays correctly. You never know that. Same deal. What does our outside backer do? Attacks the dive. Even if he wasn't there, we're playing a 5 technique instead of a 6. Centennial gets a beautiful double team here. They have another double team here. We were just doomed. They were going to, and then you double team there up to backer. You drive him back. And then off the butt, pitch man out there, quarterback there. Yeah, we were cooked. And all he has to do, look at his eyes. He reads the outside backer takes the dive. Mr. Cummings reads it, keeps it, and there you go. And we only scored 13 points. That was 14 points Centennial right there. So, yeah, that's why little details like that matter. Because otherwise, in a big state semifinal game, they come back to haunt you. And, oh boy, did they come back to haunt us against them Centennial Cougars. But it just shows you can't, underestimate an opponent. Because that was the first time Lakeville South played Centennial. And I guess the coaches... I wasn't on varsity yet at the time. They're just like, it's just triple option. Just do what we do with Egan or Shakopee. It's like, well, but they're not all the same. They all, even though, sure, they're flexible and triple option teams, Egan, Shakopee, and Centennial all run different plays. Centennial loves their buck sweep. They love jet. And they do some belly off of their inside veer and their midline. And then Shakopee is more counter tray. They love counter tray. And they sort of took ISO from Centennial. Centennial loves ISO, whereas Egan, they don't pull. They don't run any counter tray. They love counter option instead. And then they do a lot of midline, inside veer, outside veer, and zone dive is Egan's big one. So, there's little minor differences between those teams. Shakopee also likes waggle. I want to say Centennial does more veer pass than they do waggle. And speaking of which, what sets up waggle? Rocket toss. Centennial does not do rocket toss. Egan does it once in a blue moon. Shakopee loves it. So it's all about studying opponents, man. You can't just say, oh, it's just like this team. No, all 32 teams in 6A are different. Think about all the stuff that I've gone through. I'll point out things that are a little bit similar, but have there ever been 2 teams that are carbon copies of each other in all the teams we've gone over now? No. And the only team I haven't covered at this point is Farmington, and Farmington is not a copy of anyone. Farmington, we'll get to the Tigers when we talk about them next weekend. It's going to be weird covering them, too, because their offense is nothing like what they're doing this season. Also, why is Roseville's left side of the offensive line so far off the ball? It's kind of like a zigzag. See, they're in line, then you got to move up to the center, and then they're in line with the center. Interesting. The zigzag. I wonder if that's a tag they do. Then we're pulling the center. Oh, the fullback. Okay, something went awry here. The center pulls. The fullback goes into the hole where the center pulled from and trips. Okay. I like the quarterback turns around and is like, bro, what are you doing? I think it was supposed to go this way. It looks like he's expecting him to go this way. And it's funny. The running back countersteps and goes back that way. It looks like a quarterback's expecting him to counterstep this way. It looks like it's supposed to, ironically, be a GH counter, or I guess CH counter for the center. But running back did that instead of going that way. And it is a backup running back. That's number 4, not Mr. Minor. So, didn't quite know the play call there. Yikes. Yeah. That's a mistake, Roseville. And when have they run GH counter up to this point? 0 times. That is something they might have installed between the Woodbury game and this Eastview game. Well, if you haven't practiced it, probably shouldn't be calling it in a game. If that young man has never gotten any reps running that play, probably should not call it in a game. Now you got to pass. It's 3rd and 9. And obviously they're in shotgun. Pistol this time. It's a pretty easy way to tell. If Roseville goes into the gun, they're passing. If they're under center, it's run or play action. We have a false start. Oh, yeah. The tight end jumped. Right there. Okay, well now it's 3rd and a mile. Obvious passing situation still. Back in 12 personnel. Gotta let the receiver get set. QB likes to really get going fast. All right, we at least get the play off this time. We throw a screen, and Eastview is all over it. It's a fake tight end comeback screen. But there's nobody out there to block. And where's he where's he tackling? Uh-oh. Did we get that? We did get that. Yes, sir. I was about to say, there was a horse collar right there. Officials saw that a mile away. We gotta give the officials some props, man. They're earning gold stars on these last few games. I like that the Eastview players celebrating. Bro, yeah, don't draw attention to yourself if you just did something questionable. If you do like, oh, I didn't do anything, they're more likely to throw a flag. Oh, all right. Roseville's out of position. The receivers don't know where they should be. I don't know if those are the same kids as last time. They're moving around. All right, now we're starting to have a bit of offensive identity. Oh, now we have a problem. Yeah, see, Eastview's coach realizes something looks weird, and he's talking to the official. He's like, hey, are they all on the line? And he's actually confusing this kid here. You know, it's actually kind of sneaky, because now they're like, oh, you need to move up, sir, even though he moved up and he's on, so he's off and he's off, because this should be, if that's Y, Z is off, and then that's X that's on, so this is H. Yeah, they're fine. If they throw a flag on this... All right, I was looking for the official at the bottom here to throw a flag. I'm actually going to watch the play this time, because I'm like, if Eastview's head coach made Roseville take a penalty there, that would have been crazy. I don't know if it's the head coach. I don't know which coach that is down here. There's an Eastview coach that may have almost gotten a flag against Roseville here, and he kind of delays the play. He's like, hey, you need to check in with that receiver. It's like, don't talk to the official, man. Worry about coaching. Like, what? Also, not a fan. It's still 3rd and 10, isn't it? Or is this a first down? It's 3rd and a mile. There's the horse collar. Yeah, it's 1st and 10. It's 1st and 10. Okay, so it's first down. Running situation, but you're going into 11 personnel? No, yeah, they are in 11. Okay. No, they're trying to pass, but why would you pass under center against a 4-4 defense? Because you know what Eastview's going to do. They're going to blitz. They're bringing 6. There's only 5 in coverage. You got to get that ball out fast. As soon as you realize, oh, crap, I'm getting cooked, especially once you see the inside backers attack, hey, there's my pop pass wide open. If you ever get backer blitz, hit the tight end pop pass right away. Instead, he's staring down a receiver on the comeback, on a hitch. Oh my goodness. If Eastview just... You can't stare down a receiver, man. You got to look at what the defense is giving you. Maybe go on 2, get them to give you an idea, and then once you see, oh, they're attacking, tight end pop passes there, take it. There were some tight end pop passes they could have taken in the Woodbury game, too. Ironically, I'm going to tell Roseville to add a play, tight end pop pass, and then run toss to the weak side. 2 easy fixes they could do. And just like that, we're into the second quarter, tied 0-0. Oh, what do we got this time? Now we're back in the I formation. Ooh, do we have toss left? I don't know, because that outside backer's out a little bit more. You'd have to reach him. You'd really have to get out there to block him. And then that could be there. Oh, but then this inside backer would probably have a lane to get over there. Just a solid lead up the middle. They do that insert thing again where they block out fullback leads. Yeah, they do a great job with this. Number 0 is not containing the edge. He's pushing and he just runs upfield. You got to work half a man here and close that down. If the offensive lineman is letting you ride upfield and it's too easy, then guess what? It's too easy. That's solid running, though. How'd Roseville get behind the sticks again? Did I miss? Oh, they were sacked on first down. That's right, because they had no clue what was going on that play. They got that yardage back. So what are they going to do on 3rd and 8? Pass situation, but they're under center. Oh, no. We got a bootleg coming out this way, don't we? Actually, I don't know, because it's 2-down territory for Roseville. They'll go for it on 4th down here. Wait a minute. Was this a counter? Fullback went that way. Running back goes this way. What? And nobody pulls. This is like that weird thing Stillwater did. I don't understand the play. Is this like a duo? What are we calling here? I don't know, man. That's really bizarre. And the bootleg wouldn't... Actually, yeah, because look at where the outside linebacker's looking. He's staring straight inside. He's not even reading the quarterback. If you bootlegged there and you ran a deep comeback or something, we would have had a little sauce. All right, so like I said, 4-down territory. Not the play I would have called there, but they are going to go for it. And they snap the ball before the offense is set. Interesting choice. What's the pass concept we have? Ooh, they actually hit the H-back pop pass. Look at this. He and the tight end both went in the same spot. Tight end needs to get over a little bit more to get the linebackers to go with him, but the inside linebacker did bite on him, and H-back was left wide open. Outside backer went with the flat. Yep, he went to his flat. That's actually a really nice job. They pick apart the gap in the zone, and the deep safety stays deep. He should have come up and attacked that. I don't know why he didn't in time, but great play, Roseville. Way to attack the gap in the coverage. You know what's funny about that? Eastview and Roseville are both the same 4-4 defenses. They run the same coverage. So you'd think that Roseville would kind of know how to attack their own defense, question mark. We have an illegal formation again? No, 17 at the bottom. He looks like he's on the line. So he's on, tight end's on, off. All right, we're eligible. Once again, it's a pass play. We don't know what pass play it was. Was that supposed to be a hitch on the outside? Quarterback threw a hitch. Receiver ran a post. Something broke down in communication there. That was not knowing the play. And again, how many times have we practiced that play? If it's one we just kind of drew up on the spot and we haven't practiced it, probably shouldn't be calling it in a game. Especially if you have a bigger playbook. Oh, we got stretch again. Classic. Roseville loves stretch. Did we block number 0? No, we gave up on blocking number 0. Got to stay on him. And personally, I would not run at 0. He's their better edge defender, and he's in a 2-point stance. Maybe look at the guy with the bigger number on the other side. Yeah, I mean, he almost jumped off sides on that thing again. I'd probably look over that way a little more. Or we're just going to keep running up the middle. Why are they not attacking the edge? I guess Eastview's outside, or the defensive ends are just running wildly upfield, so you have up the middle. If the inside linebackers are going to feel like that, where they run upfield like crazy and then just run past the play, it might as well take that if they're giving it to you. Settling for a field goal. Was 3rd down? All right, they're taking the field goal. Yeah, that must have been third down. Settling for points in a low-scoring slugfest. And the Raiders get the kick on the board, right? Yes, sir. So right now it's 3-0 Roseville. You know, I gotta write the score down. Otherwise, like, I completely lost track of the Coon Rapids Champlain Park game. I thought that Champlain Park was down by 1 touchdown when they were actually down by 2, and I was like, that's strange. Why are they doing this call when they're down by 1 touchdown? And then I realized in hindsight, I'm like, oh, because I'm the idiot. Because I didn't realize what the situation was. Okay, who got the ball here? What just happened? Oh, the guy in the far corner just out of bounds, or just out of the screen here. He got it. And he reverses field? Yes, he does. Smartest thing you can do on a kick return. Run up and then reverse. And he got, oh, but there's a block in the back or a hold. Yep. Bummer. And there goes the good kick return. Oh. Maroon teams need to have good special teams if your offense can't drive down the field and score. Every yard counts. He's look at him. All right. Poor Eastview quarterback. He's trying to motion the Z at the top of the screen here. He's like, hey, come in motion, brother. And he's looking at him, too. That's the weird part. Special teams mistakes, one of the 3 fastest ways to lose a football game. Special teams mistakes, penalties, turnovers. You do those 3, you're losing a football game. This is wild. Look at how much the quarterback has to be like, come on, dude. Come on, bro. Get moving, bro. Come in motion. Yeah, I'm confident he doesn't know what the play is. He still runs an out route. What was he going to run up here then? Actually, no. Something is still wrong about this because he ends up in the same spot as the tight end. Something went wrong. And it looks like this is a flood play. Yeah, because he's running deep and he's in the flat. I think he was supposed to motion across and then take the second level. Do you have a backside post up there? Why do you have a backside out? A corner? Interesting choice, Eastview. That's usually a backside post, but to each their own. Quarterback's never going to throw it across back there. I don't know about that one. Yeah, and then it looks like obviously we said before, if he didn't even know he was supposed to go in motion, he probably doesn't know what route he's running anyway. Does Roseville kid stay in the flat? No, why are we getting deep? Stay in the flat, brother. He comes up and he makes a hit. Ooh. Nope. All right, we're all good. That's all friendly sportsmanship. That's good. Love the helmet taps and everything. Oh, look at the Roseville. Is this the corner or the safety? This is the corner that comes up and just decks this little receiver. Look at this. He's like, oh, I'm going to hit you. Boom. Just gives him a nice pop there. Okay. Who do I think the Jefferson playmakers will be? Abe Bruggeman, without a doubt. And you know, that's honestly hard for me to say. I'm not entirely sure what offense that Jefferson will run. Who's Jefferson's schedule? Let me go back and look at that. My Google Drive. I've got a copy of the 5A schedule. Zoom in here so you all can see it. Oh, you know what? I can actually zoom in more. Let's go to 200. That's a little bit big. Where's Bloomington Jefferson? So at Washburn. I think I talked about this when we went over Jefferson, right? Because I was saying how they run their 4-2 flex defense. That's essentially a nickel package. And how that doesn't work against run-heavy teams. Like Kennedy, but it works against spread offenses. But how many do you see? Well, let's see. Washburn's a spread, so it works there. Hastings, no. That's 1, because they like to do their triple option stuff, and they sometimes do it out of 11, but they're a run-heavy team. Cretan-Durham Hall's a run-heavy team. Harton's a run-heavy team. Matamidai's a run-heavy team. So it's already half your schedule. Of your first 5 games, 4 of them are run-heavy teams that put the 4-2 flex in a mismatch that favors the other team. St. Louis Park, they're 11 personnel, and they spread it out, so they're a no. They do like to run the ball, but they'll spread it out to do so. Benilde, I have no idea what Benilde's going to do. Supposedly they've started doing more spread stuff as opposed to just their 12-wing twins with sweep like Champlain does. They're just Champlain Park with less run plays. And then Kennedy, I haven't seen Kennedy since 2018. I have no idea what Bloomington Kennedy runs on offense anymore. But yeah, at the very least, that's half of their schedule that is run heavy, where the 4-2 flex is probably not the ideal choice. So we'll see. There were a lot of good kids in that class, though. If Carson Christensen still plays, he's a difference maker. Simon Fries was a good kid. Carter Fleischhaus. So obviously, Braylon Kelly-Taylor, can't forget about him. Judah Sorensen was a stud. If Anders Bjorklund still played football for Jefferson, he'd be a D1 linebacker, without a doubt. The kid was the best linebacker I've ever seen. Oh, Roseville, D-end. He did such a good job crashing down on down blocks against Woodbury. But for some reason, now when he's playing a lesser opponent, he runs upfield. And he somehow still is able to make the tackle. Oh, Eastview out here running RPOs again. Stop it, Eastview. Speaking of someone that may have played a little too much college football 25, maybe Eastview, question mark. It's weird, too, because they're running blast again, where they pull the guard outside, but then the running back keeps running to the hole where the guard pulled from. If he actually runs where he's supposed to, look at all the blocking out there. Gotta follow your blockers. No, probably not after this game, Mr. Rich. I still have an entire game of Eastview Roseville to get through, and then I need to go to sleep after that. I'm probably just going to stick to covering mostly 6A stuff, just because that's where I coach now. It'd be a little bit weird for me to go back to 5A stuff. And we go to a swing pass, looking like Prairie Lake out here on 3rd and 5. Did they run verts? They did. Oh, no, is this more of a smash concept? It is. You have in, then you have corner, and I don't know what this guy's doing. He might also be doing a corner, question mark? Nope, they split apart. So if you have a nice corner concept on... Oh, and if you would have kept running in, it would have been there. But that that concept takes a long time to develop. You're asking Eastview O-line to block for a long time for that to work. They take the swing pass. Do not jump off sides. Do not jump off sides. Do not jump off sides. Oh my goodness, they're actually running a play. They're running duo. Why would you run a duo split zone? We bounce it outside. Outside linebacker works the outside half of the man, gets stiff on. He still makes the tackle. What a stop for Roseville. That's a nice job by 14. I was worried here when he got stiff-armed. I'm like, ugh. If you get stiff-armed and he's falling to the ground, but he gets just enough of them. And the safety's coming up to make a tackle. Also, give the safety credit. He's flying up here to make sure he doesn't get across the line of scrimmage. That's very good safety play. Roseville's getting it done, man. Once again, Roseville their defense is setting up their offense for great field position. I am shocked they did not win either of these first 2 games. Like, honestly. They should have cooked Woodbury last week, but, I kind of pointed out some stuff on offense that Woodbury was giving them, and they were not taking it. And then this time around is just like, yeah, I don't know. Was there even a play here? No, they came up to the line and then they took a timeout or something. That was bizarre. All right, what do we got this time? 12 personnel. We're in shotgun, so we're likely passing the ball. It's first down, right? They haven't run a play yet? Yeah, it's first down. Okay, there's the one. I see it now. It's just a little bit hard to see with the glare. We're passing the ball. Is there going to be a jet sweep? We could, because running backs on this side, tight ends ineligible, so we can't go on a pass. Okay, we have not practiced this. This was not supposed to be a jet sweep. This was supposed to be a fake jet counter. If that's the case, Mr. Miner's got to take it slower. He goes for the ball right away. If it's supposed to be a fake jet counter, step left out here, then step right back inside and take it. Highly recommend watching Minnetonka film to see how that play is properly run. And you can tell because the guard pulls over here, right? See how there's the trap block and there's the hole he's supposed to run through? And they actually open up a nice hole. Look at how beautiful that is. It's just him on the corner one-on-one, and I'm probably taking Mr. Miner over that corner. The only problem is he runs into the wrong guy. There's nobody out there to block because it's not supposed to go out there, and it ends up going for nothing. So yeah, Roseville, we need to practice the plays that we run in the game. Now we're in pistol, second down, passing. Wait a minute, he's on the line, or did he check it off? That's a Z, he should be off. Yeah, and the official down here is saying he's off, so we're good. And they go back to the same. There's no jet fake, though. Look, the quarterback doesn't fake the jet. He immediately turns to his side. You can't do that. You gotta fake the jet handoff. Otherwise, there's no point in doing a fake jet. And so it's like watching Prairie Lake do it when they turn around too late. The jet's already by the quarterback. He turns around, he tries to fake it, and there's nobody there. Like, that just makes no sense. And it's still fooled Eastview. Look at them go with the jet motion. I mean, I do like the idea the plays set each other up. You're hitting him with a jet motion. It was supposed to be a run to the backside. That is smart. Remember how I was saying with Hopkins it made no sense because they would do jet motion this way and then they would run the same direction and the linebackers went with it for Shakopee. And it's like, well, that doesn't work. At least Roseville had the right idea here. They just had never practiced this play, so it didn't work. But the concept was there. Motion goes this way. Defense goes this way. Run go back that way with pulling guard. Hole open. And you can see right here, hole open. Go that way. That's smart. Where do the inside linebackers go? Go with jet motion. Where does safety go? Go with jet motion. Oh, bummer. That could have been touchdown, Roseville. That was the Raiders shooting themselves in the foot right there. And then, obviously, this jet fake I was just complaining about doesn't work because you're not... Even though it's set up, you did run jet previously and then run up the middle. I like the order of the play calling. It's just the execution here is not the best. Quarterback doesn't fake the jet handoff. It's not as easy to fool. Fools Eastview a little bit, but if you play a team like, say, White Bear Lake or Forest Lake later in the season, probably not going to fool them. Yeah, I don't think we're fooling Howie Johnson with that. All right, coming in motion. He's too deep for there to be, or he's too shallow for there to be a jet fake. Oh, cool. Did they pull a guard? Guard pulls. So why does this not work? Look at how the guard pulls. He pulls way too wide. If you're doing a trap block like this, you don't pull out wide. You come down the line. Because then if he runs too far upfield, then you're in position here. You just take his inside shoulder. He can't get past you. Quarterback goes that way. You have a run play. And the running lane's right there. Because we already seen that corner does not want to tackle. He's just sitting back there. That's a free first down. Oh, that's just technique. I like the play call and the design. It's just that execution wasn't quite there. And again, that just comes down to technique. Has Roseville practiced doing that trap block in their indie time? Does the guard know which side to attack? Has that been repped? If the answer is no, probably shouldn't be putting that in the playbook or calling it in a game. They're just running right past these inside linebackers. Eastview's inside linebacker fills, but he's pushing somebody out of the way. And look, he puts his head down right here. See? He puts head down, looks away. He's like, where's the ball carrier? Oh. He ran back me. I'm in the offensive backfield with nobody here. And then he's like, oh, oops, I was supposed to tackle him. Hey, that's all good, brother. Flush it. Next play. On to the next play. Can't go back in time and change the past, right? Did I see that Kennedy's... I'm sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. Did I see Kennedy's athletic director went to Tartan? No, I did not see that. Lead. Oh, that went nowhere. Why are we running it that way? Look, both Eastview's D linemen end up in the same gap, and we're trying to push through that gap that has two linemen in it. When you have two linemen in one gap, another one opens. Also, Eastview blitzed both inside linebackers and an outside linebacker. They're bringing 7, and we're still running it. Whoa, we gotta get the bootleg, man. Where's the bootleg, Roseville? Where is the bootleg? Maybe we'll get the bootleg. No, because we're not in the I formation. It's just going to be a drop back pass, isn't it? No, we're just going to run it. No, we faked the bootleg, but the running back ended up bouncing it back to where the bootleg motion goes. And again, how many did they blitz? They blitzed both inside backers. So, I mean, they're bringing 6, and both outside backers stepped up. Oh, my goodness. If 17 ran a slant, I see a lot of green space. Oh, Lord. Yeah, so And you know what? The most shocking thing about Roseville not taking what Eastview's giving them, it's your defense. It's a 4-4 scheme. You know what they're doing. You run that defense. Why aren't we taking what they're giving us? Unless maybe Roseville just literally doesn't know how to attack their own defense. That could be a possibility. Stretch. Oh. And then we play action to the same... See, I'm not a fan of this. It's stretch right, and then instead of bootlegging the back way... Because look, the whole defense goes that way. If he bootlegged this way, beautiful. But you're play actioning to the same side that the run play goes to. This is mind-boggling. You're already getting... It's kind of like with the Hopkins jet motion, then running into the same way the motion's going. You're already luring the whole defense that way. Why would you go that way when the whole defense goes that way? Same concept here. You play action to the right. Why are you bootlegging out to the right off of a play action to the right? Because the whole defense, as you can see here, look at all the black jerseys, is going to the right. Like that defeats the point of play action. Play action's supposed to go opposite of the run, not towards the run. And then he just tries to throw it deep. Was that on 4th down? No. All right, we're settling for a field goal. Yeah, well, we finally got play action, and we got a bootleg. The only problem is Roseville doesn't know how to run a bootleg, which is weird because they did have a lot of good bootlegs against Woodbury in week 1. Did they forget how to do that between weeks 1 and 2? That'd be real bizarre if they did. Let's get that in. Yes, sir. That's 6-0 Roseville, right? That is. All right, update scoreboard. 6-zip Roseville. So that means Eastview scores 9 unanswered points at some point here. And once again, Roseville has a first half lead and somehow chokes it. What? Because they did that same thing versus Woodbury. They were up 10-0, and then all of a sudden they have one defensive play where one player decides to play man instead of zone. When everyone else is playing zone, his zone opens up. Woodbury hits a slant on it on 4th and 11. Touchdown Royals, and they're right back in the game. Otherwise, Woodbury would have gone scoreless. Roseville gets the ball back, and they keep chewing up play clock, and then it's still 10-0 with Woodbury unable to take the cap off the offense. I should say the lid off the jar. Slot trips open, 11 personnel. This cannot be an RPO to the left because the quarterback, when he's sidecar on this side, mesh would be on this direction. He'd be looking at over here, which would be a little bit strange. Yeah, I figured. I was like, it's more likely to be a sprint out pass, and that's what he did. But then he throws back across his body and somehow gets a completion. Oh, look, there's the backside post. They ran flood. Flood levels, whatever you'd like to call it. This is how it's supposed to look, because Roseville, or someone messed that up. I don't remember if it was Roseville or Eastview. There you go. Now you have your 3 levels with the backside post. Yep, see, level 1, level 2, level 3. There's your backside posts. He decided to take the backside. Why did he take the backside post, though? Where's Roseville's deep safety? The deep safety came up and played the vert. Why did we do that? Why did we not just let the corner do that? Oh, because that's not what happened. He went out. He didn't out. He did a curl. And the deep safety had to pick up the tight end that was going vertical, or that was running a corner route. You had an out curl here and then a corner on top of it. That's actually an interesting little concept right there. Huh. And then you've got another backside post on top of that, and that's where they hit it. I mean, it actually works. The corner bites down there. It forces the safety to take this. Safety vacates that area. I'm going to give Eastview some credit right there. That pass play actually works. Didn't you catch that a little bit past the 50? What happened here? There must have been some kind of penalty, because he caught it. Then they backed it up 20 yards from where it went. Oh, it's technically an incompletion. I missed that. Look at this. The ball's fumbled right here. Catch, 1, 2. Yeah, the ball's coming out. I don't know if he ever secured it. Ball pops out, and then another kid picks it up and runs with it. Up, he called it incomplete. So if it was called incomplete, what are they doing up at the 45-yard line? There must have been, so there was apparently some kind of 15-yard penalty in between these two plays that is not on film, because Eastview has a first down here, and they're 15 yards ahead. I'm assuming it was a personal foul of some sort, because we saw the official rule that pass play incomplete. Is this another RPO? It's another belly. He runs in, okay, Eastview. You can't pull the guard outside and then have a running back run. I mean, this is like football 101. If you're a running back, you don't run into the hole where the guard pulls from. Like, why would you ever consider doing that? But guess what? It's exactly what this running back does. And, oh, that didn't work out too well for him, did it? He runs right into a brick wall. He gets stripped from behind. Actually, oh, no, the ball hit the ground. Ooh, much better job by the Roseville defensive front here. Two linemen kind of get sandwiched together, but they're fitting. One of them eventually... Who wraps him up here? Is this the number 5, topside D end? No, who is this that gets him? Oh, it's our buddy number 57, the linebacker. Yes, it is. Dude, what a stud. I cannot believe Roseville ended up losing as many games as they did. I'm impressed with some of the stuff they're doing. Especially, like, considering they're a Maroon team. What was the other Maroon game I covered? It was Park Cottage Grove playing Eastview, and Park just did some weird stuff. Like, their offense couldn't do anything for most of that game. Then, obviously, poor Hopkins against Shakopee. Well, Hopkins into Shakopee. We all kind of know what's going to happen there. Tight ends, or is this H-back screen? No, it's just a running back screen. Eastview ran a screen. It was set up nicely. Why was it set up nicely? Where was the flat defender? The flat defender is dropping back into a hook instead of staying in the flat. Where do the linebackers go? This one goes way out wide for no reason. It's actually a solid play call into the 4-4 because Roseville very quickly gets into their cover 3, and the linebackers just completely evacuate the area. Did they get him? Dang, what a big play. Big old screen. I mean, it's a great play call. You're in 11 personnel. And see, this is why, like, I'm starting to get a little frustrated with the 4-4 defense. It works when you're getting, like, 12 personnel or 21, like these I formation looks. As soon as your opponent starts spreading it out, calling a 4-4, kind of like I was just talking about Jefferson running the 4-2 flex into, like, heavier run teams and how that's a mismatch that favors the offense. Well, a 4-4 defense would be better against those run-heavy teams. Like, if Roseville was playing, like, not Lakeville South, bad example, but, like, maybe, no, Shakopee, bad example. Lakeville North, like a Lakeville North or a Stillwater that does their I formation stuff, they might have more success. You're not going to do that against an 11 personnel look. You want to have your base 3-4 defense in against this, or if you have a nickel package, now's the time to consider bringing it out. What would your nickel even be if you're Roseville? I'm assuming they don't have one. If you're a 4-4, then you just go down to a 4-3. Your nickel package is Centennial's base defense? I don't know. But yeah, because there's only 7 guys back. Well, even if you're a 3-4, you got 7 guys back there, but you get another DB in there to cover space instead of just 3. You have 4 DBs, maybe 5 if you're in a nickel. It's just... That's the kind of defense you want against a screen game. Like, against Rochester Mayo. If you played a 4-4 into Rochester Mayo, you're cooked. You might as well just give Coach Holcomb 60 points right on the spot. Either way, big play. Now we're in the slot I again. We've got H over here, I, X over here, Y is tight end on the line. There's not too many teams that do the slot I like this, where they have an H-back instead of a tight end on the line. I think it's literally just Eastview. They run power. They didn't pull anybody, did they? Camera's a little bit shaky. I apologize. Not that I can control that, but... Also, what is the run play here? Look at the Eastview right guard. It looks like he's like slide protecting right. Is it a run play or pass play? It's a pass play. I was gonna say, I'm like, that's really weird for him to be doing that on a run play, but that's because it's not a run play. It's the same thing I was just complaining about with Roseville. They do play action going this way, then where do they bootleg? The same direction that they're play actioning to, and look where the Roseville defense is going, all that direction. Like, and of course it's incomplete because you throw it right into the defense. Why would you design play action like that? What you should, if you want to pass out this way, run fake that way, play action out this way. Like, there's ways to do these things for teams. Like, both Eastview and Roseville have called a bad play action. I don't know why it's designed like that. And we've seen it on film. Both defenses are pursuing the run play. Why would you call the play action to the same direction as the fake run? Because the defense is already going that direction with the fake run. Gotta get them going opposite. Get them to cross. That's the whole point. Like, give STMA credit. They're tight end delay. When they do play action, get everybody going this way, and then tight end leaks out of the backfield and sneaks over here. There's nobody. Touchdown STMA. Dang, you know the stream's getting wild when I'm giving kudos to STMA. Ooh, boy. Ooh, the whole O-line just flinched here. And then they actually went. And then we have an RPO. Yeah, okay, I thought there was going to be a flag there. I was going to say the entire offensive line all flinched at once here after the motion. Watch the left guard, left tackle, the center. So, yeah. Actually, not as much the left tackle. His butt moves a little bit, but mostly the center and the guard right there. And they all reach block to the right. Oh, boy. I'm assuming that Eastview has to get a field goal here. Motioning. Roseville's canceling some kind of blitz. There's a check, like, hey. Then who jumps off sides? I think the Roseville or the Eastview right guard jumps first, and then left tackle doesn't respond. Who'd they call it on, though? Which way is he indicating? Well, the flag came from back here, so I'm assuming it's going against... It went against Roseville. Oh, number 5, my dude. That was the easiest 5 yards. But no, they called it on Roseville. Dang. That's a bummer. Was it a 5-yard penalty? What yard are we? We're on the 14, so it goes up to the 9? It's on the 8. Maybe it's on the 13 right here, and I can't see it. It looks like it's on the 14. If it's half the distance, it shouldn't be half the distance to the goal. Strange. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the camera shake is driving me nuts. Okay. Fake run to the right, bootleg left. Please, Eastview. Please. Yes! Oh, they learned! They've learned! Oh, but they didn't take what the defense was giving them. Let's look at the concept here. Number 0 is begging for the ball, even though he's one-on-one. What's the route? He's just running back there. Look at the... He jogs up here, doesn't run a route, and is like, yo, pass me the ball, bro. What's the route? Huh? I mean, you can't even see him on screen. He's standing there, and he's not running up. You can literally see right here. He's just jogging, and he's like, yeah, pass me the ball, bro. What is the route? What are you doing to get open? Why aren't you moving out that way? And he's a big-bodied kid. They have him playing both ways. There is no way that is an Eastview play call. There is no way they told that kid to just jog out there. That has to be that player making a mistake. That is so lazy. Like, what? It looks like they're supposed to have a flood, but if there's supposed to be like a flood, what's 15 doing? So you have a flat player, 15 should be coming across the second level. That means you have to be deep corner of the end zone, or getting out there, but he's not really getting to the corner. He just kind of turns around, and he opens the wrong way too. You're opening to the defender. You'd be turning around looking over this shoulder and catching the ball on this side. The defender's over here. You got to catch the ball over here. Why would you open that way into the defender? See? And then he opens the defenders and like, nah, I'm going to do a full like 360, 540 here. Like, huh? That's crazy Eastview receiver. And then they had to throw or check down to someone that was covered. So, hey, nice hold for Roseville, though. That was more so Eastview shooting themselves in the foot and not executing. And I will give the Eastview offensive play calling credit. They did learn, and they fixed the play action. They ran the play action opposite of the run play this time. And you can see how the Roseville defense responds. Watch. Play action goes to the right. Actually, no. Oh, the fullback got out way too early. Fullback immediately runs out there, and the linebacker goes with him. So the play action really didn't even do much. It fooled the D-line and the guys in the wash. It did fool number 57. Number 57 wasn't with the drag, but our buddy, the deep safety, had us covered. Yes, sir, deep safety. He reads it. He picks it up. Nice play by the safety. Eastview. Do you not know what the opposing coverage is? I don't know. And I'm assuming they have to hit this. It's a bit of a chip shot field goal from the right hash. Will they get a hand on that? Oh, no, it just went just over him. It kind of looked like someone got a hand on it, but that's actually... Who is that? I think it's number... whoever's on the top of the screen here. Might be 14. Linebacker that's diving over. Oh, no, it's an arm. Or it's 14's ankle. Yeah, it's 14's right ankle there. That looks a little bit fleshy. That's... I thought... I mixed that up with the football for a second. I'm like, wait, huh? That's actually not the football. How many plays did I say were in this game? At least I'm over halfway done. Are we? We're not at halftime yet, are we? Eastview just scored. Roseville gets the ball back. Unless this is the second half. No, this is only the second quarter, isn't it? We haven't had halftime yet. Okay, it's going to be a jet sweep, H-back and running back. I do like this jet sweep concept because it can either be a jet this way or it can be GH counter going back the other way. Only problem is they decided to run it up the middle. I mean, they got yards off of it. Oh, score update. Thank you, Mr. Rich. Thank you. Otherwise, you're right. I would definitely forget. It is 6-3. Good call. Good call. The jet's there, but once again, and this is what they did against Woodbury. Remember, if they would have just ran the jet where it's supposed to go, it would have been a big play. This one, I sort of get it because number 0 is fighting hard on the edge, but why is the running back running upfield? If it's a jet sweep and you're leading, get out there and lead. Why are we going that way? And he's the DN, so the tackle's supposed to reach him. Tackle can't quite get there. And then, look, the running back literally does nothing on this jet sweep. He stands, he's like, yeah, I'll look around. Oh, you ran past me. Okay. Again, you can't do that on the football field. If you're not getting the ball, you bust your butt out there for your brother that is getting the ball. It's not about who on the team scores. The team scores. You do your part so the team can score. If you're like, well, I'm not going to block because I'm not the one scoring. Okay, then don't play on a football team. Like, football team being the key word there. Wow. That, I don't know about that. Gotta give effort. Teammates block for you, you block for teammates. That's just the way it is. T on the line? Nope, he's the Z. Bottom receiver's off the line. Comes in motion. Are we going to jet fake too early? Turn sideways too early. No jet fake. I do like the order of the play calling because you're hitting him with jet, then you go back to the middle, but now there's starting to be a pattern. It becomes predictable. And Eastview is not fooled. Literally look at the inside linebacker for Eastview. This one shimmies over. This one waits. He gets blocked. But, yeah, he doesn't need to do anything because Roseville forgets to block the D-line. And I'm surprised they're still trying to run it into the teeth of a 4-4 defense that's been a little bit more physical than them. I don't know about more physical than them. It's kind of gone back and forth. Yeah, I'd try to spread that 4-4 defense out and attack it because 4-4 defenses versus spread stuff is poo-poo. Speaking of poo-poo, what is this? They dropped everyone back into coverage. Look, this is a linebacker back here. Here's their 4 linebackers, and then the DBs are playing like 15 to 20 yards off the ball. Jet sweep. We're going to take it outside this time. Well, what is number 7 doing? He did it again. Look at him. He's just standing there doing nothing. Meanwhile, the guy on the edge that he's supposed to seal is throwing his bro to the ground in the backfield. Really? You're just going to stand there and do nothing while the guy you were supposed to block is throwing. Look at him. He's literally just watching. See him just standing there? He's watching. Look at the line of sight right here. He's watching his own teammate get thrown to the ground because he chose not to block the guy he was supposed to block. Like, dude. If you're gonna, I mean, it's like talking about STMA running stretch. If you're gonna run a play to the edge, you have to seal the edge. And if your kid is not willing to do that, you got to get somebody in there that will. Because right now, he's done that 2 plays in a row. You want to rewind it? You want to see it again? Watch number 7. Watch number 7 slowly here. He should be helping seal the edge, but instead, he runs forward and inside. That run play is supposed to go out here. And if he seals number 0 here, 30 does a good job getting on this side of the defender. That's a big play Roseville right there. If 7 would have just taken that half the man, sealed him off, you're here, you're there. That could have been a play. But instead, watch number 0. 7's like, nope, I'm not going to block you and seal the edge. The poor tackle's like, bro, I'm trying to step over here. Because number 7, or number 0 for Eastview is outside the H-back right now. It's hard to tell from this angle. That's a long way for the tackle to go to try and reach block number 0 by himself. And obviously, he doesn't get there. Understandably so. So you need the running back to help seal the edge. And the running back either... I'm not going to pin it entirely on the kid. Maybe the coaching staff told him, no, you just run upfield and find someone inside, as opposed to, no, you need to help seal the edge. In that case, I'd probably say that's more so on the coaches. But if the coaches told him, you need to seal the edge, and he's just walking up there doing nothing, then I'd put that back on the player. No signal. No signal. Hey, that's fewer plays I have to go over. What's funny, though, is that this is official huddle play. It's not like my computer's crashing or anything. We're still going through plays. Play 68, play 69, play 70. All right, we're missing plays out of the game. Roseville has the ball now. So this was Roseville going to the left. This is still Roseville going to the left. They somehow gained yards. Apparently, a lot of sauce happened in those 3 plays that don't exist. Ooh, we're learning. Look, the play action is going opposite. We bootlegged. Only problem is the backside outside backer was not phased. They blitzed him. Okay. If you're getting both outside backers blitzing and these 2 are stepping up, quick slant right there is so wide open. And that's how you stop the 85 Bears defense when they ran the 4-6. Well, you send everybody. Well, do what Dan Marino does. Take a quick pass underneath. Where they blitz from. All right, now their blitz has 0% chance of getting to the quarterback, and you get free yards. Oh, and he is open there at the second level. It's there. Because the corner goes deep with the receiver on that side. Oh, poor Roseville, man. Oh, and then does he throw the ball into the ground? I think he threw it at the feet of number 7. What they're going to call that. Oh, then 71 gives him a taunt. Look at the defensive lineman. He's like, yeah, you, bro. You threw that in the ground. Like, what? Oh, and then he does it, dude. You got to stop doing stuff like that. Look at him. He points down at the ground. Like, ground. Come on, bro. I mean, he technically wasn't outside of the pocket, but his buddy number 7, the running back, is in that vicinity. Where's number 7 end up? 7 does nothing, runs back here. I guess the ball ends up over here. If he threw it more at number 7, that would have been an actual pass. Oh boy. Roseville coaches over here are not happy. Oof, duh. Things are not working out there. I guess they waved the flag, though, because we're moving back up. Second. We did lose 5 yards, though. It's just some kind of 5-yard penalty there. This is unbalanced. No, because they're calling this receiver off. It just looks weird because the slot should be 1 yard off, but he's 2 yards and 1.5 yards off. Huh. Roseville quarterback tries to step up in the pocket, and his buddy, the running back, gets in his way again. All right, we got to work on the protection here, Roseville. If it's strike protection, why is he backpedaling? So watch the running back here. We're starting to pick on him a little bit. He steps forward, good, but then what does he do? He steps back to his original position. He went up 2 yards, then he backs up 2 yards right into his own quarterback. If you're pass protecting, you step up, then you shimmy across. And your first read, if it's strike protection, which it looks like it is because they're both going outside like that, your first read is up the middle. Get your butt up there first. You don't get your butt up there, you back in your quarterback. That slows him down so he can't escape. Eastview gets a sack. You're making number 0 look like an all-star out here. Then he hits you with the Cam Newton Superman. How did number 0 do against Lakeville South? What player are we on? We're on 73. We're not big on egos here, so when we have a chance to knock an ego down, we are going to take that. Eastview versus Lakeville South. Lakeville South. Like I said, close that a little bit. Get some Lakeville South offense up in here. There's our buddy number 0 out here. Oh, here's number 0 out on the edge. He stands there and does nothing, and we score a touchdown. Look at him. He literally does nothing. He's like, huh, what do I do? What do I do? What's going on? Then there's Jonah Shine running into the end zone. Yes, sir, Jonah Shine. Is this counter? Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. Well, look at that nice kick-out block, too. Boom. See, that's how you do a trap block, Roseville. Good technique. So he comes right down the line. He works inside shoulder and turns him out. That's how it's done. Oh, what a thing of beauty. Dang, is that nice. Where's number 0 this time? I think this is him in a stance down here. Not 74. Where'd 0 go? They take him off the field? He's not on the field here. Okay, can't see that. Number 0 back in. Oh, yep, there he is. He's at the bottom. Oh, yes, sir. Look at that double team. Pushing him all the way into the ground. Boom, you have a tight end and a left tackle. Just driving him back. Nice. Look at that beautiful hole it opens up. Woo, is that a thing of beauty? Oh, here we go. Get the end zone view. Watch him. Here he is. Yes, sir. Oh, here he's again. A little bit slow out of his stance. His legs are too far back. There's a false step. Oh, and look. He's like, wait, what just happened? This wasn't trap, was it? Of course it was. See, hey, Woodbury, if you're going to run trap. Ooh, yeah. Now, tight end needed to do better here, but yeah. That's our problem here. Go there. Actually, no, you go there, you go here, and then, yeah. We do what we're supposed to do, plays work. Funny how that works. All right, what play were we on? This is why I typed it. 73. Oh, let's keep it going. We're in the home stretch. I've almost survived the Roseville doubleheader. And what's so funny is Roseville is probably been the best team in the Roseville doubleheader. I think Woodbury's the team that tried to kill me the most. So punting, Roseville's got to punt it back. I don't know if this is the third quarter or not. Why did he pick up this football? His feet are in the end zone, so that's a touchback. Oh, look at the poor kids in the sideline here. These must be alumni, because they're like, dude, what just happened? Why did he do that, bro? Look at all the hands on the heads. They're all like, huh? Ain't no way. Oh my goodness, they actually spotted him at the 1 yard line. Oh, they walked it out to the 20. Okay, I was going to say, they gave him the touchback. We're good. We're good. Resume. Resume. That would have been absolutely wild. Inside. Is this another RPO? This can't be. He was trying to read it, but then look, Roseville's outside backer drops back into coverage. He reads, okay, he steps forward, I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to throw it. But then he drops back into coverage, and the kid's like, oh, what do I do? And this is just poor tackling from Roseville. Why? Defensive end gets way too far inside. Once again, your edge contained because he's dropping back. You're doing such a good job. Stay on the edge. 20 tries to fit, but he's aiming to where the quarterback's running, not the quarterback's hips. Maybe he's probably never been taught to run at the quarterback's hips. Aim at quarterback inside hip when you're pursuing like that so that this doesn't happen. Arm tackling. There goes your pectoral, pulling the shoulder out of its socket. Not good. And then he just falls down. But you gave him a free 5 yards. So there are definitely things we could have cleaned up on that play to keep the kids a little safer. 11 personnel, so Eastview is still spreading it out, and Roseville is still in the 4-4 defense. Ooh, boy. This might not end well if we go to quick passes. Huh. They're running like a little... it sort of is a mesh, but not really. I mean, it kind of is. You have curl on the backside. He's coming across. You have more of a post and then a vert. I don't think that's really mesh. I think one of our coaches calls that more of like an NCAA is what they call that. I never heard of that pass concept, but okay. Call it what you will. And it worked against the 4-4. The inside backers should have stayed with that drag coming across. Did they, though? No. I don't know why number 20 is dropping back so deep vertically. Like, you don't need to do that. Stay in your zone. Once again, it just comes back to Roseville. If Roseville just sticks to their assignments and stays where they belong, they're pretty sound defensively. Although, they're starting a little bit picked apart by a quick pass game and their 4-4 defense. There's a little bit of a mismatch that favors Eastview right now. I think it's the same play as before where they have the out, the curl, and then they're going to have the post on top of that, another backside post, the one that they got that deep pass on earlier. And he just checked down to the curl. Good read. He was wide open. I don't know why that... Oh, it's the linebacker again. Why is... Number 20 had such a good game against Woodbury. Why is he just abandoning his zone this time? He's like, oh, I'm going to run into the deep third. Like, no, your zone's not back there. The corner zone is back there. You stay at the second level. He's at the first level in the flat. You're at the second level coming across. Corner's got the deep third. You don't go back there. You stay here in your zone. You go back there. You leave a man in your zone. He catches the ball. And see, look, it's funny. He actually bumps into the corner at the end here. See as the camera moves over? That's him. That's the corner. Deep safety caught up with him. Like, you already have two deep men in that zone. Why would you also go to that zone? That is my biggest gripe with Roseville. Their defenders don't stick to just their jobs. They try and do someone else's job as well. Stay in your zone, and you guys will be just fine. GH counter? Where did GH counter come from? They've been running all these RPO power reads and like off of bellies pulling a play side guard, and then out of nowhere, Eastview's like, I'm gonna be meta. Here's GH counter. Except number 0 doesn't know how. Look at the H-back. Look at the H-back. It's our buddy number 0 again. He has never run GH counter in his life. He's supposed to lead up right there. He goes up. You have a kick out block. How's the double team at the point of attack? It is non-existent because the play side guard doesn't help with the double team. They double team the nose guard on GH counter. No, double team's got to be there. If you're trying to run GH counter, you got to double team the 3 technique. Guard's got to step over, take half of him. Tackle takes the other half, and then you two drive him into backer. Center just needs to reach the nose, which he does an okay job of. He's the one that you really got to push back to open up GH counter. And then you don't worry about, and then you get to opposite backer over here, because who takes the play side backer? The H-back coming across, and then guard is the kick out, and there's your run play right there. And it would have worked, because look where the deep safety is. He's coming over here with the pass. You just get your running back here one-on-one with the safety, but instead, he's got to cut it back. The H-back does nothing. There is a bit of a lane there. Why doesn't the line pursue? A guard pulls. What does the D-line do? Number 5 runs upfield outside and takes himself out of the play. In his defense, I don't think Roseville knows what GH counter is. You don't play a Dyna. You don't play YZ. You play Moundsview. No, they didn't play Moundsview. Moundsview played Park. So, okay. At Eastridge also played Park. Okay. I will give Roseville a break. They probably have not seen GH counter. Definitely haven't played Moorhead. Haven't played Minnetonka. Anoka doesn't run GH counter. That's who they played this last season in the playoffs. And obviously they played Lakeville South the year before that. We do not run GH counter. We are not a spread team. Oh, going back with the pass game. Second and short. He actually kept... What was this ball? Something was not right here. Look at how the ball comes out. It's all flimsy and goes way low. Yet number 0 is able to pull it. Oh, no. I think that hit the ground. Are they going to call that a completion? Nope. Official calls that incomplete. That's when you take a shot, though. 2nd and 1. I like the play call from Eastview. Yes, I did cover Park Cottage Grove versus Eastridge week 1. I was very confused by Park Cottage Grove's defense. And funny enough, I think the kids were confused by it too. And they did not have a very good-looking GH counter. If you want to watch a good GH counter, highly recommend watching my Egan Edina stream. Edina has an awesome GH counter. Moundsview has a pretty good one, too. I'd say if you're going to watch teams do GH counter in 6A, Edina and Mount, and they both do it a little bit differently from each other. Moundsview does it a little bit more narrower, and they have their tackle go out and block an outside backer. Then they kick out the defensive end, whereas Edina kicks out the outside backer and doubles down on the deep end. But, slight little differences in how they run it. But they're both very good at it. And then you just quarterback sneak for a first down. All right, solid call. Good job, Eastview. And you're chewing up play clock doing so. Now we have a pass play. What's our concept? Oh, Roseville was not ready for the ball to be snapped. Linebackers are still trying to figure out what's going on. But lucky for us, the Eastview receiver at the top of the screen also is trying to figure out what's going on. And why are we throwing it over the middle against a cover 3? That's strange, because who's supposed to be over the middle of a cover 3? The deep safety. Why wasn't the deep safety over the middle? Where was he going? I don't know what he's reading, but yeah, that's starting to get to your zone, deep safety. Deep safety should be there. Linebackers should be there. It's that same NCAA play again with the curl underneath, 10-yard, and then the deep post on top of it. And the play works pretty well. Especially against Roseville's coverage, you're putting your that deep safety and the inside linebackers in a bind. They got to try and pick what they have to do. No, dude, they're pulling a Prairie Lake. Look at this. They're not even running verts. All the receivers are blocking. They're like, nah, bro, just do a swing pass. The right tackle trips over himself, or does he get his feet tangled up? No, he trips over his own feet. Look at this. His feet actually bump into each other right here. Because, see, the Roseville defender's already passed him and running just fine. Because I was like, how did 77 fall over? His feet bump into each other and he knocks himself over. There's no lead block. Ooh, is that the safety? That's the outside backer. No, outside backer stopped and planted feet. Get up there and attack half the man. Oh, and it's helmet to helmet. That's not what you do. I get that you landed a thud, but you're going to get yourself hurt doing that. You don't want to have years of brain damage just because of a bad tackle. Drive your feet, get in there, put shoulder into the gut instead of helmet into the chest. I will give the guy behind him credit because they're like, all right, we're going to stand. That's 57, of course. Nice job. They're just like, we're not going to let you gain an inch. Kind of like Centennial does. But Centennial uses good technique when they do that. They drive shoulder into the stomach with their head off to the sides. They keep their kids safe, and they keep the feet churning. That is not how Centennial does it. Roseville, it's funny, Roseville plays Centennial. Maybe they'll get a chance to see how to properly fill in. And there's a flag here. What's the flag on? Wow, why are we having extracurriculars? Wait, where'd the flag come out at? Oh, it's on Eastview. Because a kid turns around and complains at the official. Wait, no, they called something on Roseville. I thought they called that on Eastview. It got called on Roseville. What happened here? Did I miss something? They went helmet to helmet? What was called? He's pulling his flag out right after 77 does something here. These two are shaking hands with each other. I don't think that's what... Is it because nobody's helping him up? 19's trying to help him up here. They call unnecessary roughness on 66 for piling on top of him. I have no idea what was called there. I don't understand. I think it was unnecessary roughness from 66 coming in late, but I very well could be wrong. I was like scanning for some kind of like pushing or shoving, kind of like the stuff we saw in the Champlain Park Coon Rapids game, all the extracurriculars after the play, but I didn't really see any extracurriculars. The two Roseville kids did like a dabbed each other up. The Eastview 73, the left guard, complained to the head official, but that was all that I saw. Maybe it was cut out of the film. Is this split zone? So you do GH counter, you do split zone. I'm starting to get Eastview's bordering on too many plays. How do inside? I'm like, I don't know. Do we have double teams on the inside zone at least? We have one good double team, the other one not so much. Remember, you want to maximize by getting two double teams the point of attack. You got 6 blockers on, 4 defenders. So you have one there, one here. We should have double team, up to backer. If you follow YZ rules, which you probably should. But no. I think this is the center right here for Eastview. Abandons the double team, gets right up to the next level. And then, funny enough, the other double team that was supposed to get to the other backer never does, and that backer 57 almost makes the play. He misses just barely. How long have I been on this game? I do not know. What time is it? Oh, it's 1:21 in the morning. We've been going for how long now? Almost 6.5 hours. I'm making my way through the game. We're almost done. We're play 83, and there's only 115 in here, so almost done. 30 plays left. Okay, now we're hitting quick passes. Yes, sir. Like I said, this is what's going to cook Roseville. Oh, the quick slant was there. Oh, nope, no falling asleep here. This is we used to call this rub at Jefferson, which is weird because they're only calling it to one side. Who is this receiver up here? What is the route that he's running? That's not number 0 again, is it? I don't know who the receiver is up here, but he runs, if that's supposed to be a slant, he's running more of an in and then a speed out. That's interesting. Oh, that was not a swastika. We did not see a swastika. We're trying to draw a pass concept. Why are Eastview's pass concepts kind of looking like swastikas? I mean, it's not too far off there, Eastview. That's it's a bit questionable there, Lightning. Rob is still over. Send help. I will have Josh go on his way. See, this is more normal. This is a slant and a speed out. That's what it should look like. What we had going on over here is I don't want to know what they got going on over at Eastview. But this is a great concept, especially when they blitz that backer. Backer's not in that zone. It's a great read by the Eastview quarterback, thrown to the gap in the coverage. He just hits him in the hands, and he throws it. If you look at where the receiver catches it, his hands are back here. It's a little bit behind him. Bummer. If we lead the receiver there, that's an easy first down for Eastview. We're not settling for a field goal here, are we? Screen. Oh, they were right there to stop it, too. Oh, that was a blindside block. Oh, no, it wasn't. Did he see? Because he's coming at him from the side. Did he lead with his hands? I don't know about that one. He makes it. Nope, they push him out at the 1. Oh, yeah. See, there it is. Or is that something else? I missed something else here. I think he's the one that saw it because he's running after that, and that's right where his eyes are. He sees that. Yep. I think that's what that was. Okay, so that's how Eastview got backed up. Just, why would you blindside block out of nowhere like that? That's so useless. Like, Maroon mentality. Yeesh. We got verts. I'm calling verts. No, it's another screen, this time to the other side. Oh, nice job by number 20. Look at him getting through the double team there. He's like, all right, you want to try and block me? Let me go right through it. Look at it. It's like a bunch of saloon doors. They're too far apart, and then they bump into each other. Look at the heads right here. Ready? Bonk. They end up blocking each other. One more time. Bonk. Then 20 wraps up, makes a solid play. Good job, Roseville. Well, back to tasting. Okay, well, back to tasting is an inside joke. I used to go to Valley Fair by myself when I was coaching at Jefferson. You know, it was just down 169 off of Bloomington. Hop on 169 from the south side of Bloomington, over to Shakopee in like 10 minutes. Go spend some time. I had like the Platinum Pass, so I can just go whenever. Go ride rides for a little bit after 2 days. It was an absolute blast when I was still in grad school. Some random parent, because I was riding by myself, waiting in the back row, some random parent's like, do you mind riding with my like 8-year-old son? Because I don't want to ride this ride. And he still wants to ride. I'm like, sure, I'm in school to be a school counselor. Why not? Like, and then as soon as we start going up the lift hill on Renegade, the kid turns around and starts licking the seat back. It's like, and then he looks over at because the water park, Soak City, sits right behind the Renegade lift hill as he's facing back that way. So he looks, he's like, ooh, look at that. And then he says, well, back to tasting. He goes back to licking the seat. And I was like, oh, what did I just get myself into here? Definitely one of the weirdest scenarios. I've had a lot of weird encounters at Valley Fair, man. It's a fun place, but you get some interesting folks in Minnesota kind of attend that area. I should have invited you to Valley Fair. No, this was when you would have been going into 8th grade, so you definitely would not have been invited to Valley Fair with a 23-year-old Coach Lance. Not happening. What's the pass concept, Eastview? It's 4th down, and what are we calling? Verts? Do we have a check down? Well, I guess you don't really need a check down. They only sent 3. They have 7 protecting. 1, 2, 3. I only see 6. Where's the other one? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I missing somebody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means 1, 2. There's got to be another receiver down in the numbers that's off screen. Otherwise, Eastview only has 10 guys in the field. It's got to be another defender. He just lobs it down, and that's a Roseville INT. Yes, sir. And there was some kind of penalty on it. That's a bummer. Was it like a block in the back or something? It's still Roseville football. So whatever the penalty was, it wasn't enough to overturn it. It's not pass interference. Where was the flag thrown? Was it back here? Oh, yeah, there was some kind of flag thrown right there. Oh, hold it. Yeah, there's a pretty bad hold right there. That's pretty obvious. All right, that's what happened. Do not hold on the return, please. That was unnecessary. Either way, Roseville gets the ball back. It's still 6-3 in favor of the Raiders. What are we running this time? We're pulling the center. Roseville might be the only team I've seen that pulled the center. No, there was one other that did it. Who was pulling center and guard last week? It was Champlin that randomly did it. And I was like, why are you doing that? Because normally they pull both guards when they run sweep, but this time they pulled backside guard and center instead of play side guard. Very strange. Oh, that's a nice belly, though. Belly or blast, whichever they call it. Down block's got there. Kick out block is solid. Number 0 just runs up field. If you're going to trap somebody, as we saw on film earlier, you want to trap number 0. Oh, the only problem is number 2, the receiver, does absolutely nothing. And look at him. At least turn around and block. You bring this corner in to help make a tackle for no reason. I do like Roseville's running back. That kid's pretty solid. Just got to make sure he stays with his running lane. That's the thing. He runs hard, but he sometimes runs ahead of his blockers and can't do that. You got to, or runs into the hole where a guard pulls from. Eastview was way worse at that, but at least he's not like doing a Prairie Lake and just like, oh, I'm just going to bounce it outside for no reason. Was this stretch or was this belly? Nope, it's belly again. They pulled the center. Center has to adjust a little bit. There's a little bit of handiwork going on there. Solid run play, though. Yeah, okay. Someone saw the handiwork and it got backed up. Bummer. Well, that erased the play on first down. At least and what is Roseville's arch nemesis? Getting behind the sticks. They're just not built to get yardage when they're behind the sticks. Belly third time in a row. We have another nice hole. Was this the same play? No, these are two different plays. They're 87 and 89. I mean, it's the same play call, but it literally looks verbatim what just happened. See? Hole opens, and that's the picture. If we go 2 plays ahead, same spot in the field because you're backed up 10 yards because of a penalty. Watch it. Watch it. It's the same thing. That's solid execution, Roseville. But number 2 leads again. Why are they having the receivers run inside? It's an inside run play. When you have both these guys run inside, just bring in extra defenders to make a tackle. Your receiver literally lures the man that makes the tackle into the play. If he doesn't do that, if he just blocks here, just let Mr. Moody make us move one-on-one with the safety. That's what Prairie Lake does. They try and get their running backs matched up with the safety one-on-one. Keep him out there. Keep him out there. Because then he's blocked. He's blocked. Now you have your best player matched up one-on-one on a safety that we've seen doesn't want to tackle. Make one move, and then you put the game away. But no, instead, you're like, let me bring my receiver in here, get in the way of the running back, try and block the safety, bring the defender that's out of the play into the play for no reason, and then he's going to make the tackle. Oh. Is that still the third quarter? We just got to the fourth quarter because Roseville's going this way. Now Roseville's going this way. It's only a 25-play fourth quarter? There's got to be film missing. Or they just run the ball a lot. What happened? Where's the camera? Some kind of TFL or fumble or something happened here. All right, well, now it's 3rd and long, Roseville. Receiver checks in on the line. Good. I noticed a pattern of Roseville trying to run before the play is ready. Look, the receiver looks back over here. He's like, hey, are we doing stuff? Oh, we're already running the play. Let me get going. Gotta know the snap count and get ready quickly, bro. Or quarterback, you just gotta be mindful. Like, before you snap the ball, you gotta check your offense over and make sure things are looking good. And what's the hurry? You're trying to run the clock down. Mr. Rich, the score is still 6-3, right? Yeah. So it's 6-3 in favor of Roseville at this point. You want to run clock down. You're in the fourth quarter. What's the rush? They do that lead play again. Nobody pulls. It's so hard to try and get a duo going here. Oh, no. Here's a big problem that I see right off the bat. Look at what happens here. There's a triple team on the nose guard for no reason, and they miss. Or that's not. Is that the nose or is that the tackle? That's the 3 technique. There's a triple team on the 3 technique by the play side guard, the center, and the tackle. There was no need to triple team. It looks like the center was supposed to block somebody, or just have the center go up to backer. And then the guard and tackle can double team him. You get that back, or you have a double team up there. Then there's the play. Or double team number 0, their best player. You don't double team him, and he ends up making the tackle. And if you're supposed to kick him out, look at the placement of the tight. Why is the tight end working the outside shoulders if the run's supposed to go out there? If it's supposed to be an inside run, which that's where everybody's going, your hand placement should be in here, not on this half of him. There's a lot technique-wise that needs to be cleaned up. Also, Roseville right tackle is running backwards on a run play. I don't know about that, Chief. I get the plays going away from you. Maybe we need to explore how to get the backside involved in the play more. Pull a guard around and then have that tackle step down to seal the gap. That way he's got something to do. Now you get an extra blocker over to play side. Just a little thought. They're punting. Okay, well, didn't chew up too much play clock. Eastview gets the ball back down 6. I'm sorry, down 3. It's 6-3. You thought we had a TD? I did too, but Roseville decided no, they're going to shoot themselves in the foot instead. Jet motion. So, again, stupid jet motion. Why do you know that it's not going to be a jet sweep? The running back is on the wrong side. He'd have to be over here in order to lead block, but he's not over there. So this is a useless jet fake. Oh, my goodness. And then they run into the... Look at this. It's so stupid because then they run the ball into the direction of the jet fake. The defense is already going that way. Why would you run into the same direction you're leading the whole defense to? And then what do? They run them right into... Because you're running into where they're going. So, of course, they're going to make the tackle at the point of attack. Why wouldn't they? You're leading them to the football. Both teams have done something that leads the opposing defense in the football. A few plays ago, it was Roseville with their receivers leading the DBs into the run play for no reason. And now here we are with Eastview doing the same thing. Like, why would you ever call this? As an offensive coordinator, what's the thought process behind that? I like all the things I just explained. The running back's on the wrong side, so there's no threat of an actual jet sweep. You know the running back's getting the ball. He's opposite of the tight end, so you know it's going to be a zone play going down here. You know what the play is going to be before the snap. And then design-wise, you're getting the defense to go with a fake in the same direction you're running the ball to. And look, the whole defense scrapes over, and they're right there to make the play. Like, nothing of that makes sense. And it's weird because I've seen multiple teams do it, right? That's the same play I was giving Hopkins crap about when I first broke down Hopkins versus Shakopee on the live stream. And here's Eastview doing the same thing. It's like, you guys already have it hard enough being Maroon teams. You don't need to do something like that to make it even more difficult for yourselves by running plays that just make no sense. That'd be like, I have my water bottle here, right? The water bottle holds water. So I'm going to drill a hole in the bottom of the water bottle so that all the water spills out. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why can't I drink water? Why is all the water spilling out of the bottle? Well, same concept. Taking a hitch. Oh, tried to take the comeback into the sticks. Not there. Again, interesting play call against the cover 3 because you know corner will be deep with him. And number 9's improving because he struggled with some of those hitches and comebacks against Woodbury. Doing a solid job right there. Outside backer stays in the flat. I mean, that's honestly pretty solid from Roseville. Strange play call by Eastview because you know what Roseville's coverage is. You run the same defense. Huh. I have barely watched any of these teams, and I know what their coverage is. But then again, I'm just built different, I guess. You know what? No, I'm not built different. I actually just study. I put effort into it. Time. All right, we're in 11 personnel here. We're in 3x1. You can tell it's going to be sprint out because running back is on the same size as the 3x1. So it's essentially a 4x1 look. And, well, 3rd and 8. I wonder. Comeback. Oh, they called that a catch. Nice. Was that the curl again? Something went wrong here because you have out, you have a curl, and then you've got the double post. Yeah, it's that same play they did earlier. I don't remember what our coaches called that, but Eastview was running that a whole bunch this game. I don't know if we ever scouted that play. GH counter. Here we go. Kick out block went the wrong way. GH counter didn't work. Why didn't it work? Let's see. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? Yes, that's actually good. Kick out block attacks the wrong side. He's attacking outside shoulder instead of inside shoulder. So that's a big mistake. What does the H-back do? H-back goes up the hole and hits an inside backer. So that's good. The only problem is the guy you were supposed to kick out is making the tackle. And that's because, again, that's just technique-wise. This could have been a big play Eastview, but because the pulling guard attacked the wrong shoulder of the defensive end, he attacked outside shoulder. He bounces off of him right into the hole and makes the tackle. He actually attacks the correct shoulder and hits him here. Well, he can't run through you because you're standing there. He has to try and go around you, and by that point, running back's already downfield. Minor detail that could be cleaned up that could have made for a bigger play Eastview. All right, we're still in 11 personnel. This time we're 2x2. Straight drop back, hitches. Nice hitch to the sticks. Where was the flat defender there? Where's the outside back? Oh, it's our buddy 29. Did he get in the flat? No, he made that same mistake versus Woodbury where he went with a slant inside for no reason. Eastview must have seen that on film. Stay out there in your zone. I feel like that's the thing I've said about Woodbury this whole time, right? If they just do their jobs, like, they'll be fine. It's when you get a little mental error and a kid decides, I'm not going to do my job. I could stay in my flat zone out here, but no, I'm going to chase a guy inside. And now you ended up in the same zone as somebody else. We leave a gap out there, and then Eastview gets a free first down because of it. All you got to do is just your job, man. Trust your teammates to do their job. Right now, we can't trust that outside linebacker to stay in his zone. GH counter again. Do we get a better kickout block? Yes. See, the guard gets the correct side, and look at how much better it is this time. Funny how when you execute GH counter properly, it actually works. Ooh, what's the double team like, though? Also, something I just noticed. Roseville is in a nickel package. They took out... They're in a 3-5 nickel because they have outside backer, 3 inside backers. I don't think it's even a full 3 inside backers because that's number 5 back there. They just took their defensive end, number 5. Yeah, because see, he's right here. And then he backs up to play linebacker. Okay, well, we just found out what the nickel package of Roseville is, and it's not really a nickel package. Interesting. The same personnel. If number 5 is able to play linebacker, maybe we shouldn't be having him play D-line. I don't know. If he's able to play both, tough gig. Nice. Okay. I was about to say we have a nice double team at the point of attack. We actually have a triple team at the point of attack. That seems to be a reoccurring theme is triple teams. A little unnecessary. It should be if we've got 3 backers, you get up to him, double teams right there, you kick out, and then there's literally nobody left for the H-back to block. If the H-back went and blocked the safety and you actually stayed on your block and got to backer, that could have been touchdown Eastview. Roseville's backers are pretty solid at chasing the ball down, though. Ooh, we're getting close. We're 16 plays left. Would you rather commit to UND or SDSU for football? Asking because Braylon has offers from both. I believe it is his only 2 D1 offers. You have to look at what schemes the teams run. SDSU, I think, might be a triple option team, and I believe Mr. Kelly Taylor's a wide receiver, unless they offered him for DB. But if he's playing receiver, probably UND over SDSU. But obviously that's up to him. But you really want to decide like more for academics than for school, because you got to be stuck at that school for 4 years, maybe 5 if you got to do an extra year of eligibility. You're going to want to enjoy classes. Like, what are you going to do for football in winter? Sit around and do nothing? No. You got to be taking classes. Oh, Lord. Here comes Belly again. And once again, okay, Eastview, take Belly out of the playbook. Your running back can't stop cutting back into the hole where the guard pulls from. Like, if he consistently does that and isn't learning, you can't keep running that play. Which is funny because they're still getting like 6 yards a pop out of it, or 5 yards a pop. That's nutty. Ugh. And they go right back to Belly. They hit with an RPO. Oh no, he actually caught it and he scored off of it, and it's our buddy number 0. Oh boy, why did this RPO get off? What's the error? Oh no, it's our buddy 29 again. Wait a minute. What is Roseville doing here? So, what's happening that's weird here? The safety stacks down for some weird reason, and the outside linebacker on this side drops back. Are they not actually a 4-4 defense? Are they playing a 4-2 flex? Do they have a Mike, a Will, and then they also have a Rover and a Ghost? And that's the free safety? Is that what's happening? If that's been happening this whole time, And they're actually playing a nickel package. I guess I just had an epiphany about Roseville defense. But it ended up costing them because if you're, again, I think this comes back to Roseville doesn't know what RPO is, or at least how it functions. Because as soon as you see there's no D-gap defender right there, there's nobody covering the slant, and look at all that green space that opens up. He hits it. Nice throw, nice catch, and for some reason, the outside backer, instead of staying in his deep zone, randomly pursues down this way. He thinks it's a vert instead of a slant. Why did Roseville randomly change their defense for no reason? Why did they do... Why now? You've been in a 4-4 the entire 2 games that I've watched, and now when you need to stop in the moment, like, fourth quarter against RPOs... I think it's just bad, like, you decide to randomly change it up, and the kids don't know the technique of it. Like I said, the outside backer that drops back to safety there, he doesn't know how to play that position. You can see he's not used to playing deep. Yeah, that one's going to get chalked up as Roseville shooting themselves in the foot. I don't know why you would randomly change your defense at such a crucial moment, so close to the end of the game. That's... yeah. I would not recommend doing that. Was that blocked? Where did the ball go? Oh, watch the ball right here. He kicks, and it gets no height. It just straight up goes into the shin of this Roseville defender right here. See, doink, this little thing. I'm trying to play it frame by frame, but here, let's see if I can't. There we go. Click. Right. Boom, boom. Look, see it? Little thing. That's going pretty fast frame by frame right there. Here's the football right here, that blur. Doink, hits the shin right there. It's on the kid's shin. Doink's off of it. And the football rests somewhere down in there. Okay, so that's how it ended up being 9-6. Dude, that's crazy. That was the game-winning play. Now Roseville has to try and drive down the score at the 2-minute drill again because of a late fourth quarter touchdown. Oh, Roseville. Ooh, then we got to get up and get the ball. Oh, my goodness. Now we have a special teams mistake. Ball was kicked, high arcing ball. The ball's coming down. What are you doing standing back here? Go up and go get the football. Then it's on the ground. You're like, okay, I guess I'll pick it up. But by that point, there's defenders all over you. Run up, get the football, catch it in stride, and get moving. That's free yards that your offense would not have to get. Now you got to go 78 yards to try and score. Whereas if you get the return, hey, if you get a touchdown off the return, and you don't even need to worry about your offense, you will win the game. But I guess Roseville had other plans. Let's see what those plans are. Please don't do stretch. Did that insert play again, and why did it not work this time? Double team at the point of attack? No, the right tackle actually pass protects on this play. So it's a run play. Right guard goes downfield. He gets blown up by the defensive tackle. It's actually a pretty solid stance. He's got a solid amount of weight on his legs instead of his hands. See how much faster he comes forward, and he just drives the guard back. I don't know why the right tackle is pass protecting. That's a little questionable. The H-back actually has to push him forward and be like, dude, get moving. It's a run play. Go block somebody. I feel like the tackle was supposed to help with the double team right there. If they would have double teamed there and then he inserts, that would have been a solid play. But yeah, so I'm going to chalk that up to the right tackle thinking it was the wrong play. You got to know if it's a run play. That's rough, especially at a crucial moment. And it's not like that's an unusual play. We've seen Roseville run that a whole bunch, but I guess the right tackle just figured, maybe it's a backup right tackle. I wasn't keeping track of what the numbers were. Maybe he figured that, like, oh, we're just going to pass the ball. I don't know. I don't remember what the play call was. I'm just going to stand here, like, as a pass play and look like I'm doing something. They're probably running away from me. And then, funny enough, it's the one time they run right behind him. Ooh, center pulls again. They're trying to hit him with belly. It worked before. Oh, and he bounces it outside. No. The lane is there. The lane is there. And once again, we have receivers caving inside on an inside run that just leads more DBs into the play for no reason. I like bringing more defenders into the play to tackle my players because that gets me less yards, and I want less yards. I don't want to gain yards in a game of football. I don't know. I can't understand that one. Was it Osseo that did something weird like that too? Yeah, it was Osseo that ran a running back screen over the middle, and they had all their wideouts do quick ins, and so they're bringing all these DBs right into the running back screen, and I was like, what? Why would you do that? You're just leading more defenders into the screen. Like, that's kind of the same thing here. Ooh, that was a nice tight end pop pass. That's the same thing that, funny enough, Woodbury did to Roseville with the tight end pop pass. Now Roseville's doing the same thing to Eastview. Nice play. Ooh, we're ripping helmets off. Oh, that was an Eastview defender's helmet that fell off. 3x1. Nope, we're 2x2 again. They're not going to fall for tight end pop pass again. So now let's look to the other side. More of a post right here, a dig. I think you'd have a dig. The linebackers are going to come. Oh, yes, sir. There was a dig right there. How did he get sacked? I was looking downfield. Oh. Our buddy, is it the linebacker or the D lineman? It's the D lineman. 71. How do you miss a guy that... What does the right tackle do this play? Is it him again? Right tackle picks up the D end. What does the guard do? The guard blocks his own center. Watch the right guard here. He actually pushes on the butt of his own center. See? He's blocking behind his center. And then he turns around and blocks his own tackle. He literally, look, he's blocking his own tackle. He blocks two of his own men on this play instead of the 3 technique right in front of him. Why did he choose to block his own center instead of the 3 technique? Oh, the right side of Roseville's offensive line is questionable. Yeah, I don't know about that, Roseville. We might need to work on pass protection. Uh-oh, we're snapping the ball before the offense is set. That's a problem. Did they call it? Yep. Oh, no, they called a timeout. All right, so now you got to burn a timeout. Yeah, I don't know, Roseville. You're not built for 2-minute drill. All because they decided to change their defense at the last second for some reason. We're in an unbalanced look here. We only have 10 offensive players in the field. There's nobody else down here, is there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can't even get 11 players in the field. And then it's an illegal pass play because why? He's on the line. Tight end here is on the line of scrimmage. Tight end's ineligible. If it's a pass play and he releases, which he does, that's a penalty. Even if Roseville caught that and completed it, that would not be... Like, that play wouldn't stand because there's an ineligible receiver downfield. Tight end was covered. What? Okay, Roseville has to know that that is an illegal play, right? There's no way someone on Roseville's offensive staff drew that up and was like, oh, yeah, we're just going to try and get away with covering the tight end and sending him right up the seam. There is no way someone that has made it to a varsity offensive coordinating position or whoever it is that's calling plays for them is trying to get away with something like that. Unless, let's go back. Were the receivers on the line or off the line? Oh, he's on the line. He doesn't know. Where does he check in? He's on the line. So, I mean, technically all 3 of them are... Because he checked in on the line. He lined up on the line. He's obviously 3-point stance on the line. So he's the only one that's eligible. He's ineligible. He's ineligible. Roseville, what is going on? And we are missing a receiver out here. I think these 2 are supposed to be off. X is supposed to be on. Y is on. And then H and Z are off. And this is coming off the timeout. I mean, they had all the kids in the huddle here, didn't they? Okay, whatever they just did in the timeout, yeah, I think that just completely threw Roseville for a loop. I think they confused themselves. All right, let's watch where they check in this time. So they both checked in off, so that's good, and he's on. I think this is what they were supposed to do. Pass protection. Tight end is eligible. They try to set up a screen. Eastview's there for it. Give number 0 credit. He runs. He sees. He stays right with the running back. That's really nice. Screen gone. Throws it back across his body. Oh, 20 actually caught it. Oh, there was a holding penalty or something, though, wasn't there? Oh, no, you know what it was? Where's the line of scrimmage? Line of scrimmage is the 30-yard line. Uh-oh. Half of the Roseville offensive line, more than half the Roseville offensive line is downfield, so he cannot pass this football. Yeah, there's 3 linemen that are 9 yards, 10 yards, so 9 yards, 10 yards, and then 15 yards down the field. Yeah, you can't do that on a pass play, Roseville O-line. I get that it was a broken play. You were trying to set up a screen, and they have no idea the screen wasn't completed. They're just going out there to do their job. Number 0 did such a good job taking the screen away. It completely messed up Roseville. Nice. Yeah, Roseville might be cooked here. That's 3rd and a mile. They're not built for this. A little bit confused about where we need to be lined up. Everyone's eligible, so we're at least doing that this play. So that tells me that play a few ago where they were in the illegal formation. This one. No, it was the one after the timeout. Yeah, this one where they were all confused. I just don't know what happened here. And you can tell something's off. See, there's a coach over here. He's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Nah, I'm done, bro. What are we doing? Yeah, so he knows that things are not going well. Ball was just a little bit overthrown. I mean, the fade was sort of there. Ooh, actually, now that I'm looking at Roseville's sideline, there's some back and forth and, like, hands going on here. Some kind of interesting conversation going on right there for Roseville. Yeah, some Roseville kids are excited, but they don't understand, you know, ineligible man downfield. Are the coaches talking again up here? No. Something's going on. 3rd and a mile. Screen didn't work, so we just throw the fade. Oh, nice. Hit him over the seam. About time we hit him with some verts. And that makes it 4th and manageable. That's like 4th and 1. Oh, you can easily get 4th and 1, Roseville. Easily. Why are they in a Wildcat? Isn't this what we just saw Woodbury do? And Farmington did this a little bit last season. Why? Run up the middle, and he actually got stuffed. Oh my goodness. Okay, out of any team you're going to steal plays from, not Woodbury, please. Look at how many black jerseys get penetration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, there's one on the ground that I missed, too. 7's on the ground right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's 6. I can't tell. Either way, there's a great number of Eastview defenders getting penetration. Meanwhile, there's Roseville blockers down here doing nothing. What a 4th down stand. Poor Roseville. They know. Oh, what a bummer. But again, out of any play you're going to copy, why would you steal that all? Literally, if I deleted it already, otherwise I go back to it out of huddle. But you go back and you watch that Woodbury play from like 3 hours ago, 2 hours, whenever that was. They did this same formation to try to close the game against Roseville's defense, and they couldn't. Because they're just like, yeah, just run up the middle and have guys push forward. Like, what's the design there? Huh? And that was after they tried doing, like, all the down blocks, the 2 guys doing the goofy sweep, and that didn't work either. Like, so you saw that didn't work on film. So then you decide to copy the thing that didn't work. Yeah. I'm not so sure about that decision, Roseville. Eastview holds, and they pick up a win. And they just take a knee here. This is the end of the game. He's just standing there? Someone call a timeout? They not know how to take a knee? Just running the ball. Is that belly again? It is. At least he runs through the correct hole this time. And now you just take a knee, right? Just take a knee, right? Oh, no, there's still more plays. I forgot because the first 5 plays were cut out. There's a little bit more to go through here. So Eastview is just running the clock down. Funny enough, Eastview was able to run the clock down better against Roseville than Woodbury was. I don't know if that's like a nice job Eastview or like a whoa Woodbury. How? I'll let the viewers decide. Belly again. Yep. Play side guard pull. Just keep doing the same thing. Play side guard hits the wrong defender, though. He's supposed to have the kick out block. He does not have the kick out block. Number 14 almost makes this play. He just comes a little bit too wide. See how he's not coming tight? He went out like that, and that's why he ended up flying past the running back and then arm tackling. And look, right here, we'll go slow motion. There's the arm tackle. There's a torn pectoral. There's an arm pulled out of its socket. Can't do that. Should have taken a better angle. Thankfully, there's other guys there. Oh, yeah. That D-line's doing pretty good for Roseville. Staying low. Not so much 66. We're getting some push there. How many timeouts? I don't know how many timeouts that anyone has left, but it is 9-6 Eastview right now. And the game is almost over in the 4th quarter. Eastview just keeps calling belly again and again. And they're in 12. Woodbury, see how they go into their heavier personnel to end the game immediately? Instead of just like, yeah, just go goofy wildcat, run forward, make push. Like the caveman offense. I can't get over the Woodbury's offense, man. That I've never seen that in 6A. Oh, and they fumble. Oh my goodness. Wouldn't that have been so ironic if and the Roseville defender got right through. Was that number 5? It was. If he would have just stayed. Okay, see, this is why stances and everything matter. You have a bad defensive line stance. All your weight's on your hands. So what do? You stand straight up instead of attacking straight forward. See, he's standing straight up tall. If he would have just attacked forward, had more weight on his feet, he would have been right here. He would have been lower to the ground, so he would have seen the ball, and he would have just picked it up right away. And then Roseville gets the ball back. You never know. Maybe they can make something happen in the last play or two, but they at least have another opportunity. But not like this. Belly. Oh, no, they did a pooch punt. So, okay, maybe it's just impossible for teams to close the game against Roseville. Woodbury couldn't do it. Eastview couldn't do it. Forest Lake didn't need to do it. Forest Lake's like, oh, we'll just score 45 points on them. That's an easy way to close a game out. Pass, hook and ladder, pressure right away. Did they blitz, or is that just the base 4? They only rushed 4. How do both the outside linemen... The left tackle doesn't do anything. The right tackle... Why? Oh, right tackle. It's a 4-man front. What are you doing looking inside? I don't know if Roseville has ever practiced pass protection. There is no way. I mean, doesn't even have his hand in the ground. He's like, put my hand in the ground. Oh, no, it's actually a play call. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to block somebody. Oops. Oh, my. And it's the same defense Eastview has given you all game. It's not like they randomly changed like Roseville, funny enough, did late in the 4th quarter. It's the same look. Why would you not expect to see that look? Nothing has changed. Oh, boy. Poor Roseville. Oh, and then Eastview gets the pick. All right, and that's the end of the game. So, yeah, funny enough, I think that, both games were pretty ugly. I want to say Woodbury's offense might have been the low light of that whole thing. I just like, especially for a non-Maroon team, seeing it just that bad was whoa, to say the least. It's after 2 a.m. This was a 7-hour stream. It wasn't actually too long. I remember the Egan and Edina one and the Stillwater one went until like 4 a.m. Those ones were real long, so I'm thankful that these games were not as long. Oh my, that was a rough watch, man. I need to get some sleep after that and just... hey, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll play Woodbury somewhere in the playoffs. Woodbury College football. Yep, they're rocking the CFB 25 playbook. That like ideology does not work in high school. You're playing with high school kids, not a computer. They don't just automatically know what to do. You have to coach them up. If you have your system in place, there's techniques associated with that system, so you practice that in individual time, so that the indie skills translate to the inside run and the skelly that translate to the team time, and then how you practice in the team time and all those times translate to Friday night. Can we have Coach Burke on about this? No, Coach Burke has more important things to do than be on the live stream. Very busy man, Coach Burke. Head coaches have to attend advisory meetings with the state high school league and all kinds of fun stuff. There's the midline again. I don't understand. There's the Woodbury wing tee that they stole from, EP. Why are teams like obsessed with stealing things that other teams do? Like, that's even happened with us at South. We ran the power tee. We beat Rosemount with it in 2021. Next year, Rosemount runs the power tee. We beat Wayzata with it in 2023. All of a sudden, they're using it as a goal line package in their week 2 game versus Minnetonka, and they used it against Edina, and I'm just like, why? Why are you doing that? There was Prairie Lake stealing Buck sweep from Centennial between 23 to 24. Rosemount went back to triple option routes after they lost to Egan, Shakopee, and Centennial the year prior. There's been some of the North teams we've seen some of those plays carry over. I was at Champ. Somebody stole the tight end delay from STMA. I don't remember if it was Maple Grove. I don't think it was Maple Grove. They have enough plays. It might have been Coon Rapids or Champlain Park. I don't think it was Coon Rapids. Things carry over, man. Teams steal from each other. It's just the way it is. Shakopee stole Eden Prairie's counter tray. Like, it's everywhere, man. It's just common. It's like, instead of just saying, well, someone else does something, we're going to do it because they do it. Like, no, you got to find out what works for your team and the kids that you have. And then obviously the foundation of any football program is the strength and conditioning program. If you don't have that going, then you might as well not even bother with the X's and O's. But yeah, that's been the live stream. Thank you all for watching. I know, like, I get it's not the 2 biggest or best teams in 6A, but I wanted to make sure every team got equitable coverage. And it's always good to talk about these teams because I'm like, okay, I see like blatant things that could be corrected that would instantly improve these teams. Roseville especially, I think, had the most potential. Eastview could consider cleaning some things up. I don't know. The weird part is they were both playing a 4-4 defense into the Maroon. And if you think about the Maroon teams, Eastview did spread stuff. Burnsville does spread stuff. Park Cottage Grove is a spread. Buffalo is a spread. And Hopkins is a spread. Why are you all running 4-4 defenses if your schedule is primarily spread opponents? Yeah, that's another question mark. Especially Roseville, because your opponents are in the Metro East, and aside from Forest, and even Forest Lake does some spread stuff. Stillwater did a little bit of eye stuff last year, but they're still mainly a spread. Moundsview's mainly a spread. Eastridge and Eastridge is a spread. White Bear Lake is mostly 12 personnel, but you sort of consider them a spread. Depends. They like inside zone a lot. White Bear's a weird one. And then Woodbury apparently is just offensive dysmorphia. They try and do everything under the sun. Yeah, so maybe a 3-4 might be more beneficial, or a 4-2 flex if you're Roseville, maybe something to consider. I don't know. And then I don't know if I touched on that earlier. I think I mentioned that someone told me Roseville's OC left after these first 2 games because there's a noticeable increase in Roseville offensive scoring output. But at the same time, who did their scoring output increase against? Burnsville, Park Cottage Grove, and Hopkins. Not exactly revered defensive teams. Whereas, like, Buffalo still played solid defense, only put up 7. And then, yeah, you're probably not scoring a whole lot on White Bear, and especially Forest Lake. Howie Johnson's having none of that. I'm pretty sure those 7 points came against the JV team in the 4th quarter. That game is live on YouTube if anyone wants to watch it, but I don't know. Honestly, I don't think Roseville's that far away from being able to kind of get out of the Maroon and compete again. Coach Stephenson's got a lot of things going right over there. The defense is pretty solid if they just stick to their assignments on defense and not do their teammates' job. They easily could have won both those games versus Woodbury and Eastview. And then offense, just got to pick a system that works. And the right side of the O-line, at least last season, needed some fine-tuning. We got to work on some of those skills. Maybe cut down the playbook, focus on the system. In indie time, work on those skills that are going to translate into team time, and then we should be pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I can think of. That's what if, and then what are the other teams? Eastview. Yeah, we need to work on offense if we're Eastview and consider getting out of the 4-4. Like, I get it if you're going to play Rosemount and Egan, like 2 run-heavy flexbone teams, but if you're going to play, and you're going to play Hopkins, Coon Rapids, and Park Cottage Grove next year, all spread teams, why would you play a 4-4 defense into that? That's not exactly a wise choice. And then last team, Woodbury. Oh my goodness. I might have to watch some of these other games. 50-7 to Mounds View, 54-7, 34-6 for Forest Lake, 52-18 to Prairie Lake, and I did see some of the EP game, like that's pretty obvious. I kind of want to know how some of these other games went. You gave up 52 points. You're letting Prairie Lake stat pad. That's got to be that's the most points the Lakers scored. Because they only they scored 13 against EP, 21, 22, 21, 13, 7, 21, 21. They hover right around, like, even Buffalo, they only put up 23. Yeah. Which one of these is not like the other? Buffalo actually did better against Prairie Lake in Prairie Lake than Woodbury did on their home turf. Yikes. Yeah, I guess my main thing for Woodbury is you got to ditch the college football playbook on offense. You need to find an offensive system that works for the kids you have and just stick with it. Like, oh my goodness. I'll say it again to reiterate, the worst case of offensive dysmorphia I have seen in 6A. Rosemount was bad, but they've corrected it. Prairie Lake is not as bad. STMA is not as bad. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a serious offensive identity crisis that they got going out there in Woodbury. If they get it cleaned up, though, they'll be right back there competing. I don't see why they wouldn't be. It was mostly just offense kind of shooting themselves in the foot that first game, so we'll see. I do like Roseville, though. I think Roseville's going to have a chance to compete for a little bit next year. Go to that 7 seed, so you got to play a 2 seed again. You don't want to play a 1 seed next year. Definitely not, because they have to play the 1 seed of section 3, 5, or 6. So most likely they're going to be playing like a Shakopee or Lakeville South, a Centennial, or a Minnetonka Maple Grove. If you end up as the 8 seed. Not who at Lakeville South we'll go play anybody. But if I'm Roseville, that's probably not someone I want to match up against. And they have to play Centennial anyway this coming season, so yeah. If you've not already, please go follow the Instagram account. We've had some good posts recently. The rivalries post actually got going. It was a top rivalry in 6A. Ooh, Coach Chauncey himself liked it. North-South, EP Edina, Centennial Blaine. I might need to take this one down after just watching the Woodbury game. It feels a little bit dirty having Woodbury up there. That's a great rivalry. Skippers and the Trojans. Underrated rivalry, Anoka and Champlin. Shako, Prairie Lake. Forest Lake White Bears, kind of a underground one. And then there's the big one. Hop versus the World. The biggest, and J-Mel even says himself, last slide equal funny. That's Hopkins' biggest rival, man. They buy into that. So yeah, definitely go like the Insta account if you have not, and then the YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed yet on the YouTube channel, please go do that. Turn on notifications. I stream every Saturday at 7 p.m. unless I post otherwise on my Instagram account. But this is where you can go find all the live streams. Just click on the live tab, and there you are. Yeah, thank you all for watching. It's been an absolute blast again. Mr. Rich, thank you for all the fun comments. Can we watch some rivalry games? Anoka Blaine is sort of a rivalry. That's on my live stream. What other ones have I done? Stillwater White Bears technically a rivalry game. I did that one. Maybe Osseo STMA question mark. Yeah. You're right. I guess I really haven't done too many. Maybe Champlin Coon Rapids counts. Huh. I might have to look into that, Mr. Rich. I will consider it. Have I really done all 32 teams? It feels like I missed somebody. Shakopee and Hopkins, Prairie Lake, Forest Lake, Mounds View, Anoka Blaine, Eastridge Park, Egan Edina, Osseo STMA, Stillwater, North White Bear, Rosemount Centennial, Maple Grove Minnetonka, EPYZ. That takes care of the entire Metro West because I got Prior Lake, Shaco, Edina, Minnetonka, Edina, EP, and YZ. So that's all covered. I get everybody in the East. I got Woodbury, Stillwater, White Bear, Mounds View, Eastridge, and Forest Lake. So that's all done. Teams in the North. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I did all teams in the North. Oh, the Metro South and the 3 teams that are new. So the 3 teams that are new are on this video. You can find them over there. Moorhead, Andover, and Rogers. And then Maroon teams, 1, 2, 3 with Eastridge. Obviously, I haven't done Buffalo. 4 with Coon Rapids, and then 5 is 5th one. Oh, no, I said Park Cottage Grove, didn't I? Roseville, Eastview, Coon Rapids, Park Cottage Grove, and dude, I'm like having brain freeze. Hopkins. First one that I did. Duh. I just didn't create a thumbnail for it. I gotta go back and make a thumbnail for that video instead of just having the shield up there. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that might have been my longest stream. PC crashed twice in the middle of that one. Goodness. But yeah, go like the channel, and I will see you all next